be alive. One is always in danger of one's life, but anyone who shrinks from that is a traitor to the great scheme and experiment of being.
One scholar called him one of the deepest thinkers who ever lived. One pope called him a gifted defender of the faith. One of his greatest opponents said, "The world is not thankful enough for him." He was recognized everywhere he went and loved by everyone who knew him. He was a master of the written word, a poet, a philosopher, a literary critic, a debater, a journalist, and a champion of social justice. What's he best remembered for? His detective stories. Hello, I'm Dale Ahlquist, and welcome to the Apostle of Common Sense, a series where we're going to explore the words and wisdom of the great English writer G.K. Chesterton. Let's start by getting something straight. G.K. Chesterton was the best writer of the 20th century. He said something about everything, and he said it better than anybody else. He was incredibly prolific and incredibly profound. His prose was poetic, and unlike most modern poetry, his poetry was also poetic. He was intuitive, incisive, and besides that, he was funny. To read him is to enjoy him. But hardly anyone reads him anymore. He is one of the most unjustly neglected writers of our time, and we neglect him at our peril. Chesterton is no longer taught in schools, but students should not consider themselves educated until they have read Chesterton. And furthermore, reading Chesterton is almost a complete education in itself. He covered all the bases: art and literature, history and philosophy, economics and social reform, religion and politics. Why is Chesterton neglected? Because the world finds it much more convenient to ignore him rather than to risk engaging him in an argument. Because to argue with Chesterton is to lose. Chesterton argued eloquently against materialism and scientific determinism, against relativism, agnosticism, atheism, and other diseased philosophies that have infected the halls of academia for more than a century. He also argued against both socialism and capitalism, and showed why they have both been the enemies of freedom and justice in modern society. And what did he argue for? What was it he defended? He defended the ordinary man. He defended the family. And most importantly, he defended the Catholic faith. Perhaps that is why he is neglected. The modern world prefers writers who excuse sin and scoff at Christianity, who deny the dignity of the poor, and who think freedom means no responsibility. In 1905, a famous London newspaper hired Chesterton to write a weekly column. He was told he could write about anything he wanted, except religion and politics. Chesterton responded by saying there was nothing else worth writing about.
Religious liberty is supposed to mean that everybody is free to discuss religion. In practice, it means that hardly anybody is allowed to mention it.
Chesterton went ahead and wrote the column for the next 30 years. And every week, he wrote about religion and politics. He never backed away from controversy. But if you think about it, every controversy, every argument, every discussion is really about religion or politics, or both. Religion has to do with our relationship with God. Politics has to do with our relationship with our neighbor. These are controversial for the simple reason that all the problems in the world come from our failure to obey the two great commandments, to love God and to love our neighbor.
The Bible tells us to love our neighbor and love our enemy, generally because they are the same person.
Chesterton was controversial, and still is, because he took the trouble to defend simple, basic truths, the first things, the permanent things. In spite of what the newspapers say, in spite of what the colleges teach, and in spite of what laws the politicians make, most people hold certain basic truths in common. Chesterton said that the common things are not commonplace, they are terrible and startling. Death, for instance, and first love. But the common things are the basis of common sense. Chesterton called common sense that extinct branch of psychology. In the modern world, common sense and the common man are under constant attack.
The modern world talks about how it has emancipated the common man. In fact, it has led to a new persecution of the common man. If it has emancipated anybody, it has in that rather narrow way emancipated the uncommon man. It has given an eccentric sort of liberty to some of the hobbies of the wealthy, and to some of the lunacies of those who call themselves cultured. The only thing that it is forbidden is common sense, as it would have been understood by the common people.
In this series, we're going to be exploring Chesterton's message for the modern world and see why he can be called the apostle of common sense. But first, let's learn a little bit more about the man himself. Gilbert Keith Chesterton was born in England in 1874 and died in 1936. He never went to college. He went to art school. In 1900, he was asked to contribute a few magazine articles on art criticism, and he then went on to become one of the most prolific writers of all time. He published over 15 million words. He wrote 100 books, contributions to 200 more, hundreds of poems and short stories, including, of course, the popular series of mysteries featuring the priest detective Father Brown. Though he wrote in nearly every literary genre, he considered himself primarily a journalist. He wrote over 4,000 essays for several London newspapers, and he edited his own paper, GK's Weekly, for the last 11 years of his life. He was a popular lecturer and debater in his time, taking on such contemporaries as George Bernard Shaw, H.G. Wells, Bertrand Russell, and Clarence Darrow. He traveled to several countries in Europe and twice to the United States on lecture tours. G.K. Chesterton was a giant in every way. A massive mind and a massive body, he stood at a towering 6 feet 4 inches and weighed 300 pounds. His weight was the subject of many jokes, most of which he told himself. For instance, he said he was one of the politest people in England. After all, he could stand up and offer his seat to 3 ladies on a bus. Certainly he was recognized wherever he went. One young woman said to him, "Everybody seems to know you, Mr. Chesterton." To which he sighed, "If they don't, they ask." It's not too hard to understand why everyone recognized him. In order to keep him somewhat tidy, his wife dressed him in a huge cape and hat. That, along with his great weight, great height, and the tiny glasses on the end of his nose, full mustache and cigar, and you have G.K. Chesterton. He also carried a sword stick. Yes, the sword in it was real, but he was never known to use it except to stab at the pillows in his study while he dictated an essay or a book chapter. He also carried a gun. He was never known to use that either, except, he claimed, when he heard someone say that life was not worth living. Then he'd take out the gun and offer to shoot the person.
The supreme adventure is being born. Existence is still a strange thing to me, and as a stranger I give it welcome. We should always endeavor to wonder at the permanent thing, not at the mere exception. We should be startled by the sun, and not by the eclipse. We should wonder less at the earthquake, and wonder more at the earth. The test of all happiness is gratitude. Thanks are the highest form of thought. You say grace before meals. All right. But I say grace before the play and the opera, and grace before the concert and pantomime, and grace before I open a book, and grace before sketching, painting, swimming, fencing, boxing, walking, playing, dancing. and grace before I dip the pen in the ink.
Chesterton was a marvelously clear thinker, but he usually had no idea where or when his next appointment was. He did much of his writing in train stations, since he usually missed the train he was supposed to catch. He once hailed a cab to take him to an address that turned out to be across the street. And he once sent a telegram to his wife which read, "M at Market Harborough, where ought I to be?" His absent-mindedness may have been legendary, but his present-mindedness may have been even more so. He could actually write an essay in longhand, while at the same time dictating a different essay to his secretary. This absent-minded, overgrown elf of a man who filled up a room when he entered it, and who laughed at his own jokes, and who would amuse children at birthday parties by catching buns in his mouth, this was the man who wrote a book which led a young atheist named C.S. Lewis to become a Christian. This was the man who wrote a novel that inspired Michael Collins to lead a movement for Irish independence. This was the man who wrote an essay in the Illustrated London News that first inspired Mohandas Gandhi to lead a movement to end British colonial rule in India. And this was the man who wrote a book that led to a wide revival of a writer who had been almost forgotten in England, Charles Dickens. When Chesterton burst upon the literary scene, he impressed readers and critics alike with his brilliant wit, his matchless style, and his artful use of paradox.
A citizen can hardly distinguish between a tax and a fine, except that the fine is generally much lighter. Men do not differ much about what things they will call evils, but they differ enormously about what evils they will call excusable. A new philosophy generally means in practice the praise of some old vice. It is not always wrong to go to the brink of the lowest promontory and look down on hell. It is when you look up at hell that a serious miscalculation has probably been made. Take away the supernatural, and what remains is the unnatural.
Critics were amused by his epigrams and his paradoxes, and though he seemed to be defending the Christian faith, they assumed he was doing it merely for effect. But when they found out he was defending it because he actually believed it, and not just for its shock value, they were, well, shocked. But in 1922, they were shocked even more when G.K. Chesterton joined the Roman Catholic Church. That a great man of letters should embrace the ancient faith of Rome was something of a scandal in the literary world and the intellectual establishment. They thought that Chesterton had suddenly become narrow, when in fact he became universal. What for them was a complete puzzle was for Chesterton himself the final piece of the puzzle, the completion of a complete thinker. We cannot emphasize this point enough, that Chesterton was a complete thinker. That is why he is such a challenge to the modern world. We have come to prefer incomplete thinking. We want things in fragments. That way we don't have to think about our inconsistencies. That way we don't mind when our jobs contradict our ideals or when our politics contradict our faith, because we keep each thing in its own watertight compartment. But Chesterton was utterly consistent. He was consistent because his faith touched everything. He wrote about everything, and everything he wrote was imbued with his faith.
You cannot evade the issue of God. Whether you are talking about pigs or the binomial theory, you are still talking about Him. Now, if Christianity is nothing more than a fragment of metaphysical nonsense invented by a few people, well, then defending it, of course, means simply talking that metaphysical nonsense over and over again. But if Christianity should happen to be true, then defending it may mean talking about anything and everything. Things can be irrelevant to the proposition that Christianity is false, but nothing can be irrelevant to the proposition that Christianity is true.
The fact that Chesterton wrote for a wide secular audience and always defended a Christian perspective is of course remarkable and unheard of in today's media. But while it's one thing to say we should read Chesterton because he was important, it's even better to be able to say we can read Chesterton because he's still fresh and accessible. His newspaper articles are not just a historical curiosity. They are as pertinent today as when he wrote them 3 generations ago. And while some of his books have never gone out of print, many of them are back in print again because of a growing interest from those who have rediscovered this writer who's no longer taught in the schools. But before you read Chesterton, be warned. He does not write like any other writer. You have to throw most of your expectations out the window and read him on his own terms. He will make you think. He will thrill you. He may frustrate you. He may try your patience. There may be times when he seems to be floating airily, going nowhere or going everywhere at once, and then, like a hawk, he will suddenly swoop to a conclusion that will startle you. You'll understand at once that nothing he said was irrelevant. But the most surprising thing about him is that there's nothing peculiar or bizarre or exotic about his ideas. You will find that all he does is express your own thoughts better than you are able to express them. You'll find yourself saying, "But of course." That's because he represents common sense. The only thing surprising about common sense is how uncommon it has become.
The act of defending any of the cardinal virtues has today all of the exhilaration of a vice. Right is right, even if nobody does it. Wrong is wrong, even if everybody is wrong about it.
Chesterton claimed that all he was doing was nothing more than uttering plain, simple truths. But they sounded so original and surprising and paradoxical because the world has come to expect something other than the truth. The world has things backwards. But he also said that sometimes truth has to come as a surprise, because that is the only way we will recognize it and appreciate it. More than one observer has described this 300-pound cigar-smoking journalist as a mystic. Well, Chesterton did say there was a connection between mysticism and common sense. Both appeal to realities that we all know to be real, even if we cannot prove them. He also said that mysticism is only a transcendent form of common sense, and that the ordinary man has always been a mystic. But some have also described Chesterton as a contemplative. Chesterton looked deeply into everything. He was always trying to find the universal. He certainly could not have defended the faith so well unless he understood it intimately. And fortunately for us, since he wrote so much, we have the privilege of looking at his thoughts. We also have the advantage of having his vision enhance our own. Perhaps only a true contemplative could have said that if you look at a thing 999 times, you're perfectly safe. But if you look at it for the 1,000th time, you're in frightful danger of seeing it for the first time. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Join us again on the Apostle of Common Sense, and you'll be in frightful danger of seeing things for the first time.
legend and literature has sprung from this single paradox, that the hands that made the sun and stars were too small to reach the huge heads of the cattle. Upon this paradox, all the literature of our faith was founded. It is something too good to be true, except that it is true.
Modern intellectuals have used a strange doctrine of doubt to attack the Christian faith. What they don't realize, however, is that they have actually attacked the facts as much as the faith. Hello, I'm Dale Ahlquist, and welcome to the Apostle of Common Sense, a series of programs where we explore the words and wisdom of the great English writer G.K. Chesterton. Chesterton's book, The Everlasting Man, was written in 1925, and it is certainly one of his most important works. C.S. Lewis called it the best book of Christian apologetics that he'd ever read. In fact, C.S. Lewis was an atheist before he read the book, but he wasn't afterwards. And yet, The Everlasting Man is not really a book of apologetics at all. It is a sweeping history of the world. The fact that it also provides a well-reasoned defense of Christianity is only because Chesterton clearly shows who is the central figure in all of history. He begins by explaining that the critics of Christianity have no real perspective to their doubts. Their criticism, he says, has taken on a curious tone, as of random and illiterate heckling. They will complain and explain that churches are empty without going there to find out if they are empty or which of them are empty. They will condemn the church for condemning sin and then turn around and claim that since the world has become so evil and hopeless, it proves that the church is wrong.
When the world goes wrong, it proves rather that the church is right. The church is justified, not because her children do not sin, but because they do.
Chesterton says that the main problem with the critics of the church is that they are too close to it to see it. They cannot see the big picture, only the small picture that may affect them. With their sulks and their perversity and their petty criticism, they are merely reacting to the church. They are too close, not able to see it for what it really is. What they need to do is back up. The purpose of this book is to get the reader to back up far enough to see the thing, the Christian faith, from a truly objective viewpoint. Then he might see the thing that it is what it claims to be. It is exactly when the boy gets far enough off to see the giant that he sees he is really a giant. It is exactly the same when we see the Christian church from afar, that we see it really is the Church of Christ. The book was written as a kind of rebuttal to H.G. Wells' popular book, The Outline of History. Wells completely glosses over the two biggest points in his outline of history. The first is the creature called man, and the second is the man called Christ. Any honest historian will admit that man stands apart from all the other creatures and that Christ stands apart from all other men. But Wells treated man as just another animal and Christ as just another man. And of course, most modern historians have followed Wells' lead. So Chesterton begins with the man in the cave, literally, the caveman. The Darwinians see this figure as a descendant of ape-like beasts, with the caveman being little more than an ape himself. But Chesterton argues that Darwin's theory about the origin of man has not been proven, even though it is treated as if it were. It has even been turned into an article of faith. Yet not only is it based on scant evidence, elaborate reconstructions based on bits of bone and teeth, but if you dare to question the evidence, you will be faced with fierce ridicule.
Sometimes the professor with his bone becomes almost as dangerous as a dog with his bone. They talk of searching for the habits and habitat of the missing link, as if one were to talk of being on friendly terms with the gap in a narrative, or the hole in an argument, of taking a walk with a non sequitur, or dining with an undistributed middle.
Chesterton insists that the origin of the universe, the origin of life, the origin of man, are all things shrouded in mystery. We cannot possibly imagine how the world was created any more than we could create one.
The real problem with evolution is that it is mistaken for an explanation. It has the fatal quality of leaving on many minds the impression that they understand it, just as many of them live under the illusion that they have read The Origin of the Species.
So what do we know about the man in the cave? The one thing we really do know about the caveman is that he was an artist. He left behind his drawings on the wall of the cave, where they're still available for viewing. The creature who made these drawings was truly different from all the other creatures, because he was a creator as well as a creature. Says Chesterton, "Art is the signature of man." It is just one of the many things which demonstrates that the more we look at man as an animal, the less he will look like one.
The simplest truth about man is that he is a very strange being, almost in the sense of being a stranger on this earth. He has much more of the external appearance of one bringing alien habits from another land than of a mere growth on this one. He has an unfair advantage and an unfair disadvantage. He cannot sleep in his own skin. He cannot even trust his own instincts. He is at once a creator moving miraculous hands and fingers, and yet he is a kind of cripple. He is wrapped in artificial bandages called clothes. He is propped on artificial crutches called furniture. His mind has the same doubtful liberties and the same wild limitations. Alone among the animals, he is shaken with the beautiful madness called laughter. Alone among the animals, he blushes with the mystery of shame. Whether we praise these things as natural to men, or abuse them as artificial in nature, they remain in the same sense unique. This is realized by the whole popular instinct called religion.
Those who try to explain religion only try to explain it away. They try to use our longing for God as evidence that there is no God, as if hunger were evidence that there's no such thing as food. Religion is as old as civilization, and civilization is as old as history. Chesterton says that when we study history, the curtain rises on a play that is already in progress. And he argues that it was religion that advanced civilization. It was religion that dealt with the meanings of things, with the development and interpretation of symbols, which advanced communication and knowledge, or what we call the arts and the sciences.
A politician once told me in a debate that I was resisting modern reforms exactly as some ancient priest probably resisted the discovery of the wheel. I replied that it was far more likely that the ancient priest made the discovery of the wheel, and it is overwhelmingly probable that the same ancient priest had a great deal to do with the discovery of the art of writing.
Chesterton speculates that most ancient tribes were initially monotheistic. They believed in only one God. But as tribes combined into larger cities, they combined their gods as well. There was, of course, one notable exception, the Jews. Other historians try to paint the Jewish God as something narrow. Chesterton says this God turned out to be only as narrow as the universe. The Jews protected and preserved the greatest truth of ancient times. He says, the world owes God to the Jews. The religions of most other ancient peoples were less about theology than about mythology. Their heavens became populated with gods as frail as themselves. Mythology is about the imagination, that is, it's about the images that fill the mind. Chesterton says they are infinitely suggestive and we all know what they suggest until some scholar tells us. We know that the myths are stories about an ache for the eternal, especially an ache for eternal life. The ancient myths may be heroic, but they are ultimately hopeless. Orpheus can't quite bring back Eurydice from the dead. The myths are not able to answer the riddles that they raise. And when people realize their hopelessness, their society begins to collapse. If you study any civilization, you see that after progress comes decay. Chesterton says, men do not grow tired of evil, but of good. They become weary of joy. They stop worshiping God and start worshiping idols, their own bad imitations of God. And they become as wooden as the thing they worship. They start worshiping nature and become unnatural. They start worshiping sex and become perverted. Men start lusting after men and become unmanly.
The most ignorant of humanity know by the very look of earth that they have forgotten heaven.
But then something marvelous happens in history, and it also happens in a cave in Bethlehem. Chesterton calls Bethlehem a place where extremes meet. It is where heaven meets earth. God comes to make a home in the world and finds himself homeless. And religion and philosophy come together for the first time. The kings and shepherds kneel down together before a manger in Bethlehem. Men of different lands, different cultures, different tastes and educations and aspirations all find what they are looking for in the same thing. The shepherds find their shepherd, and the kings find their king. The coming of the man called Christ changes everything. It is a story like none other. We have forgotten how unique, how strange and startling it really is. Remember, the purpose of this book, The Everlasting Man, is to get us to look at the claims of the Christian faith as a true outsider might. Chesterton says, if we approach the gospel objectively, we will see that it is not a book of platitudes. It paints a picture of a man who was indeed a wonder worker, but who spoke in riddles and rebukes. His teachings were as difficult to accept in his own time as they are today. None of the critics of Christianity seem to appreciate the fact that Christ's teachings were not dependent on the social order in which he lived, but transcended their time altogether.
The truth is that when the critics have spoken of the local limitations of the Galilean, it has always been a case of the local limitations of the critics.
The critics, of course, try to create a different Christ from the one portrayed in the Gospels by picking and choosing whatever they want. They always try to make him merely human, whether they make him a socialist or a pacifist or a madman. Chesterton says, there must surely have been something not only mysterious but many-sided about Christ, if so many smaller Christs can be carved out of him. But the main impression one gets from studying the teachings of Christ is that he really did not come to teach. What separates Christianity from other religions is that its central figure does not wish to be known merely as a teacher. He makes the greatest claim of all. Muhammad did not claim to be God. Buddha did not claim to be God. Christ did claim to be God. But the story gets stranger still. It is indeed, as Chesterton calls it, the strangest story in the world. All of Christ's life is a steady pursuit towards the ultimate sacrifice. The gospel tells the story in plain words. Every attempt to amplify that story has diminished it. As Jesus is murdered, he prays for all the murderous race of men and asks that they be forgiven, for they know not what they do.
All the great groups that stood about the cross represent in one way or another the great historical truth of the time, that the world could not save itself. Man could do no more. Rome and Jerusalem and Athens and everything else were going down like a sea turned into a slow cataract. the strength of the world was turned to weakness, and the wisdom of the world was turned to folly.
The wisdom of the world was turned to folly because who would have thought that the local execution of a minor revolutionary in an obscure outpost would become the central event in all of history? But that is where the cross stands, at the center of history. Pretty serious. So naturally, Chesterton takes the opportunity to make one of his great puns. He says, the cross is the crux of the matter. Chesterton goes on to say that this central dogma of the Christian faith, that God died, that God was for one instant forsaken of God, that God sacrificed himself to himself, is more mysterious than anything, even the mystery of creation itself. And those who object to this dogma do so not because the dogma is bad, but because it's too good to be true. What they really reject is the freedom that fills the Christian creed. They reject the dogma that gives man so much freedom as to allow him to fall. They reject the dogma that gives God so much freedom as to allow him to die. They reject the dogma as the truth because the truth would set them free. But the gospel story does not end with God's death. It ends with the most startling episode of all, an empty grave, and God again walking in a garden as on the first day of creation. The gospel story ends not with an ending, but with a beginning. It is the beginning of the church.
Christianity appeared as a church, with everything that is implied in a church, and much that is disliked in a church. It did not begin as an ethical movement or a school of idealists. It began as a church. It had a doctrine and a discipline. It had sacraments and rituals. It admitted people and expelled people. It affirmed dogma with authority and rejected false teaching the same way.
Chesterton says Christianity did what no other religion had done. It met the mythological search for romance by being a story, and the philosophical search for truth by being a true story. The more we study it, the more we see that Christianity is truly different from every other religion, just as man is truly different from every other creature. The church carried a unique message, and it puzzled the world that its members acted like messengers. They even called their message the gospel, the good news. But as Chesterton says, nobody else except those messengers has any gospel. Nobody else has any good news, for the simple reason that nobody else has any news at all.
The creed is like a key. First, the key is above all things a thing with a shape. It is a thing that depends entirely upon keeping its shape. The Christian creed is above all things the philosophy of shapes and the enemy of shapelessness. It differs from the formless infinity of Buddhism and the changing vagueness of evolutionism. A man told that his solitary latchkey has been melted down with 1,000,000 others into a Buddhistic unity would be annoyed. A man told that his key was gradually growing and sprouting in his pocket, branching into new complications, would not be more gratified. He sat into him. The shape of the key is both fantastic and arbitrary. It is not a matter of argument. It either fits the lock or it does not. It is useless for men to stand around disputing about it. It is futile to reconstruct it on pure principles of geometry or decorative art. It is senseless for a man to say he would like a simpler key. It would be far more sensible to ask for a crowbar. When people complain of the religion being so complicated with theology and such, they forget that the world is complicated. It is full of secrets, of of unexplored and unfathomable fallacies, of unconscious mental diseases, dangers in all directions. If the faith had faced the world only with platitudes about peace and simplicity, it would not have had the faintest effect on that lunatic asylum that is the world. The key may seem complex, but there is one thing about it that is simple. It opens the door.
We sometimes hear it said that Christianity shook the world. But Chesterton says that Christianity did not shake the world, it steadied the world. It has endured for 2,000 years, and the world within the church has been more lucid, more level-headed, more reasonable in its hopes, more healthy in its instincts, more humorous and cheerful in the face of fate and death than all the world outside. The soul of Christendom, he says, is common sense. Christianity has done something different than just survive. It has defeated its enemies by following the example of Christ, not just by saying the right thing and doing the right thing, not by marvels and not by might, but by resurrection, by returning to life after having been apparently defeated. As Chesterton says, Christianity has died many times and risen again, for it had a God who knew the way out of the grave. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Join us again on the Apostle of Common Sense.
Many things before I came to a definitely anti-social action like robbing a bank, or, worse still, working in a bank.
To save 75 cents on a 6-month supply of toilet paper, we drive across town to the discount superstore, which is owned by some multinational corporation, while the corner shop, which is owned by our neighbor, goes out of business. A defense contractor successfully lobbies Congress to build a billion-dollar fighter jet because it would be technologically superior to the plane the contractor is now building and selling to our enemies. Movie stars make millions for pretending to be someone else. Farmers are foreclosed on for trying merely to be themselves. The world is insane. Hello, I'm Dale Ahlquist, and welcome to the Apostle of Common Sense, a series of programs where we explore the words and wisdom of the great English writer G.K. Chesterton. Chesterton once wrote, "We must hate the world enough to want to change it, but love it enough to think it worth changing." When we talk about changing the world, at some point we have to talk about economic issues, about money and machines and our daily bread. Chesterton deals with these in his book, The Outline of Sanity. It is an outline, and it's not a complete systematic treatment, but a collection of essays from Chesterton's own newspaper, GK's Weekly. But while it's only an outline, It is sanity. It represents right thinking in a world that has lost its mind along with its soul. Economics can be an incredibly boring subject with a lot of technical and obscure terms, which is why too often it's left only to economists to discuss while the rest of us ignore them the best we can. One of the problems with the modern world is that in our vague and limited understanding of economics, we think there are only two economic systems to choose from: socialism and capitalism. We've reinforced this limited choice by putting socialism in our left hand and capitalism in our right hand, leaving no other hands. The defenders of socialism tell us that socialism represents security, that all our needs will be taken care of by the government. The defenders of capitalism tell us that capitalism represents freedom, that we're on our own and no one can stop us from going out there and making as much money as we want. What the two systems have in common is that they ultimately are opposed to widespread ownership of property. What the socialists don't tell us is that the natural result of their philosophy is the government ends up owning all the property and controlling every aspect of life along with it. What the capitalists don't tell us is that the natural result of their philosophy is the same result as a game of Monopoly. One person owns everything and everyone else owns nothing. And what neither of them tell us is that there is another alternative, a third way, an economic system that is neither socialism nor capitalism. It offers freedom, which is responsibility, and security, which is the protection of the individual and the community. It's based on the widespread ownership of private property. It presumes that small business is better than big business, that craftsmanship is superior to mass production, and that local government is better than big government. This economic system goes by the awkward and misunderstood name distributism. The term distributism comes from the phrase distributive justice, which was first used by Pope Leo XIII in 1891 in his encyclical Rerum Novarum. Pope Leo wrote, "Among the many and grave duties of rulers who would do the best for their people, the first and the most important is to act with strict justice, with that justice which is called distributive, towards each and every class alike. The wealth of any state is gained only by the labor of its working class. Therefore, justice demands that the interests of the poorer classes should be carefully watched over, so that they who contribute so largely to the advantage of the community may themselves share in the benefits which they create. They have the right to be housed and clothed and fed. Private ownership is sacred and inviolable. Public policy should induce as many as possible of the humbler class to become owners. Many excellent results will follow from this. First of all, property will certainly become more equitably divided, and men will always work harder and more readily when they work on that which belongs to them." This visionary pope recognized the connection between property and justice. G.K. Chesterton, a few decades later, in The Outline of Sanity, carries this idea forward and shows how neither socialism nor capitalism promote justice because neither promote small property.
A pickpocket is obviously a champion of private enterprise, but he is not a champion of private property. The whole point about capitalism is that it preaches the extension of business, but not the preservation of belongings. It also tries to disguise the pickpocket with some of the virtues of the pirate. The point about communism is that it tries to reform the pickpocket by forbidding pockets.
What we'd like to do now is briefly consider Chesterton's criticism of both socialism and capitalism, and then his defense of distributism. Socialism means putting all your eggs in one basket, and then the government takes away the basket. Chesterton says, there's not much difference between the present world and socialism except for the fact that the present world leaves out a few of the ornamental details of socialism, such as justice, citizenship, and the elimination of hunger, and so on. Socialism does not accomplish any of the things it sets out to do, because those who hold the socialist philosophy do not trust the common man and leave nothing to common sense.
The thing behind socialism and many other modern things is a new doubt. Not merely a doubt about God, but also a doubt about man. The old Catholic morality really did believe in the rights of men, meaning that ordinary men had a kind of authority, that the ordinary man has the right of property, the right to judge about his own health, the right to judge his children's health, and the right to bring up his children to the best of his ability. Now it was in these primary things that the old religion trusted a man, and it is about these things that the new philosophy utterly distrusts him.
Chesterton reserves even stronger words for the pitfalls of capitalism. He says that, ironically, capitalism has done all that socialism threatened to do. Under capitalism, a clerk lives in a house he does not own, did not make, and that he does not want. He thinks in terms of wages, of putting in time. It would make no difference to a clerk of a huge corporation if his job were instead in a government department. It makes no difference if he's a faithless servant of the state or of the rich.
The present system, especially as it exists in industrial countries, has already become a danger and is rapidly becoming a death trap. This system rests on two ideas: that the rich will always be rich enough to hire the poor, and the poor will always be poor enough to want to be hired by the rich. Paralysis in this system is inevitable. Capitalism, you see, is a contradiction. When most men are wage earners, it is hard for them to be customers. The capitalist is always trying to cut down what his servant demands. And in doing so, he is cutting down what his customer can spend. He is wanting the same man to be rich and poor at the same time.
Chesterton prophetically describes the bluff of the big shops. In 1926, he saw clearly that today's superstores would snuff out smaller shops, the local shops. In almost every way, it would be the customer who would suffer. With the elimination of the small shops, there's no more shopping around. At the big shop, we really can't get what we want. We especially can't get the thing once known as customer service.
I think the big shop is a bad shop. Shopping there is not only a bad action, but a bad bargain. The monster emporium is not only vulgar and insolent, but incompetent and uncomfortable. And I deny that its large organization makes it efficient. In truth, large organization is always disorganization. It is said that it is convenient to get everything in the same shop, but in truth, the monopolists' shops are only convenient to the monopolist. They concentrate business as they concentrate wealth in the hands of fewer and fewer citizens. Now, this surrender to modern monopoly does not have to take place. All we have to do to support small shops is to support them. Everybody could do it, but nobody can imagine it's being done. In one sense, nothing is so simple, and in another, nothing is so hard. Whether or not we surrender to the big shops is a matter of moral will, and not economic law.
Chesterton says that we hear a lot of grumbling about the big shops, not because they are big, but because they are bad. He says, when the millionaire owner of a big shop is criticized, it is usually by his customers. When he's complimented, it is generally by himself. And this is proclaimed from the housetop in a voice loud enough to drown out any remarks made by the public. There's a word for this. The word is advertising. Advertising is the voice of the big shop drowning out the voice of the public. Chesterton's preferred solution is that every business be a small business. Where larger businesses are necessary, they should be owned by the employees, and they should be run by a guild, combining their contributions and dividing their results. He believes that small shops can be governed even if they are self-governed. He believes small shops can be supported if we support them. Distributism is democracy. Democracy can work only if property is widespread. Distributism is based on property. It is also based on peasantry. Peasantry is another misunderstood and misused word. The simplest way to understand what a peasantry is this: self-support, self-control, and self-government. It means people produce and use their own goods, make their own laws, and are dependent on no outsiders. Chesterton says, peasants are a multitude of men standing on their own feet because they are standing on their own land.
The story of Jack and the Beanstalk begins with these strange and startling words. There once was a poor woman who had a cow. Now it would be a wild paradox in the modern world to imagine that a poor woman would have a cow. Perhaps if she did, she would be a conservative, because she would then have something to conserve. But most people call themselves conservatives, but they really are not. The commercial class is the very opposite of conservative, because it is forever using new methods and seeking new markets. And whatever an aristocracy is, it is not conservative. By its very nature, it follows fashion and not tradition. Men living a life of leisure and luxury are always depressingly eager for new things. Now, if we actually had a peasantry, we would then have a traditional class, which would be a truly conservative class. All experience is against the assertion that peasants are dreary and degraded savages. All over the world there are peasant dances, and the dances of peasants are like the dances of kings and queens. The peasants are also conservative in a very positive sense. They conserve customs that do not perish like fashions. Peasants have produced art because they are communal, but not communist. Custom gave unity to their art, but each man was a separate artist. It is the creative instinct in the individual that makes the peasantry content and therefore conservative.
The peasant lives not merely a simple life, but a complete life. Chesterton says the core of a community should be a body of citizens who go about the business of producing and consuming, not simply exchanging. A society that overemphasizes trade becomes complex and fragmented, where people have no sense of completeness, and certainly no sense of contentment. The modern man in the modern town doesn't know the cause of things. He does not know where things come from. Chesterton says he's like the cultivated fellow who says he likes his milk out of a clean shop and not a dirty cow. That man is not living a complete life. Chesterton does not say there's no place for exchange, nor does he say that man needs nothing from the state. He says these things must exist, but in proper proportion. Neither the trader nor the government official should play a dominant role in society. At the center of civilization there needs to be a type that is truly independent, a type who produces and consumes within his own social circle.
The point is that if we do not directly demand the religion of small property, We must at least demand the poetry of small property. The practical problem in all of this is the goal. There cannot be a nation of millionaires, and there never will be a nation of utopian comrades. But there have been any number of nations of tolerably contented peasants. The aim of human polity is human happiness. But this does not mean that we are obligated to be richer, or busier, or more efficient, or more productive, or progressive. We are not obligated to be any of these things if they do not make us happier.
Chesterton's main point, and one worth repeating, is that it is possible to be happy without being rich. Happiness can indeed be a hard taskmaster. It tells us not to get entangled with many things. And one of the things with which we have most entangled ourselves is technology. Now, Chesterton says that machines are neither good nor bad, but he does say that becoming dependent on machines can be bad. The point about machines is that we have to be as free not to use them as to use them. Depending on them for our happiness means giving machines the power to make us miserable, which of course they do, as anyone who owns a computer knows. Chesterton prophetically says that machines have become our religion. We have put our complete faith in them. They have served to make us more passive and more narrow, less creative and less free. We're no longer pleasure makers as the peasants are, but pleasure seekers. Machines have created leisure, but we fill even our leisure with machines. Chesterton says we've forgotten the very meaning of the word manufacture, which is to make things by hand. Our churches, our houses, our furniture, our art, all reflect a loss of craftsmanship. Chesterton says we've turned society into a machine for producing 10th-rate things while keeping people ignorant of first-rate things. Big government and big business have used machinery to push us towards consolidation in a rather flat world of standardization. To combat all this, Chesterton says we need a moral movement. We have to be able to criticize ourselves. We have to be able to resist the tendencies towards consolidation. We have to resist monopolies. We have to resist endless and invasive bureaucracies. We have to resist the mentality that does not trust the common man to be able to take care of himself and his family.
Big business and big government are together in revolt against the normal and the ordinary. They're in revolt against the citizen. They do not want the common man to have power, though they're willing to give him a vote, because they have discovered that the vote need not give him any power. But they are not willing to give him a house, or a wife, or a dog, or a cow, or a piece of land, because these things really do give him power.
Can it be done? Chesterton says, distributism is a thing done by people. It is not a thing that can be done to people. It can be done if we decide to do it. It is also the Catholic thing to do. This does not mean that we must all become peasants, that each of us must abandon our careers and acquire our proverbial 3 acres and a cow. But it does mean that we take greater control over our economic lives and over our family lives. It means that we cease to be wage slaves and consumer slaves. It means being fair and being free and being faithful. Generally, I like to give the last word to Chesterton, but the distributist ideal is perhaps best described by another writer, a man who was a shepherd, a soldier, a poet, and a king. And like Jack, he was also a giant killer. Like you and me, he was also a sinner. His name was David. And in Psalm 37, he wrote, "Trust in the Lord and do good. Dwell in the land and enjoy safe pasture. Delight yourself in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart. He will make your righteousness shine like the dawn, the justice of your cause like the noonday sun. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Join us again on the Apostle of Common Sense.
The obvious effect of frivolous divorce will be frivolous marriage. If people can be separated for no reason, they will feel it all the easier to be united for no reason.
The family is under attack in our society. We already know that. But Chesterton saw the attack coming and saw where it was coming from. Hello, I'm Dale Ahlquist, and welcome to the Apostle of Common Sense, a series of programs where we explore the words and wisdom of the great English writer G.K. Chesterton. Chesterton wrote The Superstition of Divorce in 1920. He said it wasn't supposed to be a book, but a pamphlet, and the object of a pamphlet is to be out of date as soon as possible. It can only survive when it does not succeed. Well, it survived, which means as a pamphlet it did not succeed. Its arguments are still pertinent, its warnings more urgent than ever, its prophecies have unfortunately been fulfilled. Chesterton wrote this book 2 years before he became a Catholic, yet already he's defending the Catholic teaching on marriage. He understands that marriage is not just a contract or a convenience, it is something mystical and elemental. It is part of the very foundation of humanity and connected directly to the divine. In short, it is a sacrament. As with so many other things, the Church holds strongly to its position on marriage when the rest of the world weakens on it. Chesterton says that the religion that holds it most strongly will hold it when nobody else holds it. And for him, that's not only an argument in favor of marriage, but an argument in favor of the Church. In this book, however, Chesterton purposely does not talk about the sacramental and religious nature of marriage, but rather he focuses on the practical and historical and social reasons for it. He wants to show how the natural reasons for marriage support the supernatural reasons. And his main point is that if the family breaks apart, the whole society will break apart. As far back as 1908, Chesterton noticed an increase in divorce. In a London newspaper article, he observed that Americans were passing new laws to make divorce easier. Couples were allowed to obtain a divorce for incompatibility of temper. He said that if Americans could be divorced for incompatibility of temper, he could not understand why they were not all divorced. He said that man and woman as such are incompatible. The whole aim of marriage is to fight through and survive the incompatibility. He warned that a marriage would be called a failure just because it was a struggle. Just because a man bumps into something he considers it an obstacle and he tries to get rid of it, even if the obstacle is the pillar holding up the roof of his house. In the superstition of divorce, he puts the problem of divorce into its larger context. Divorce, by any account, is a failure. But the modern world has begun to portray divorce as a freedom. This comes as no surprise to Chesterton. The modern world, he says, specializes in two forms of freedom: suicide and divorce. In a dreary time, we listen to two counsels of despair: the freedom from life and the freedom from love. In our society, he says, where every real freedom has been curtailed, the two doors of death and divorce stand open. But just as we should not accept a system that drives men to drown and shoot themselves, we should not accept a system that produces so many divorces. He insists that we admit that divorce is a failure and that it would be much better for us to find the cause and the cure rather than allow divorce to complete its destructive effect.
There are those who say they want divorce in the second place, without ever asking themselves if they want marriage in the first place. So let us begin by asking what marriage is. It is a promise. More than that, it is a vow. To those who would say that it is a rash vow, I would reply that all vows are rash vows, whether they be vows of chivalry, or celibacy, or matrimony. All of this leads to a philosophical question. Does being free include being free to bind oneself? Of course it does. Really, a vow is a tryst with oneself. And marriage is an affair of honor. Where does this leave what we now call free love? To me, free love is a heresy. And divorce is a superstition. In truth, it is more of a superstition than sacramental marriage itself. Who but the advocates of divorce believe that we can be saved by a mere ceremony, or believe that a vow can be disposed of by a mysterious and magical rite? What we are talking about here, I should think, is loyalty. Now, most sane men admit the necessity of being loyal to one's country. Though the patriot may revile his country, but he must never renounce it. We seem to agree, then, that there are some institutions to which we are permanently attached, such as nations, just as there are others to which we are temporarily attached, such as shops. After all, do we not go from shop to shop searching for what we want? Of course we do. But we do not go from nation to nation doing this. That is because we feel a certain loyalty to the nation. Should we then not feel an even greater loyalty to the family? After all, the family is something far more free. Here the vow is a voluntary vow. And if it is permissible to expect a man to be loyal to the commonwealth that has made him, why should we not expect him to be loyal to the commonwealth that he has made himself? Why should the vow made most freely not be the vow kept most firmly? After all, there is no stroke of the pen which creates real bodies and souls. But the modern divorce movement doesn't discuss any of this. It doesn't examine the nature of a vow, the limits and objects of loyalty, the survival of the family as a small and free state. No. Instead, the modern divorce movement worries the current law is unfair to the poor because they cannot as readily obtain a divorce. Now, this argument is one in which I am normally inclined to listen to with some sympathy, but not in this case. In fact, I would be inclined to pull a poor clerk or artisan back by his coattails if he were inclined to jump over a cliff, even if the sands below were strewn with the remains of dukes and bankers who had already taken the plunge. But today it is said that we must set the poor man free so that he might obtain a divorce. Why are we so anxious that he should be free to get a divorce, and not in the least anxious that he should be free to do anything else? Why are the same people happy when a poor man gets a divorce, horrified when he takes a drink or smokes a cigarette? If a man is less and less permitted to go looking for a new job, why should he be allowed to go about looking for a new wife? Why must the poor man be free to love as he pleases when he is not free to live as he pleases? Let's be honest. It is the same spirit which takes away the poor man's children under the pretense of order, which takes away his wife under the pretense of liberty. Why, I ask, are we so anxious to break up homes that are thought to be unhappy, and not at all anxious to break up the much more unhappy factory? Let us be honest again. Capitalism is at war with the family, and for the same reason that it is at war with the trade union. It desires its victims to be individuals. In other words, to be atoms. For the word atom, in its clearest meaning, which is not entirely clear, might be translated as individual. If there be any bond or brotherhood, if there be any class loyalty or domestic discipline by which the poor can help the poor, their capitalistic emancipators will certainly strive to loosen that bond or lift that discipline. The masters of modern plutocracy know what they are about. A very precise and profound instinct has led them to single out the human household as the chief obstacle to their inhuman progress. You see, they know that without the family, we are helpless before them. And the socialists who are in league with them know the same thing. They know that without the family, we are all helpless before the state.
The cultures and countries that historically have been the most vigorous and resilient have been those with strong families. They have a strong domestic life. Chesterton points out that this is exactly the opposite of the myth made by modern literature, that the home is a doll's house and the wife a kept woman, like a doll, the mere plaything of the man. According to this myth, it is only the strong woman who breaks out of the home as if it were a prison. But in the great nations, the home is not regarded as a prison, but truly a castle, and the woman is its queen. The strong woman defends her home above all else, turning household tools into weapons if she has to, and pouring boiling water from the windows on anyone or anything that dares attack the home. But modern literature portrays domesticity as tyrannical or hypocritical or boring. That does not describe domesticity. It describes the decay of domesticity. And the modern and morbid weakness is to give up, to sacrifice the normal to the abnormal. The family should be the strongest institution in a society, and traditionally it has been, because it is the one institution that people build spontaneously for themselves. As Chesterton says, it is a small and free state. It is the only state that creates and loves its own citizens. But like so many other small kingdoms, it is under attack. It is besieged. Its enemies seek to destroy the family. They work to have the state take over the functions of the family by a daycare system that makes mothers irrelevant, or a welfare system that makes fathers irrelevant. They also try to destroy the family simply by redefining it. Chesterton says the people who do this are detached, disgruntled, and drifting. They're always making the excuse to alter what is common and corporate and traditional and popular. And the alteration is always worse. This revolt against the family is utterly unnatural. A revolt against nature itself. A revolt against the natural attraction between father and mother. This natural attraction is called a child. It is a simple truth that the modern world insists on ignoring.
There is no dispute about the purpose of nature in creating such an attraction. It would be more intelligent to call it the purpose of God, for nature can have no purpose unless God is behind it. To talk of the purpose of nature is to make a vain attempt to avoid being anthropomorphic, merely by being feminist. It is believing in a goddess because you are too skeptical to believe in a god.
A family is, of course, the best way to create, to protect, and raise children. Besides this obvious truth, Chesterton also argues that the family must be kept intact because the home is the greatest refuge of freedom in the world. Divorce is not an act of freedom. On the contrary, it is an act of slavery. A society where vows can easily be broken is not a free society. A free society cannot function without volunteers keeping their commitments to each other. And a free society cannot function if its most basic unit, the family, is not kept intact. It can only be kept together freely by an act of the will, by volunteers keeping their vows. Chesterton knew that the proponents of divorce would object to his characterization of divorce being an act of slavery. But he reminds them that anybody who's ever read Uncle Tom's Cabin knows that one of the oldest and simplest charges against slavery was that it broke up families. We need laws that support the family and keep it together. But we also need an economic system that does not put such pressures on families that they crack apart. When people are isolated and divided, they are weak, and then they're easy to exploit by both big government and big business. Chesterton said that the two greatest enemies to freedom in our society are big government and big business, and they are also the enemies of the family. Families are a nuisance to businesses. They have to provide a living wage, health care plans, maternity leave, and have to put up with employees coming in late or going home early because a child is sick or missed the school bus. And families are a nuisance to the state because they interfere with regulation and standardization and officialism. Traditionally, the state has been subordinate to the family, but when the family loses its strength, the government gains extraordinary power over people's lives. Nowhere is this more evident than in education. Education used to be the domain of the parent. Now it is the domain of the state. The state has great power, but its authority is something anonymous and vague and invisible. It works through the state education system from kindergarten up through the huge state universities. It's a faceless network that tells people what to think. It sponsors scientific research that supports theories that not only defy common sense, but also defy the authority of the parent. Chesterton calls this officialism. Officialism is the direct enemy of traditional authority.
The modern world will accept no dogmas upon any authority, but it will accept any dogmas on no authority. Say that a thing is so according to the Pope or the Bible, and it will be dismissed as a superstition without examination. But preface your remark merely with "they say," or "don't you know that," or try and fail to remember the name of some professor mentioned in some newspaper, and the keen rationalism of the modern mind will accept every word you say.
One of the things they say is that when most marriages end, they end by mutual consent. Chesterton disagrees. He says that in most divorces, only one person wants the divorce. There may be unhappy marriages, but there are no happy divorces. The divorce controversy is less about divorce than about remarriage. This is where the superstition comes in. People think divorce is a ceremony that will undo a vow that they have made so that they can make the vow again. As Chesterton says, they want to have their wedding cake and eat it too. We've now created a system where this is possible. We now reward a man for deserting his wife by letting him have another wife. We never encourage him to go back to the woman he first chose from all the women in the world. Chesterton says we have to get away from the poisonous modern philosophies and back to the primary things, the permanent things. We have to honor the family above the state, and more importantly, above the office or the factory. And we begin to honor the family by honoring marriage.
We know there is a school of prigs who disapprove of the wine at the wedding at Cana in Galilee. But there is now a school of prigs who disapprove of the wedding. For in the story of Cana, the pedants are prejudiced against the earthly elements more than the heavenly elements. It is not the supernatural that disgusts them so much as the natural. And those of us who have seen all the normal rules and relations of humanity uprooted by random speculators, as if they were abnormal abuses and almost accidents, will understand why men have sought for something divine if they wished to preserve anything human. They will know why common sense, cast out from some academy of fads and fashions, has age after age sought refuge in the high sanity of a sacrament.
Chesterton has made several arguments against divorce, but he has deliberately left out the loftiest argument, that marriage is a divine institution. He says that anyone who believes that would not believe in divorce. He's not asking anyone to assume the worth of his creed, but simply to consider the worth of the claims made by modern society. He asks those who are so caught up in defending divorce, what do they really finally expect for themselves and for their children? Chesterton says that father, mother, child form a sacred triangle that cannot be destroyed. It will only destroy the civilization that disregards it. And the Church has held up a mystical mirror to that sacred triangle in which the order of the three things is reversed, the Holy Family of child, mother, and father. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Join us again for the Apostle of Common Sense.
not so much because it admits the abnormal, as because it cannot recover the normal.
Chesterton said that we cannot recover the normal because we have created a culture that is at war with the older culture of Christendom. We are caught up in a modern craze for scientific officialism and strict social organization. And the problem with official scientists is that they become steadily less scientific and more official. Hello, I'm Dale Ahlquist, and welcome to the Apostle of Common Sense, a series of programs where we explore the words and wisdom of the great English writer G.K. Chesterton. The book Eugenics and Other Evils was published in 1922, but Chesterton had written most of it 10 years earlier. He was hoping there would be no need to publish such a book and that he could just throw his notes into the fire. Instead, he found out that the issue had not gone away, nor had any of his arguments gone out of date. Unfortunately, this book has still not gone out of date. Chesterton's arguments remain as valid as ever. We are still faced with what he calls the same stuffy science, the same bullying bureaucracy, and the same terrorism by 10th-rate professors. Think about those words: bullying, terrorism, 10th-rate professors. Our friend G.K. Chesterton could be a very funny man, but he was also not afraid to show his anger. The book is perhaps a prime example of his anger. The book is not dated, in spite of the fact that the term eugenics is dated. So before we examine Chesterton's book, some background information is in order. The term eugenics was coined in the 19th century by an Englishman named Francis Galton. He advocated the betterment of mankind. Sounds good. He wanted to improve the physical and mental makeup of human beings. Sounds good. How did he intend to accomplish this? By increasing the proportion of those people with superior genetic endowment. Sounds suspicious. How did he envision increasing the proportion of people with superior genetic endowment? By selective breeding. Sounds a little terrifying. Also sounds a little familiar. Where did he get his ideas? This will sound very familiar. He got his ideas from his cousin, Charles Darwin. Galton not only gave credit to Darwin for his own ideas about eugenics, but Darwin repaid the favor by referring to Galton's ideas about human breeding in his book, The Descent of Man. Darwin called Galton's work admirable and agreed with him that the inferior members of society should not marry because they might supplant the better members of society. There were many advocates of eugenics here in America, but probably the most prominent was the woman who became the founder of Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger. Margaret Sanger is hailed by some today as a pioneer defender of women's rights. Perhaps more than any other person in the 20th century, she's responsible for the widespread distribution of contraceptives and the mundane acceptance of birth control. What is less known about her is that her motives for advocating birth control had less to do with sexual freedom than with eugenics. Anyone who doubts this simply has to read the journal which she founded and edited for many years, the Birth Control Review. In 1919, she proclaimed in the review, "More children for the fit, less for the unfit." By fit, she meant the privileged, the brainy, and the white, people like herself. She wanted to use birth control to create a race of thoroughbreds. By unfit, she meant not only the physically handicapped and the mentally retarded, but also, specifically, Hebrews, Slavs, Catholics, and Negroes. She targeted these groups as threats because of their increasing numbers. She worked hard to set up most of her birth control clinics in urban neighborhoods populated by these groups. She openly suggested that parents should apply to have babies as immigrants have to apply for visas. Margaret Sanger was also a member of the American Eugenics Society, which successfully lobbied for sterilization laws that targeted society's undesirables and unwanted. These laws were passed in more than half the states in the U.S. and led to several cases of forced sterilization. Why don't we hear of this connection between Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood, and eugenics? In case you haven't already figured it out, there was another famous person who advocated eugenics, Adolf Hitler. He did more than just lobby for eugenics, he officially instituted it. He led an entire country in carrying out its principles, not only to breed what he believed to be a superior race, but to eliminate everyone whom he considered to be inferior. And where did Hitler find plenty of support for his eugenic ideas? From Margaret Sanger and her circle. Eugenic scientists from Nazi Germany wrote articles for Sanger's Birth Control Review, and members of Sanger's American Birth Control League visited Nazi Germany, sat in on sessions of the Supreme Eugenics Court, and returned with glowing reports of how the sterilization law was weeding out the worst strains in the Germanic stock in a scientific and truly humanitarian way. Needless to say, after World War II, when the terrible truth about Nazi Germany came out, when the world learned of the horrors of the Holocaust and the death camps, the term eugenics was utterly discredited. Margaret Sanger was quick to distance herself from eugenics and began to emphasize birth control as a merely feminist issue. And now we don't hear about eugenics at all anymore. But unfortunately, the philosophy behind eugenics is with us still. Generally speaking, all of the original arguments in favor of eugenics have become the exact same arguments in favor of birth control, abortion, and euthanasia. Chesterton understood this, but he understood it in 1910. As with so many other things, Chesterton saw exactly what we see, only he saw it long before it happened. The very title, Eugenics and Other Evils, obviously implies that eugenics is an evil, and one connected to other evils. But when Chesterton attacks something that is evil, his attack is always wrapped around a defense of what is good. Chesterton warned that we have lost sight of what is good. We've even lost sight of what is normal. We've lost our common sense. What is normal is this. A man and woman fall in love, get married, and have a family. For thousands of years, men and women have been able to figure this normal thing out for themselves. This basic human freedom was part of the common experience. The early proponents of eugenics defied this common sense by saying that men and women should not marry for love, but rather for good breeding. They said people should not risk having children who might be handicapped or ill or weak. In other words, says Chesterton, they should not risk having children who turn out to be John Keats or Robert Louis Stevenson. In a chilling prophecy of the abortion mentality, Chesterton says that the eugenicists have an attitude towards the unborn child that was, in every other age, unthinkable. They seek his life in order to take it away. They also have precisely the wrong idea of the purpose of medicine.
We call in the doctor to save us from death. And since death is admittedly an evil, the doctor has the right to administer the strangest pill, which he may think is a cure for all such menaces of death. But he has not the right to administer death as the cure for all human ills.
The normal person has always known that preventing the birth of a baby is a highly unnatural act, no matter how it is done. But it is made to sound harmless and even sensible when it is called eugenic, or when it is called birth control, or when it is called reproductive freedom. But anyone who cannot see the real evil behind such terms is what Chesterton calls a splendid dupe.
Evil always takes advantage of ambiguity. Evil always wins through the strength of its splendid dupes. and there has in all ages been a disastrous alliance between abnormal innocence and abnormal sin.
The only way to explain what happened in Nazi Germany is that evil won through the strength of its splendid dupes. Too many people thought they were doing a good thing because they believed a lie that sounded good because it was called patriotic and was supported by scientific officialism in the regime. It is also the only way to explain what has happened in this country for the last 3 decades. Millions of people have believed an incredibly evil lie, a lie that sounds good because it is called choice, a lie that sounds even better when it has scientific officialism behind it. 2 University of Chicago economists recently published a study that showed that the reduction in crime rates in the 1990s can be linked to the legalization of abortion in the 1970s. You see, the women who would have given birth to criminals instead had abortions, so we had fewer criminals on the street. There you go. A new kind of crime prevention, preventing criminals from being born. Never mind the grotesque implications of these conclusions, including the overt racism. The experts have shown a statistical link between lower crime rates and higher abortion rates. Statistics. In a 1905 column in the Illustrated London News, Chesterton gave us some guidance about statistics.
It is an error to suppose that statistics are merely untrue. They are also wicked. As used today, they serve the purpose of making masses of men feel helpless and cowardly. But I have another quarrel with statistics. I believe that even if they are technically correct, they can be entirely misleading. When we hear what we are told are real scientific statistics, it is psychologically impossible not to think that they mean something. Generally, they mean nothing. Sometimes they even mean something that isn't true.
Let's go back, way back to Darwin's cousin, Francis Galton, the man who gave us the term eugenics. Before Galton wrote about breeding geniuses, he was famous for something else. He was considered a pioneer in the study of statistics. He would be pleased by his legacy. Lying by numbers is as elementary as painting by numbers. When organizations such as Planned Parenthood and the United Nations Population Fund spread their gospel of contraception throughout the world, the main scare tactic they use is numbers. They use statistics about poverty. They use statistics to show that poor people will have lots of babies who will also be poor, which will increase poverty. So naturally, the only way to prevent more poverty is to prevent poor people from having children. Chesterton predicted exactly what would happen if the eugenics mentality was allowed to take hold. It would mean an attack on the poorest and most helpless in society. Obviously, abortion attacks the most defenseless of all people, the babies. But the international politics of birth control preys on the poor and the underprivileged throughout the world, forcing them to accept birth control in exchange for their basic needs. Chesterton was right in his prediction, and since he was right, it might do us well to look at where he placed the blame for this tragic set of events. This is where we get into the other evils. Sometimes it's too easy to demonize abortionists and feminists and advocates of birth control, even though they must be actively opposed, and Chesterton did oppose them. He would argue that they are not the main players. There's a much bigger problem that must be dealt with. There's a much greater evil that must be eliminated. The fact that babies are unwanted goes back to the fact that our society has created a whole class of people that are unwanted. Chesterton says these people have been utterly exploited, used like tools and used up like tools. They are permanently poor. They have no hopes of getting property, of getting enough capital to support themselves or a family. Chesterton also understands clearly that the situation is aggravated by the fact that sexual pleasures are often the only ones the poor can obtain, and so they are disproportionately pursued. Then, the privileged class, which has so benefited from capitalism at the expense of the underprivileged class, has a drastic solution. Poor people should not have babies. We don't like to think about this. Our society does not like to face the problems of injustice because it usually interferes with business. Chesterton says, prosperity does not favor self-examination.
The average businessman began to be agnostic, not so much because he did not know where he was, as because he wanted to forget. Many of the rich took to skepticism, exactly as the poor took to drink, because it was a way out. The modern world laments the breaking of the tools of mammon much more than the breaking of the images of God. No one seems able to imagine capitalist industrialism being sacrificed to any other object. That is because people miss the main thing and concentrate on the minor thing. They treat modern conditions as fixed, though the very word modern implies that they are fugitive. They treat old ideas as impossible, though their very antiquity often proves their permanence. They have the universal, unconscious assumption that life and sex must live by the laws of business or industrialism, and not vice versa. The rich, using social science, supported by their wealth, tried an inhuman experiment. The experiment has entirely failed. They sought to make wealth accumulate, and in the process they made men decay. Instead of confessing the error and trying to restore wealth to the many, or attempting to repair the decay, they are trying to cover up their first cruel experiment with an even more cruel experiment.
Now, the evil of big business has a twin sister, the evil of big government. When government tries to right the wrongs created by capitalism, it creates an even worse mess. The idea of socialism may sound good, to provide houses and food for everyone. However, in order to carry this out, state officials would have to inspect houses and regulate meals. But as Chesterton points out, the state has found that it's easier to provide the building inspectors without providing the builders, and easier to restrict the diet without providing the dinner. We have simply added the bureaucratic tyrannies of the socialist state to the plutocratic tyrannies of the capitalist state. The result is a loss of liberty and an assault on the common man. Everything is regulated with the excuse that the health of the community is being protected.
Nothing will escape the official. If he is to control the health of the community, why, he must necessarily control all of the habits of all the citizens, including their habits in the matter of sex. Then the most private matters will come under public scrutiny. When a man's personal health is a public concern, his most private acts become public acts.
When the state starts meddling with our primary habits, or as Chesterton says, when all law begins, so to speak, next to the skin or nearest to the vitals, then it is obvious that the laws will soon assault marriage and motherhood. We find ourselves in this condition because we have lost our perspective. Chesterton says we have forgotten the first things.
The first things must be the very fountains of life, love and birth and babyhood. And these are always covered fountains, flowing in the quiet courts of the home.
The home and the family must be protected. It was an industrialist and materialist society, says Chesterton, that has been responsible for producing so many unhappy marriages because it produced so many unhappy men. But all the government reforms have been aimed at rescuing the industrialism and the materialism rather than rescuing the happiness. We've sacrificed the ancient uses of things because they do not fit in with the modern abuses. The point about eugenics and the other evils that sprang from it is that it proposes to eliminate poverty simply by eliminating people. Chesterton's solution is not as simple, but it is the right one. The way to eliminate poor people is to eliminate their poverty so that they are not poor anymore, but are still people. They deserve enough property and capital and liberty so they can keep their families and their dignity. They are the image of God, and they must not be broken. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Join us again on the Apostle of Common Sense.
The true object of the intelligent detective story is not to baffle the reader, but to enlighten the reader, but to enlighten him in such a manner that each successive portion of the truth comes as a surprise. In this, as in much nobler types of mystery, the object of the true mystic is not merely to mystify, but to illuminate.
Chesterton once wrote, "I should enjoy nothing more than always writing detective stories, except always reading them." The man who so loved detective fiction gave us one of its most delightful characters, a character who was in many ways like Chesterton himself, which is not exactly surprising. He was paradoxical, humble, intuitive, charitable, lovable, and always in touch with the truth. He was also quite different from Chesterton. He was short and silent and almost unnoticeable. And he was a priest. His name was Father Brown. Hello, I'm Dale Ahlquist, and welcome to the Apostle of Common Sense, a series of programs where we explore the words and wisdom of the great English writer G.K. Chesterton. When Chesterton said he loved to read detective stories, he was not exaggerating. He read them by the hundreds. He usually had his pockets stuffed with them. He would pick one up from the bookstall at the railway station and start reading it while he waited for the next train. And usually he would miss the train. And then he'd wander off reading the book and forget to pay for it. Fortunately, the bookseller was quite used to this scenario and would simply send Mrs. Chesterton the bill. Chesterton said that the detective story differs from every other story in this, that the reader is happy only if he feels like a fool. In the mystery tale, we are suddenly confronted with a truth that we never suspected at all, but all at once realized to be true. The sharp transition from ignorance, he says, is good for humility. And we could add that the sharp transition from ignorance is also something quite similar to the religious experience known as revelation. Besides being a reader of detective stories, Chesterton was also a writer of detective stories. He created a number of interesting and amusing characters, detectives from the poet Gabriel Gale to the bureaucrat Mr. Pond. And there was one detective, however, who surpassed all of Chesterton's other literary creations, the little Norfolk priest, Father Brown. Now, if you enjoy detective stories, it's likely that you already know who Father Brown is. But if you've never heard of Father Brown, then we have the pleasure of introducing him to you. But first, a little explanation is in order. Even if you do not read detective stories, you have, of course, heard of Sherlock Holmes. It was that brilliant, eccentric, consulting detective who, with his sidekick, Dr. Watson, dominated the landscape of detective fiction at the beginning of the 20th century. Every fiction magazine had to have its own version of Sherlock Holmes. And that was a problem. How could any writer hope to equal, much less surpass, Sherlock Holmes? The very excellence and popularity of the Holmes stories had led detective fiction into a dead-end street. Writers competed with one another to invent a crime solver more logical than Holmes, or a detective more observant than Holmes, or an amateur sleuth more eccentric than Holmes. They battled one another at contriving ever more baffling crimes and still more convoluted puzzles. It was Chesterton who came to the rescue with a whole new character and a whole new approach. Chesterton admired the Sherlock Holmes stories greatly, but he wasn't happy with the fact that the rest of detective fiction consisted only of poor imitations of Sherlock Holmes. Chesterton was the first critic of detective fiction to insist on fair play for the reader. He objected to the unlikely endings that tricked the poor reader by revealing something at the end of the story about which the author had not given the slightest hint along the way. He loved being surprised to learn that the Countess had killed the professor, but he hated to be introduced to the Countess for the very first time at the tail end of the story. He also disliked the artificial emphasis on the details and minutiae of the crime and the investigation. Such a formulaic approach was boring, sterile, and dispiriting. He wanted more of the human elements of crime: motives, emotions, choices, innocence, and guilt.
I think the worst thing, even in the best shockers, is connected with a certain mechanical or materialistic interpretation of human interest. The curate, let us say, could not have jumped over an incredibly high wall to murder the grandmother, and so we think that the curate is cleared and out of it. Then we are relieved to find in the last chapter that he is the criminal after all, both he and the author having concealed up to this moment the fact that the curate held the international championship for the pole vault. This method pursues the highly legitimate aim of shifting the spotlight from the guilty to the innocent. And yet I think that it fails, and that there is a reason for its failure. The error is the materialistic error, the mistake of supposing that our interest in the plot is mechanical, when it is really moral. It is always an anticlimax. The only thrill, even of a common thriller, is concerned somehow with the conscience and the will. It involves finding out that men are worse or better than they seem, and that by their own choice. Therefore, there can never be quite so much excitement over the mere mechanical truth of how a man managed to do something difficult as over the mere fact that he wanted to do it.
Chesterton insisted that readers ultimately want enlightenment, not mystification, and that the heart of every complicated detective yarn must be the discovery of a simple truth, a discovery someone might yell from an upstairs window.
The Archdeacon is bloody Bill!
Chesterton knew he enjoyed being fooled, and he argued that all detective readers want to be fooled, but fooled fairly. He favored the cozy mystery, the domestic murder, with a millionaire usually performing the important service of being the murder victim, and the scope of the investigation narrowed to limited time, limited space, and a limited number of suspects, with all the clues revealed to the reader as well as to the detective. Now, it is a fine thing to have a theory of the detective story, and Chesterton's theories were indeed influential, but he did more than theorize, he showed the way. Chesterton made Father Brown's appearance as commonplace and conventional as possible. The priest was a short little man with a moon face and blinking owlish eyes. He wore a black cassock, a clerical shovel hat, and he carried a large, shabby black umbrella. He was a companionable man. He could be engaging and witty in conversation, and very, very importantly, he was an attentive and sympathetic listener. The Father Brown stories avoid the cliches and the stereotypes of all those imitation Sherlock Holmes cases. Father Brown never visits a den of thieves or raids the headquarters of a professional criminal gang. He finds his adventures in the comfort of a restaurant or in a middle-class home or in the courtyard of a Gothic church. And while every detective must use evidence to solve the mystery, Father Brown's talent is not his ability to identify the telltale cigar ash or interpret the peculiar footprints. His ability is to understand the human heart.
I can always grasp moral evidence more easily than other sorts. I go by a man's eyes and voice, and whether his family seems happy, and by what subject he chooses and avoids. If you want to know what a lady is really like, don't look at her. Look at some other woman who works for her and is always near her. You will see in that mirror her real face.
Father Brown's moral reasoning plays a part in every one of his stories. It is the key to solving the crime. But of course, it is also the reflection of Chesterton's own moral reasoning, and that is why these stories have such a surprising depth of meaning. But how exactly does moral reasoning solve crimes? Now, we can tell you about Father Brown and about his methods, but there's one thing we cannot do. We cannot give away the ending of any of the stories. Chesterton said that the man who tells the ending of a detective story is simply a wicked man, as wicked as the man who deliberately breaks a child's soap bubble, more wicked than Nero. He destroys one human pleasure so that it can never be recovered. Obviously, such a person belongs down in the lowest circle of hell, where Dante put the other traitors. Okay? But, in order to explain how moral reasoning can solve a crime, we're going to tell you the ending of one of the stories. We just won't tell you which one. And we won't tell you who the murderer is. We'll only tell you how Father Brown solved the crime. Better yet, we'll let Father Brown himself tell you.
You see, it was I who killed all those people. I murdered them all myself. So of course, I knew how it was done. I planned out each of the crimes very carefully. I thought out exactly how a thing like that could be done, and in what style or state of mind a man could really do it. And when I was quite sure that I felt exactly like the murderer myself, of course I knew who he was. No, I don't mean that as a figure of speech. I mean that I really did see myself committing the murders. I didn't actually kill the men, but that's not the point. I mean that I thought and thought about how a man might come to be like that until I realized that I really was like that in everything except actual final consent to the action. It was once suggested to me by a friend of mine as a sort of religious exercise. I believe he got it from Pope Leo XIII, who was always rather a hero of mine. I tried to clear my mind of such elements of sanity and constructive common sense as I have had the luck to learn or inherit. I shut down and darkened all the skylights through which comes the good daylight out of heaven, and that is just where this little religious exercise is so wholesome. No man's really any good till he knows how bad he is, or might be, till he's realized that he has no right to talking about criminals with all this snobbery and sneering as if they were apes in a forest.
The first 12 Father Brown stories began appearing in the United States in the Saturday Evening Post in 1910. When these were collected and published in book form as The Innocents of Father Brown, they created a sensation. Ellery Queen magazine called it the Miracle Book of 1911. Everyone immediately recognized that the Father Brown stories were breaking new ground. Chesterton's approach brought motive and character back into prominence in detective fiction and freed these stories from the copycat techniques of the rivals of Sherlock Holmes. He certainly captured the attention of the leading mystery writers of his day. They embraced his new style of the murder mystery. They began writing stories of domestic crimes with human motives, with a limited list of suspects, with obvious, though well-disguised, clues. And with an unlikely detective who solves his puzzles without relying on superhuman knowledge or intelligence. So, whenever you think of the great detectives of mystery fiction's golden age, Hercule Poirot, Lord Peter Wimsey, Miss Marple, Ellery Queen, Philo Vance, or Nero Wolfe, remember their parentage. Remember, they had a father. His name was Father Brown. And there's another famous detective who was clearly inspired by Father Brown. Like Father Brown, he was slightly comical and improbable, unassuming, unthreatening, never taken seriously by the guilty party, but always knowing much more than he let on. I'm speaking, of course, of TV's Columbo. But who was the inspiration for Father Brown? Chesterton wrote over 50 Father Brown stories, but you may be surprised to learn that he wrote almost half of them before he became a Catholic. It was a real Roman Catholic priest, however, who served as the model for Father Brown. It was this same priest, Father John O'Connor, who also played an instrumental role in Chesterton's conversion.
I cannot do better than tell the story of how the first notion of this detective comedy came into my mind. In those early days, it was my fate to wander over many parts of England, delivering what were politely called lectures. I had gone to give a lecture and stayed the night with a leading citizen who had assembled a group of local friends, including the priest from the Roman Catholic Church. A small man with a smooth face and a demure but elfish expression. I liked him very much. But if you had told me that 15 years afterwards I should be making to him my general confession and being received into the church that he served, I should not have been more surprised than at the suggestion that I should be a Mormon missionary in the Cannibal Islands. One morning, he and I took a walk, and I mentioned to the priest in conversation that I proposed to write about a certain proposal in connection with some rather sordid social questions of vice and crime. On this particular point, he thought I was in error, or rather in ignorance, as indeed I was. And, merely as a necessary duty, and to prevent me from falling into a mare's nest, he told me certain facts he knew about certain perverted practices, and I had not imagined that the world could hold such horrors. When we returned to the house, we found it full of visitors, and fell into special conversation with two young Cambridge undergraduates. They began to discuss music and landscape with my friend Father O'Connor. The talk soon deepened into a discussion of matters more philosophical and moral, and when the priest had left the room, there fell a curious reflective silence, at the end of which one of the undergraduates suddenly burst out,
All the same, I don't believe his sort of life is the right one. It's all very well to like religious music and so on when you're all shut up in a sort of cloister and don't know anything about the real evil in the world. But I believe in a fellow coming out into the world and facing the evil that's in it, and knowing something about the dangers and all that. It's all a very beautiful thing to be innocent and ignorant, but I think it's a much finer thing not to be afraid of knowledge.
to me, still almost shivering with the appalling facts which the priest had just told me. But this comment came with such a colossal and crushing irony that I nearly burst into a loud, harsh laugh in the drawing-room. For I knew perfectly well that the priest knew what solid Satanism was and warred with it all his life. And these two Cambridge gentlemen, luckily for them, knew about as much of real evil as two babies.
When Chesterton understood that the priest was far more knowledgeable of the real world than the smug intellectuals ever imagined, he had the makings of his fictional priest detective. It was typical of Chesterton's style to turn set expectations on their heads. And it is precisely such expectations that have helped readers of these stories feel so marvelously fooled. There's something marvelous about truth when it is accompanied by surprise. And there's something else surprising about these stories. People have been drawn to them not because Father Brown is a priest, but because he's a detective. However, what is really most interesting about Father Brown is not that he is a detective, but that he is a priest. Because he is a priest, Father Brown understands that every man can be a murderer, but also that every man can be a saint. He can expose a false priest because the impostor attacks reason, and the real priest knows that the church defends reason, that reason is from God, and when things are unreasonable, there is something the matter. He understands that reason is tied to justice, and that justice is tied to mercy. Father Brown is certainly concerned with solving the crime, but more importantly, with saving the soul of the criminal. Chesterton clearly understands the gravity of what it is a priest must do. The rest of the world does not. The rest of the world, as Father Brown says, will only pardon sins that they don't think are sinful. People often ask me, what is the best introduction to Chesterton? I have many answers to that question. One of the answers is to subscribe to Gilbert magazine. But certainly, one of the answers is the Father Brown stories. They're full of Chesterton's wit and wisdom, and they're good yarns. Besides that, they're detective stories. Detective stories are about finding the truth. And Chesterton understood that our search for truth is what defines us. All science, he says, even the divine science, is a sublime detective story. Only it is not set to detect why a man is dead, but the darker secret of why he is alive. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Join us again on the Apostle of Common Sense.
Is in decay when common sense has really become uncommon.
Chesterton said that humanity has passed through every sort of storm and shipwreck, But for the first time we are confused about which is the storm and which is the shipwreck, and which is the ship and what we are rescuing from what. We are confused because we have lost our common sense. Hello, I'm Dale Ahlquist, and welcome to the Apostle of Common Sense, a series of programs where we explore the words and wisdom of the great English writer G.K. Chesterton. This is the final program in our series. It is the place where we will try to make some conclusions. What sets Chesterton apart from most other modern thinkers is that he made conclusions. He spoke with confidence, but not with arrogance, about what he believed. He was willing to take a stand and say what the truth is. He was also willing to say what the modern mistakes and errors are. And one of the greatest errors of the modern world is that it will not admit its errors. There is a vague idea that every idea is good. As Chesterton says, the modern mind cannot make up its mind. The modern mind thinks that the greatest of virtues is to be open-minded. But Chesterton says that the human mind is designed to come to conclusions, and if it doesn't do that, it's not doing its job.
An open mind is really a mark of foolishness, like an open mouth. The object of opening the mind, as of opening the mouth, is to shut it again on something solid.
In this series we have called Chesterton an apostle of common sense. We could have also called him an evangelist, for he is certainly a bringer of good news, of uproariously good news. He shows us that laughter is divine. It is the shout of joy among the sons of men. But we also could have called Chesterton a prophet. Chesterton's words ring with a wisdom and insight that are not his own. Anyone who sits late at his banquets knows without doubt that something infinitely greater than him speaks through him, in the very same sense as that which we recite in the Creed, that God hath spoken through the prophets. But Chesterton was also a prophet in that he described human events before they unfolded. Again and again he revealed a foresight that can only be described as prophetic. If we were to compile these prophecies, it would be an amazing list. Chesterton died 3 years before the beginning of World War II. But he warned against Hitler before anyone else. He warned that there would be an outbreak of violence against the Jews. He accurately predicted that the war would come, that it would begin on the Polish border, and that it would be the most horrible war in history. Long before that, he saw that the airplane would totally change warfare, leading to war that would not just be conducted against soldiers, but against innocent civilians. He recognized that technology, which is always advertised as being for our betterment, can just as easily be used to improve ways of killing people. He said that as an industrial society, we would use electricity, water power, and oil and so on to reduce the work imposed on each of us to a minimum. But the machine would become our master, and technology would create as many problems as it solved.
The same modern industrial civilization which aims at rapidity also produces congestion. The modern world is a crowd of very rapid racing cars, all brought to a standstill and stuck in a block of traffic. Civilization has run on ahead of the soul of man and is producing faster than he can think and give thanks. We have thought of many ways of going to the North Pole. We may yet think of some way of going to the other side of the moon. And there can be nothing really arresting along that line of thought except the truly arresting question of whether we particularly want to go there. An Englishman can communicate with Manhattan by wireless, and he may yet communicate with Mars by wireless. And in both cases, nothing remains but the deeper and darker problem of thinking of something to say.
Chesterton predicted both the rise and the fall of communism in Russia. He predicted that in the meantime, the government there would be a rigid bureaucracy, that small nations would be swallowed by that empire, but would break loose again and survive the empire. And while the fears of the Western world would all focus on the godless communists in Russia, Chesterton warned that the next great heresy would be right here, and it would be an attack on morality, especially sexual morality. He said, "The madness of tomorrow is not in Moscow, but much more in Manhattan." He correctly predicted that there would be a fashionable fatalism founded on Freud. He said, "We would at once exalt lust and forbid fertility. We would eventually be no different from the commercial centers of antiquity like Carthage, where they threw their babies into the fire." He predicted that abortion would be considered a sign of progress. He said, "Our materialistic masters would put birth control into an immediate practical program before anyone was even aware that it happened, and that it would be applied to everybody and imposed by nobody." The old parental authority, he said, would be swept away. Its place would be taken not by liberty or even license, but by a far more sweeping and destructive authority, the authority of the state. The state would become the only absolute in morals, so there'd be no appeal from it to God or man, Christendom or conscience, to the individual or the family or the fellowship of all mankind. We would then try to use the government to remedy all the failures of the families, all the nurseries, all the schools, all the workshops, all the secondary institutions that once had some authority of their own. There would be rebellion, but the new rebels would not lay down rules, only exceptions. And Chesterton said that the one institution he was sure would expand is the institution we call prison. And Chesterton seemed to be writing for today when he said that the Christian was expected to praise every creed except his own. He said that extremism is the fashionable term of reproach, and any Christian who actually wanted to argue on behalf of his own faith was dismissed as an extremist.
The true religion of today does not concern itself with dogmas and doctrines. It concerns itself almost entirely with diet. Modern materialism is solemn about sports because it has no other rights to solemnize. Many modern people have a sort of reverence for the cinema, not only because a lot of money is got out of it, but merely because a lot of money is put into it. Men in a state of decadence employ professionals to fight for them, professionals to dance for them, and a professional to rule them.
The great Catholic apologist Frank Sheed, whose wife Macy Ward wrote a biography of Chesterton, was one of many who marveled at the uncanny precision of Chesterton's predictions. And he said of Chesterton, "When a man is right in his forecasts, there is some reason to think he may be right in his premises." And that's the important point. Chesterton was right in his premises. That is why he should be read and should be taught and should be studied. It's why the renowned scholar Etienne Gilson said Chesterton was one of the deepest thinkers who ever lived. He was deep because he was right. Chesterton was right. He was right about both religion and politics. There are some who may agree with his religious writings, but who would rather ignore his political ideas. And there are others who read Chesterton only for his political ideas and don't care at all for his religious writings. But with Chesterton, you really can't separate the two, for the same reason that truth and justice cannot be separated. And while the two go together, Chesterton said that we do tend to make one mistake. We tend to make politics too important.
We tend to forget how huge a part of a man's life is the same under a sultan or under a senate, under Nero or St. Louis. Daybreak is a never-ending glory. Getting out of bed is a never-ending nuisance. Food and friends will be welcomed. Work and strangers must be accepted and endured. Birds will go bedwards, and children won't, to the end of the last evening. And the worst peril is that in our modern revolt against intolerable accidents, we may have unsettled those things that alone make daily life tolerable. It will be an ironic tragedy if, when we have toiled to find rest, we find we are incurably restless. It will be sad if, when we worked for our holiday, we find we have unlearned everything but work. The typical modern man is the insane millionaire who has drudged to get money, and then finds he cannot even enjoy money, but only drudgery. There is a danger that the social reformer may develop some of this madness of the millionaire whom he denounces. He may find that he has learned how to build playgrounds, but forgotten how to play.
There is only the church and the world. There is nothing else. When it comes to the world, Chesterton reminds us that we have to hate it enough to want to change it, but love it enough to think it worth changing. Politics can get personal because of the intensity of that combination of love and hatred for the world. It is important to know that Chesterton defended patriotism as something perfectly natural. But once again, patriotism means hating your country enough to want to change it, even while you love it enough to think it worth changing.
The man who says, my country, right or wrong, is like the man who says, my mother, drunk or sober.
Chesterton did not like representatives who did not represent, and officials who put themselves above citizens rather than at their service, and government which meddled in people's lives. He believed in democracy and defended democracy against any other form of government. But democracy is more than just voting, just as being a Christian is much more than going to church. Democracy really means that the most important decisions must not be decided for people, but must be left up to people to decide for themselves. Chesterton believed that the common man would act with common sense for the common good, but that his dignity and his freedom must be protected. He said that just as Christianity looks for the honest man inside the thief, democracy looks for the wise man inside the fool. And it encourages the fool to be wise. It is the snobs who insist on being foolish, with bizarre theories and unthinkable behavior. They attack common sense. Chesterton said that all of life's great questions should be asked in words of one syllable and answered in words of one syllable. The snobs of the world avoid words of one syllable because they avoid common sense, plain words, clear thinking. They prefer long words, which are a substitute for thinking. And the one-syllable words that they most avoid are these: sin and faith. They don't want to face these simple, gigantic truths, that we have taken a good world and spoiled it, that we have to repent and return to the faith. Instead, they attack the faith, or they ignore the faith, or they try to carry on without the faith. In one of his typical paradoxes, Chesterton said that sometimes a thing can be too big to be seen. What the world can no longer see is that it was the Catholic Church that laid the foundation for Western civilization. The world has tried to push the Church aside, but in the meantime, the world is still living off its Catholic capital. Only the Church can cure the ills which now face this civilization. Those who have abandoned the Church have in effect cut themselves off from something much greater than they realize. They cannot cure the ills. As Chesterton said, a severed hand cannot cure the whole body. But not only does the world stubbornly refuse to get the Church's help, some people even make themselves enemies of the Church and try to prevent it from having any influence in society. They try to discredit the Church by making all kinds of sensational charges against it. Chesterton shows how contradictory this is.
When people impute special vices to the Christian Church, they seem to entirely forget that the world, which is the only other thing there is, has these vices much more. The church has been cruel, but the world has been much more cruel. The church has plotted, but the world has plotted much more. The church has been superstitious, but it has never been so superstitious as the world is when left to itself.
Chesterton said that the earnest free thinkers who are so worried about the persecutions of the past are quite blind to what would happen in the world if their own ideas prevail. In one of his most chilling prophecies, he said, "Before the liberal idea is dead or triumphant, we shall see wars and persecutions the like of which the world has never seen." Perhaps better than any other 20th century writer, Chesterton showed that the faith is the only thing that really makes sense. And though he wrote millions of words, he summed up his defense of the faith in only a few words.
The only argument against losing faith is that you also lose hope and generally charity.
Father Ian Boyd, the founder and editor of the Chesterton Review, made one of the most insightful observations about Chesterton when he said that Chesterton never writes so profoundly about religion as when he is writing about something else. Chesterton understood that Christianity is not confined only to what we do in church. It touches everything. It touches marriage and economics and literature and art and work and play and daydreams. Chesterton not only showed how reasonable the faith is, but that it is the only thing that makes us fully functional. It is the only thing that can make us happy, because it is connected to eternal happiness. And this happiness filled G.K. Chesterton, filled him to overflowing. Chesterton was a complete thinker because his Catholic faith informed all his thinking. That is why he is so consistent and so wondrously profound. In this series, we've explored only 12 of Chesterton's books, but he wrote dozens more. We haven't looked at any of his novels or plays, his history or travel books, or his incomparable literary criticism, particularly his glorious writing on Charles Dickens. We haven't looked at any of his wonderful poetry, which includes The Donkey, a little poem which every school child should memorize, and The Ballad of the White Horse, an epic poem which every college student should study. We've only scratched the surface of the thousands of essays he wrote, essays about everything and everything else. Chesterton is big. He may be too big to get a hold of. He may be too big to be seen, but he's too big to be ignored. We've tried to give him some of the attention he deserves, to bring his words alive. We've tried to introduce you to him, to give you the opportunity to get to know him. These first meetings have been far too brief. Hopefully you will make yourself better acquainted with his books, many of which are published by Ignatius Press, and by reading Gilbert magazine and the Chesterton Review. Once you read Chesterton, you will find that you want to read more of him. And what will please you and astonish you is that he wrote so much that you will probably never read it all. I'd also like to invite you, if you can, to support the American Chesterton Society and help revive a widespread interest in this writer, to get him taught in the schools again, and to get his ideas back into the public arena. But most of all, I would like to invite you simply to make friends with G.K. Chesterton, to laugh with him and have the pleasure of lifting a glass of wine with him and sitting long at the table with him and all the giants of the faith. For that is the fellowship we were made for. We follow the feet where all souls meet, at the inn at the end of the world. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Thanks for joining us on the Apostle of Common Sense.
habit of speaking of orthodoxy as something heavy, humdrum, and safe. There was never anything so perilous or so exciting as orthodoxy.
If you only read one book by Chesterton, well then shame on you. But if you only read one book by Chesterton, it has to be Orthodoxy. Hello, I'm Dale Ahlquist, and welcome to the Apostle of Common Sense, a series of programs where we explore the words and wisdom of the great English writer G.K. Chesterton. It is possible that no one has ever defended the Christian faith with such wit and verve and vitality, with such surprising arguments and dazzling illustrations as G.K. Chesterton does in Orthodoxy. This is the trunk of the tree from which all the other branches of Chesterton grow. It's a masterpiece of rhetoric. It's never been out of print since it was first published in 1908. And it's one of the best books written in the 20th century. Chesterton begins the book by describing a book he didn't write, a romance about a man who sets sail from England in order to discover a new land. He accidentally gets turned around and returns to England, thinking it is the new place that he had sought to discover. He finds himself looking at familiar things as if seeing them for the first time. Chesterton had intended to write that story as a way of illustrating what has to be one of life's greatest riddles and challenges. How can we contrive to be at once astonished at the world and yet at home in it? But more importantly, Chesterton's unwritten story of romantic discovery is a metaphor for his own spiritual odyssey. He had set out to find a new and perfect religion. He knew all the things it should include: wonder and mystery, beauty and artistry, freedom and obedience, gratitude and humility, dramatic sacrifice, and gigantic joy. Just when he thought he had come up with this new religion, he was surprised to find out that it already existed. It was Christianity.
I did try to found a heresy of my own, and when I had put the last touches to it, I discovered that it was orthodoxy. I have kept my truths, but I have discovered not that they were not truths, but simply that they were not mine. When I fancied that I stood alone, I was rarely in the ridiculous position of being backed up by all of Christendom.
When we read Orthodoxy, we have to be prepared to go on Chesterton's journey with him. It's full of surprising turns and its destination is wonderful. But the first steps are the most important ones. It means the difference between getting home and getting lost. The first step is to accept the reality of sin, which shouldn't be that hard to accept.
Certain new theologians dispute original sin, which is really the only part of Christian theology which can be proved. They deny human sin, which they can see in the street. The strongest saints and the strongest skeptics alike took positive evil as the starting point of their argument. If it be true, as it certainly is, that a man can feel exquisite happiness in skinning a cat, then the religious philosopher can only draw one of two deductions. He must either deny the existence of God, as all atheists do, or he must deny the present union between God and man, as all Christians do. The new theologians seem to think it a highly rationalistic solution to deny the cat.
The next step is to accept the limits of reason. Chesterton, in all his writings, never attacks reason, but always defends it, and is always reasonable in his arguments. However, the point here is that reason can take us only so far, and those who rely solely on reason are setting a trap for themselves. Reason must be supplemented by our creative imagination and by faith.
The madman is not the man who has lost his reason. The madman is the man who has lost everything except his reason. Poets do not go mad, but chess players do. Mathematicians go mad, and cashiers. But creative artists, very seldom. Poetry is sane because it floats easily in an infinite sea. Reason seeks to cross the infinite sea, and so make it finite. The poet asks only to get his head into the heavens. It is the logician who seeks to get the heavens into his head, and it is his head that splits.
Chesterton says that reason is itself an act of faith. It is an act of faith to assert that our thoughts have any relation to reality at all.
The real trouble with this world of ours is not that it is an unreasonable world, nor even that it is a reasonable one. The commonest kind of trouble is that it is nearly reasonable, but not quite. Life is not an illogicality, yet it is a trap for logicians. It looks just a little more mathematical and regular than it is. Its exactitude is obvious, but its inexactitude is hidden.
So, if reliance on reason alone is a recipe for insanity, what is the solution to the riddle? The answer lies in the concept of paradox, which is not only the key to orthodoxy, it's one of the most important themes throughout all of Chesterton's writings. There is a contradiction at the heart of all things. It is a contradiction that philosophers and logicians cannot explain away. It is a mystery. It is a knot that cannot be untied. But while the modern intellectual may choke on the paradox, it is the daily bread of the common man. Because the common man has something that the modern intellectual is sadly lacking: common sense.
The ordinary man has always been sane, because the ordinary man has always been a mystic. He has permitted the twilight. He's always had one foot on earth and the other in fairyland. He has always left himself free to doubt his gods, but unlike the agnostic of today, free also to believe in them. He has always cared more for truth than for consistency. If he saw two truths that seemed to contradict each other, he would take the two truths and the contradiction along with them. He sees two different pictures at once, and yet sees all the better for that. Thus, he has always believed that there was such a thing as fate, but such a thing as free will also. Thus he believed that children were indeed the kingdom of heaven, but nevertheless ought to be obedient to the kingdom of earth. It is exactly this balance of apparent contradictions that has been the whole buoyancy of the healthy man. The whole secret of mysticism is this: that man can understand everything by the help of what he does not understand. The morbid logician seeks to make everything lucid, and succeeds in making everything mysterious. The joyous mystic allows one thing to be mysterious, and then everything else becomes lucid. The determinist makes the theory of causation quite clear, and then finds that he cannot say, "If you please," to the housemaid. On the other hand, the Christian permits free will to remain a sacred mystery, and then knows perfectly well why he should be polite to the housemaid. The cross is the symbol of mystery and of health, while the circle is the symbol of reason and madness The circle is perfect and infinite in its nature, but it is forever fixed in its size. It can never be larger or smaller. But the cross, though at its heart is a collision and a contradiction, can extend its four arms forever without altering its shape, because it has a paradox in its center. It can grow without changing. The circle, however, returns upon itself and is bound. The cross opens its arms to the four winds. It is a signpost for free travelers.
Chesterton's rejection of determinism or fatalism, whether it be scientific or Calvinistic, is very important. Free will is one of the most sacred truths about Catholic theology, because it affirms our dignity as human beings and makes both our confession and our praise worthwhile. If there's no free will, well, then there's no reason to discuss it. A man who does not believe in free will cannot even say, "Please pass the mustard." Freedom is glorious, but freedom is enjoyed only within the rules. We are defined by our limits, like the frame around a picture. You can free a tiger from his bars, but you cannot free him from his stripes. Freedom gives us the privilege to be able to govern ourselves, which is the essence, of course, of democracy. And Chesterton is a great believer in democracy. He says, there may be some things that we do not want a man to do unless he does them well. Discovering the North Pole, playing the church organ, writing poetry. But the exercise of democracy is not one of those things. Democracy means writing your own love letters and blowing your own nose. Democracy means that the most terribly important things must be left to ordinary men themselves. The mating of the sexes, the rearing of the young, and the making of laws. Now, Chesterton extends this defense of democracy in a surprising direction, into the past. He connects democracy with tradition.
Tradition means giving votes to most obscure of all classes, our ancestors. It is the democracy of the dead.
And one of the voices or votes of tradition is the fairy tale, the stories told and retold across generations, not because they never happened, but because they always happen. They are the stories of normal people in abnormal situations, tests of love and valor, maidens that need to be rescued, and dragons that need to be slain. Chesterton calls these the ethics of Elfland. And there are 5 particular lessons he learned in Elfland which led to his discovery of the Christian faith. First, the world does not explain itself. We need someone or something else to explain it to us. Secondly, the magic and wonder in the world must mean something. And if it means something, there must be someone to mean it. Thirdly, the created world is beautiful in its design. Fourthly, this creation comes to us as a gift, something we don't deserve. And so we have a debt of gratitude. And gratitude is best expressed by humility and restraint. We should thank God for beer and burgundy by not drinking too much of them. And fifthly, there's a sense that we have been saved from a primordial ruin, as Robinson Crusoe was saved from a shipwreck. Now, when Chesterton went on to examine the Christian faith, he found that it confirmed the truths that he had already discovered. He also discovered that Christianity was rational, even if it wasn't simple. It was complicated, but that too was one of its glories. It was sometimes odd, but as he says, whenever we feel there's something odd in Christian theology, we generally find that there's something odd in the truth. The truth of Christianity extended across history and places and people. He found it, indeed, to be universal.
An imbecile habit has arisen in modern controversy of saying that such and such a creed can be held in one age, but cannot be held in another. Some dogma, we are told, was credible in the 12th century, but is not credible in the 20th. You might as well say that a certain philosophy can be believed on Mondays, but cannot be believed on Tuesdays. What a man can believe depends upon his philosophy, not upon the clock or upon the century. If a man believes in unalterable natural law, he cannot believe in any miracle in any age. If a man believes in a will behind the law, however, he can believe in any miracle in any age. Anything can be believed in any age. But oddly enough, there really is a sense in which a creed, if it is believed at all, can be believed more fixedly in a complex society than in a simple one. If a creed is right at all, it is a compliment to say that it is elaborately right. A stick might fit a hole, or a stone a hollow, by accident. But a key and a lock are both complex. And if a key fits a lock, you know that it is the right key. But this involved accuracy of the thing makes it very difficult to do what I now have to do, to describe this accumulation of truth. It is very hard for a man to defend anything of which he is entirely convinced. It is comparatively easy when he is only partially convinced. He is partially convinced because he has found this or that proof of the thing, and he can expound on it. But a man is really not convinced of a philosophic theory when he finds that something proves it. He is only really convinced when he finds that everything proves it.
So, in the end, Chesterton accepted the Christian religion in all its fullness and complexity and completeness, rather than settling for the scattered and simplistic and secular truths outside the religion. He discovered that not only is the faith the mother of all worldly energies, but its foes are the fathers of all worldly confusion. He says, the secularists have not wrecked divine things, but the secularists have wrecked secular things, if that is any comfort to them. He discovered that the paradox is the key to truth, and that the ultimate paradox is the key to ultimate truth. And the ultimate paradox is Jesus Christ, fully God and fully man. Not half God and half man like a centaur, not a creature neither God nor man like an elf, but both things at once in all their fullness. And he discovered another paradox, that the key to happiness is humility.
Angels fly because they take themselves lightly.
Chesterton saw almost a century ago that liberalizing theologians don't liberate. Changing the theology, changing the rules, does not bring freedom. Only truth brings freedom, and truth does not change. Chesterton makes the extraordinary observation: Catholic doctrine and discipline may be walls, but they are the walls of a playground. If we take away the walls of doctrine and discipline, we not only take away the means of keeping the faith safe and secure, but the means of keeping the faith fun, of protecting the joy that is inside. And there is great joy inside.
The unpopular parts of Christianity turn out, when examined, to be the very props of the people. The outer ring of Christianity is a rigid guard of ethical abnegations and professional priests. But inside that inhuman guard, you will find the old human life, dancing like children and drinking wine like men. For Christianity is the only frame for pagan freedom. But in the modern philosophy, the case is the opposite. It is the outer ring that is obviously artistic and emancipated. Its despair is within. Joy, which was the small publicity of the pagan, is the gigantic secret of the Christian. The tremendous figure which fills the Gospels towers in this respect, as in every other, above all the thinkers who ever thought themselves tall. His pathos was natural, almost casual. Stoics, ancient and modern, were proud of concealing their tears. He never concealed his tears. He showed them plainly on his open face at any daily sight, such as the far sight of his native city. Yet he did conceal something. Solemn supermen and imperial diplomatists are proud of restraining their anger. He never restrained his anger. He flung furniture down the front steps of the temple and asked men how they expected to escape the damnation of hell. Yet he did restrain something. I say it with reverence. There was in that shattering personality a thread that must be called shyness. There was something that he hid from all men when he went up the mountain to pray. There was something that he covered constantly, whether by abrupt silence or impetuous isolation. There was some one thing that was too great for God to show us when he walked upon our earth, and I sometimes have fancied that it was his mirth.
Chesterton's journey to orthodoxy was a remarkable one. It was the thrill of discovering the truth, and then the surprise of discovering that he was not the first to discover it. His fascinating account of the journey is one of the most original and brightest defenses of the Christian faith ever written. But what is perhaps even more remarkable is that it is also such a powerful defense of the Catholic faith. And why is that so remarkable? Because orthodoxy was written 14 years before Chesterton became a Catholic. I'm Dale Ahlquist, and join us again for the Apostle of Common Sense.
The human brain is a machine for coming to conclusions. If it cannot come to conclusions, it is rusty. When we hear of a man too clever to believe, it is like hearing of a nail that is too good to hold down a carpet, or a bolt that is too strong to keep a door shut. Man can be defined as an animal that makes dogmas, as he piles doctrine on doctrine and conclusion on conclusion in the formation of some philosophy or religion. It makes him more and more human. When, on the other hand, he drops one doctrine after another in a refined skepticism, when he declines to tie himself to a system, when he holds no creed but claims to be contemplating all, then he is by that very process sinking slowly backwards into the vagueness of the vagrant animals and the unconsciousness of the grass. And trees have no dogmas, and turnips are singularly broad-minded.
If you're a turnip, you may not be interested in reading G.K. Chesterton. But if you have a brain and like the idea of using it to come to conclusions, Chesterton is just right for you. Hello, I'm Dale Ahlquist, and welcome to the Apostle of Common Sense, a series of programs where we explore the words and wisdom of the great English writer G.K. Chesterton. Heretics is one of Chesterton's most important books. It's also, for some reason, one of his most neglected books. Perhaps the reason has to do with the title. The word heretic conjures up frightful images of controversial characters being barbecued for their beliefs. It smacks of intolerance. The very word dogmatic is perceived as being intolerant. But as Chesterton says, man is the animal who makes dogmas. You could say that man is a religious animal. There's something ironic about the ideal of tolerance or so-called religious freedom. It has done more to suppress religion than has any persecution. It has left us not only afraid to debate about our beliefs, it has made us afraid even to discuss them. As Chesterton says, we now talk about the weather and call it the complete liberty of all creeds. This strange silence about religion leaves the impression that religion is not important.
There is one thing that is infinitely more absurd and unpractical than burning a man for his philosophy. This is the habit of saying that his philosophy does not matter. And this is done universally in the 20th century. A man's opinion on Botticelli matters. His opinion on all things does not matter.
Chesterton says that we can't get away from the fact that we have a general view of existence, whether we like it or not. And it affects and involves everything we say or do, whether we like it or not. And our general view of things is based on our ultimate view of things. Religion is never irrelevant. It not only deals with ultimate things, but everything else. It is important to note that Chesterton's book is not an attack, but a defense of the ancient truths that are under attack by modern heretics. Chesterton claims to have gained a deeper appreciation of the Christian faith through the simple exercise of defending it.
We who are Christians never knew the great philosophic common sense which inheres in that mystery until the anti-Christian writers pointed it out to us.
Common sense. The Christian faith is common sense. Heresy, it turns out, is usually a distinct lack of common sense. A heresy is at best a half-truth, but usually even less than that. A heresy is a fragment of the truth that is exaggerated at the expense of the rest of the truth. For instance, freedom is good, but that doesn't mean obedience is bad. Sobriety is good, but that doesn't mean wine is bad. Sacrifice is good, but that doesn't mean pleasure is bad. Reason is good, but that doesn't mean faith is bad. In the Catholic faith, we recognize that a heresy is not so much a false doctrine as an incomplete doctrine. It has rejected part of the truth and is representing what's left over as the whole truth. But what the heretic usually ends up doing is attacking the greater truth. The reason why Chesterton is an apostle of common sense is because he is a complete thinker. The reason he could recognize heresy is because he could expose incomplete thinking. Surprisingly, Chesterton wrote Heretics before he became a Catholic. Although he defends the Christian faith generally, he's already defending Catholic doctrine specifically. The completeness of his thought is already apparent. For instance, he gives a very Catholic response to the heresy that strong societies can only be established by strong men.
When Christ, at a symbolic moment, was establishing his great society, he chose for its cornerstone neither the brilliant Paul nor the mystic John, but a shuffler, a snob, a coward, in a word, a man, Peter. And upon this rock he has built his church, and the gates of hell have not prevailed against it. All the empires and the kingdoms have failed because of this inherent and continual weakness, that they were founded by strong men and upon strong men. But this one thing, the historic Christian church, was founded on a weak man, and for that reason it is indestructible. For no chain is stronger than its weakest link.
The so-called heretics that Chesterton writes about in this book were his philosophical and political opponents, people like George Bernard Shaw and H.G. Wells. Chesterton treats them with fairness and geniality. He points out what is good in their argument before pointing out what is fatally wrong with their argument. His geniality is as great as his genius. But we should not underestimate his courage and his confidence. He is, after all, going up against the leading thinkers of the day and telling them that they're wrong and why they are wrong. The list of personalities includes Shaw and Wells and other well-known names, along with some names that are probably no longer familiar. But all the heresies are familiar, especially to the modern world, which praises science and hygiene and success and progress. These are all very well and good, but they have been elevated at the expense of larger truths, such as faith, tradition, humility, and lasting ideals. These larger truths lie at the heart of Christianity. Chesterton says that Christianity better understands man's needs than any modern philosophy or economic system or political scheme or social policy. Christianity may be an ideal, but the Christian mystic, says Chesterton, is the most practical man of all. He does the right thing for the right reason. The heretic may occasionally do the right thing for the wrong reason, but doing things for the right reason, says Chesterton, is always jollier.
A young man may keep himself from vice by continually thinking of disease, or he may keep himself from it by continually thinking of the Virgin Mary. There may be question about which method is the more reasonable, or even about which is the more efficient. But surely there can be no question about which is the more wholesome.
Chesterton is usually able to use the heretic's own arguments against them. As he says, it was the anti-Christian writers who pointed out all the common sense in Christianity. In the same way, it is often the agnostics and the scoffers who provide some of the best evidence for the very existence of God. For example, says Chesterton, blasphemy is based on belief. The blasphemer cannot achieve any artistic effect unless he is at heart a believer. If anyone doubts this, says Chesterton, let him sit down and seriously try to think some blasphemous thoughts about Thor. Likewise, he shows that the skepticism of the skeptic is his own undoing. The agnostic, who cannot make up his mind about anything, will still maintain that he can see the good in everything because of his open-mindedness. But Chesterton says it is ludicrous to suppose that the more skeptical we are, the more we see good in everything. Rather, the more we are certain what good is, the more we shall see good in everything. We have to have some conviction of the truth in order to see the good. But it can't be an idiosyncratic truth. It has to be a shared truth. In other words, it has to be common sense. It's no great praise to say of some eccentric intellectual, he knows his own mind. Chesterton says that's like saying he blows his own nose. Let's take a look at how Chesterton deals with a few of the modern heresies. First up, progress. How can anybody be against progress? Well, the problem with progress, Chesterton points out, is that it doesn't mean anything. You cannot have progress unless you have established what your goal is. Progress itself cannot be a goal. Progress cannot be an ideal. Chesterton says the word is simply a comparative of which we have not settled the superlative.
Nobody has any business using the word progress unless he has a definite creed and a cast-iron code of morals. Nobody can be progressive without first being doctrinal. For progress, by its very name, indicates a direction. And the moment we are in the least doubtful about the direction, we become in the same degree doubtful about the progress. Never, perhaps, since the beginning of the world, has there been an age that had less right to use the word progress than ours. In the Catholic 12th century, in the philosophic 18th century, the direction may have been a good one or a bad one. Men may have differed more or less about how far they went and in what direction. But about the direction, they did in the main agree, and consequently, they had the genuine sensation of progress. But it is precisely about the direction that we disagree. Whether the future excellence lies in more law or less law, in more liberty or less liberty, whether property will be finally concentrated or finally cut up, whether sexual passion will reach its sanest in an almost virgin intellectualism or in a full animal freedom, whether we should love everybody with Tolstoy or spare nobody with Nietzsche. These are the things about which we are actually fighting most.
Next, science. What's wrong with science? Nothing. Science is good, as far as it can go. But there are some places that science cannot go. It cannot go into the soul. It cannot explain human nature. If someone does try to use science to explain human nature, that is a misuse of science. It is vain to try to explain the soul in materialistic terms. It is also dangerous. To deny the reality of the spiritual world has far-reaching ramifications in the material world. As Chesterton says, take away the supernatural, and what remains is the unnatural. Chesterton criticizes the very idea that if we scientifically study primitive cultures, we can then understand our own culture. That if we examine tribal beliefs, we can then scientifically uncover the basis for our religion.
If a man desires to find out the origins of religions, let him not go to the Sandwich Islands. Let him go to church. We do not understand the savage for the same reason that the savage does not understand himself. And the savage does not understand himself for the same reason that we do not understand ourselves either. The moment any matter has passed through the human mind, it has become a thing incurably mysterious and infinite. Even what we call material desires are really spiritual, because they are human. Oh, yes, science can analyze a pork chop. And science can say how much of it is phosphorus and how much of it is protein. But science cannot analyze any man's wish for a pork chop and say how much of it is hunger, how much of custom, how much nervous fancy, how much a haunting love of the beautiful. A man's desire for pork chop remains literally as mystical and ethereal as his desire for heaven. All attempts, therefore, at a science of any human thing, at a science of history, a science of folklore, a science of sociology, are by their nature not merely hopeless, but crazy.
Next up, paganism. Modern heretics think themselves quite clever in saying that paganism is superior to Christianity, and they even imagine themselves able to be pagans. But Chesterton shows that not only was paganism something different from what moderns think it was something much less than the Christianity which replaced it. Modern intellectuals, by pretending to be pagans, only show how narrow they are.
The real difference between paganism and Christianity is perfectly summed up in the difference between what we call the pagan or natural virtues, such as justice and temperance, and those three virtues of Christianity which the Church of Rome calls virtues of grace: faith, hope, and charity. First of all, the pagan virtues, such as justice and temperance, are the sad virtues, while the mystical virtues of faith, hope, and charity are the happy, even exuberant virtues. Secondly, the pagan virtues are the reasonable virtues, while the Christian virtues of faith, hope, and charity are unreasonable. Justice consists in finding out a certain thing due to a certain man and giving it to him. Temperance consists in finding out the proper limit of a particular indulgence and adhering to that. But charity means pardoning what is unpardonable, or it is no virtue at all. Hope means helping when things are hopeless, or it is no virtue at all. And faith means believing the incredible, or it is no virtue at all.
As we said earlier, Heretics is a book that defends good things much more than it attacks bad things. And there's one chapter in the book that is truly marvelous. In fact, one observer has said it is the quintessential Chesterton essay. That if we could only keep one piece of his writing and everything else that Chesterton ever wrote were to be burned or buried, this is the chapter we should keep. In this chapter, Chesterton defends the institution which is most under attack today, the family. Chesterton calls the family the ultimate human institution. If we can get along in a family, we can get along in other lesser human institutions like neighborhoods or cities or countries.
It is a good thing for a man to live in a family for the same reason that it is a good thing for a man to be besieged in a city. It is a good thing for a man to live in a family in the same sense that it is a beautiful and delightful thing for a man to be snowed in. Both situations force him to realize that life is not a thing from outside, but a thing from inside. Life, if it is to be truly stimulating and fascinating, is a thing which, of its nature, exists in spite of ourselves. The modern writers who have suggested that the family is a bad institution have generally confined themselves to suggesting with much sharpness, bitterness, or pathos that perhaps the family is not always very congenial. Of course, the family is a good institution because it is uncongenial. It is wholesome precisely because it contains so many divergencies and varieties. It is, as the sentimentalists say, like a little kingdom, and like most other little kingdoms, it is generally in a state of something resembling anarchy. The men and women who, for good reasons and bad, revolt against the family are, for good reasons and bad, simply revolting against mankind. Aunt Elizabeth is unreasonable, like mankind. Papa is excitable, like mankind. Our youngest brother is mischievous, like mankind. Grandpa is stupid, like the world. He is old, like the world. Those who wish, rightly or wrongly, to step out of all this, do definitely wish to step into a narrower world. They are dismayed and terrified by the largeness and variety of the family. I do not say for a moment that the flight to this narrower life may not be the right thing for the individual, any more than I say the same thing about flight into a monastery. But I do say that anything is bad and artificial which tends to make people succumb to the strange delusion that they are stepping into a world which is actually larger and more varied than their own. The best way that a man could test his readiness to encounter the common variety of mankind would be to climb down a chimney into any house at random and get on as well as possible with the people inside. And that I should think is essentially what each one of us did on the day that we were born.
Chesterton says the supreme adventure is being born. When we step into the world, it is like stepping into a splendid and startling trap. It is something we do not expect. When we step into a family, we step into a fairy tale. It is romantic, fantastic, colorful, and sometimes hardly believable. And like a fairy tale, it is a story. And if there is a story, there is a storyteller. Each day is a new chapter. And, says Chesterton, in the fiery alphabet of every sunset is written, to be continued in our next. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Join us again on the Apostle of Common Sense.
There was a time when you and I and all of us were very close to God, so that even now the color of a pebble, the smell of a flower, comes to our hearts with a kind of authority and certainty, as if they were fragments of a muddled message or features of a forgotten face. To pour that fiery simplicity upon the whole of life is the only real aim of education. And who should do the pouring but the mother? After all, she is closest to the child. She understands. She understands the uproarious amateurishness of the universe, such as each of us felt when we were young. She understands how to juggle frantic and flaming suns. She understands the prime truth of woman, the universal mother, that if a thing is worth doing, it is worth doing badly.
A thing worth doing is worth doing badly? Hello, I'm Dale Ahlquist, and welcome to the Apostle of Common Sense, a series of programs where we explore the words and wisdom of the great English writer G.K. Chesterton. G.K. Chesterton will always surprise you. His book, What's Wrong with the World, was supposedly written in 1910. However, if you were to read it today, you may be tempted to think it was written today. The book is probably more timely now than when he wrote it. Our society is experiencing exactly the crisis that Chesterton warned us about almost a century ago. There's a greater disparity than ever between the rich and the poor. Our families are falling apart. Our schools are in utter crisis. Our basic freedoms are under assault. It affects every one of us. As Chesterton says, not only are we all in the same boat, but we're all seasick. But he says that while we agree about the evil, we no longer agree about the good. What is wrong with the world? That can easily and clearly be stated, he says. What is wrong is that we do not ask what is right. Some people say that idealism is impractical. But Chesterton says idealism is only considering everything in its practical essence. In other words, idealism is common sense. It is what the common man knows is right, in spite of all the voices telling him it is impractical or unrealistic or outdated. And when Chesterton says idealism, he means the Christian ideal.
The Christian ideal has not been tried and found wanting. It has been found difficult and left untried.
The Christian ideal would create the best kind of society and would correct the ills suffered by today's society. Chesterton says it must be a society based on the ideal house, the happy family, the holy family of history. It means making laws that respect the family as the most important unit of society, and laws which are moral and respect religious principles. It means the widespread distribution of property and capital to provide for greater justice and liberty. It means not being afraid to teach the truth to our children. But we've left the truth behind us. Instead of turning around and going back and fixing things, we rush madly forwards towards we know not what and call ourselves progressive. It's time to defend the family and the church and the republic. Chesterton says these things are now assailed by those who have never known them or by those who have failed to fulfill them.
Men invent new ideals because they are afraid to attempt old ideals. They look forward with enthusiasm because they are afraid to look back toward wisdom. There is one metaphor of which the moderns are very fond. They're always saying, you can't put the clock back. Now the obvious and simple answer is that you can. The clock, being a piece of human construction, can be restored by the human finger to any figure or hour. In the same way, society, being a piece of human construction, can be reconstructed upon any plan that has ever existed. There is another proverb. As you have made your bed, so you must lie on it. Which again, simply, is a lie. If I have made my bed uncomfortable, well, please God, I will make it again.
Although this book is a work of non-fiction, Chesterton introduces us to two characters, Hudge and Gudge. Well, three characters. He also introduces us to Jones. Hudge and Gudge are the enemies of Jones. Hudge is the energetic progressive, a socialist. Gudge is the obstinate conservative, an industrialist capitalist. In other words, Hudge is big government and Gudge is big business. And Jones? Jones is the common man. This man Jones, says Chesterton, has always desired ordinary things. He's married for love. He has chosen or built a house that fits like a coat. He's ready to be a great-grandfather and a local hero. But something has gone wrong. Hudge and Gudge have conspired against Jones to take away his property, his independence, and his dignity. Chesterton says that the home is the only place of liberty. Property is merely the art of democracy. It means that every man should have something that he can shape in his own image. To give nearly everybody ordinary houses would please nearly everybody. But in a society where most people cannot afford their own home, when they cannot properly support themselves, but have to be someone else's wage slave, easily sacked, easily replaced and displaced, having to rely on the government to supplement their needs, in other words, when they are totally at the mercy of Hudge and Gudge, it means enormous pressure is put on the family. And it means the society will crumble from the bottom up. The society is especially in danger when the common man, left reeling by the loss of religion, of home, of family, is not even sure what he wants anymore.
Man has always lost his way. He has been a tramp ever since Eden. But at least he always knew, or thought he knew, what he was looking for. Every man has a house waiting for him somewhere in the elaborate cosmos. But modern man has been so long subjected to such a bleak and blinding hail of skepticism that for the first time in history he has begun to doubt the object of his wanderings on earth. There have always been moments when man has lost his way, but never before has he lost his address.
Chesterton says that neither industrialism nor collectivism are ideals, but they have been accepted as necessities. We don't have to give in to Hudge and Gudge. To do so, he says, is the huge modern heresy of altering the human soul to fit its conditions, instead of altering human conditions to fit the human soul. It may surprise us to realize that specialization is the enemy of democracy. It's also the enemy of religion, as one by one, each of the functions of religion are taken over by narrow secular interests.
Religion, the immortal maiden, has been a maid of all work, as well as a servant of mankind. She provided men at once with the theoretical laws of the cosmos, and also with the practical rules of this thrilling game called morality. She taught logic to the student, and told fairy tales to the children. It was also her business to confront our nameless fears, and to see to it that there was a day for wearing ribbons, or an hour for ringing bells. But the large uses of religion have been broken up into lesser specialties. The romance of ritual and colored emblem has been taken over by that narrowest of all trades, modern art, the sort called art for art's sake, whereby men are informed that they may use all symbols, so long as they mean nothing by them. The romance of conscience has been dried up into the science of ethics, which may well be called decency, for decency's sake. The romance of the soul, cut off from ethics and cosmology, has become mere psychology. Everything has been sundered from everything else, and as a result, everything has grown cold. Soon we shall hear of specialists dividing the tune from the words of a song, on the ground that they spoil each other. I even once met a man who openly advocated separating almonds and raisins. This world is one wild divorce court.
Traditionally, there has been one key person in society who has prevented the total degeneration into specialization, into this separation of everything from everything else. That person is the woman. Chesterton's view of women may be difficult for some people to understand, because some people cannot understand simple, basic ideas. He does not think men and women are equal. He thinks women are superior to men. He thinks that for women to seek equality would be a step downward for them. Also, he says that men and women are not equal, which means, this may be shocking, that they are not the same. Chesterton says women are more dignified than men, more practical than men, and women are broad, whereas men are narrow.
Women were not kept at home in order to keep them narrow. Quite on the contrary, they were kept at home in order to keep them broad. The world outside the home was one mass of narrowness, a maze of cramped paths, a madhouse of monomaniacs. The female became the emblem of the universal, because she is surrounded by very young children who require to be taught not so much anything as everything. Babies need not to be taught a trade, but to be introduced to a world. To put the matter shortly, woman is generally shut up in a house with a human being at the time when he asks all the questions that there are, and some that there aren't. It would therefore be odd if she retained any of the narrowness of the specialist. Now, if anyone says that this duty of general enlightenment is in itself too exacting and oppressive, I can understand that view. I can only answer that our race has thought it worthwhile to cast this burden on women in order to keep common sense in the world. But when people begin to talk about this domestic duty as not merely difficult, but somehow trivial and dreary, why, I simply give up the question, for I cannot, with the utmost energy of imagination, conceive what they mean. When domesticity, for instance, is called drudgery, all the difficulty arises from a double meaning in the word. If drudgery only means dreadfully hard work, well, then I admit that the woman drudges in the home, whereas a man might drudge building a cathedral or fighting a war. But if it means that the hard work is heavier because it is trifling, colorless, and of small import to the soul, well then, as I say, I give it up. I do not know what the words mean. How, I ask you, how can it be a large career to tell other people's children about the rule of 3, and a small career to tell one's own children about the universe? How can it be broad to be the same thing to everyone, and yet narrow to be everything to someone. No, a woman's function is laborious, but it is laborious because it is gigantic, not because it is minute. I will pity poor Mrs. Jones for the hugeness of her task, but I will never pity her for its smallness.
It is common sense, though for some reason we need Chesterton to point it out to us, that if you take the mother out of the family, you destroy the family. And remember Hudge and Gudge? They're in together on this conspiracy against the family. Hudge claims to be freeing the woman from the home. Gudge is happy to have her out of the home because he depends on her as a source of cheap labor.
Most of the feminists would probably agree with me that womanhood is under shameful tyranny in the shops and mills. But I want to destroy the tyranny, while they want to destroy the womanhood. That is the only difference.
Feminists have never realized what unwitting players they have been in the scheme of Hudge and Gudge. Chesterton once said, 10,000 women marched through the streets saying, "We will not be dictated to," and then went off and became stenographers. Chesterton, quite frankly, does not want women to become involved in government. But not because he doesn't want women to have more power, but because he doesn't want government to have more power. Women already have the supreme power in society because they are the natural rulers of the household. Men run off and make governments which are never quite as important as men claim they are. Most women figured this out. The feminists did not. They bought into men's claims about the importance of politics, and with Hudge's help, government has grown to ridiculous proportions and has threatened the authority and primacy of the family as it insinuates itself into every aspect of our lives. The next thing that is wrong with the world is education. Chesterton explains exactly why our schools have failed. Education, he says, is only truth in a state of transmission. If we do not agree on the truth, how can we teach it to our children? Remember, this was in 1910. Yet already Chesterton recognizes the subtle tendency towards new educational theories, such as the idea that education is not instruction at all, that the teacher is simply there to draw out of the child his own inherent knowledge and abilities.
You may indeed draw out squeals and grunts from the child by simply poking him and pulling him about. Pleasant but cruel pastime to which many psychologists seem to be addicted. But you will wait and watch very patiently indeed before you draw the English language out of him. That you've got to put into him. And there is the end of the matter. We are shrinking from the responsibility of affirming the truth of our human tradition and handing it on with a voice of authority, an unshaken voice. That is the one eternal education. To be sure enough that something is true, that you dare to tell it to a child. From this high, audacious duty, the moderns are fleeing on every side. And the only excuse for them is, of course, that their modern philosophies are so half-baked that they cannot convince themselves enough to convince even a newborn babe. Obviously, it ought to be the oldest things that are taught to the youngest people, the assured and experienced truths that are first put to the baby. But in school today, the baby has to submit to a system that is often younger than himself.
Chesterton says there are no uneducated people. Everybody is educated, only most people are educated wrong. He points out that we are no longer teaching history, but hygiene. We are no longer teaching traditional ideals, but fashionable ideals of the governing class, Hudge and Gudge. But not only are we creating nothing but specialists rather than well-rounded individuals, we've come to rely solely on specialists to be the teachers, the counselors, the technicians. Chesterton says the only persons who seem to have nothing to do with the education of the children are the parents. What's wrong with the world? There's a crisis that begins in the home and reaches the workplace and the classroom. We need a solution. We need the right solution. The situation is desperate and desperately calls on us to find the right solution. Chesterton says it's wrong to fiddle while Rome is burning, but it is quite right to study the theory of hydraulics. Chesterton's solution is that we return to the Christian ideal. He says, the Christian ideal has not been tried and found wanting. It's been found difficult and left untried. We have to repent and return to the Christian ideal. The only step forward is a step back. We know what we have to do. And Chesterton says there's only one really startling thing to be done with the ideal, and that is to do it. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Join us again on the Apostle of Common Sense.
Becoming a Catholic broadens the mind. It especially broadens the mind about the reasons for becoming a Catholic. Standing in the center where all roads meet, a man can look down each of the roads in turn and realize that they come from all points of the heavens.
When G.K. Chesterton was asked why he became a Catholic, his short answer was, to get rid of my sins. For the longer answer, he wrote a book, and that book was The Catholic Church and Conversion. Hello, I'm Dale Ahlquist, and welcome to the Apostle of Common Sense, a series of programs where we explore the words and wisdom of the great English writer G.K. Chesterton. Chesterton was received into the Catholic Church in 1922 at the age of 48, after what was a very long and steady and deliberate conversion. Though he had already written eloquently and even forcefully in defense of the Catholic faith, and though he had even written a famous book of mystery stories featuring an amateur detective who was a Roman Catholic priest, Chesterton waited a long time before becoming Catholic himself. He tells part of the story in The Catholic Church and Conversion, which he wrote in 1927, 5 years after he joined the church. But before we discuss the book, there are two things we should mention about that day in 1922 when G.K. Chesterton was received into the Catholic Church. First of all, that famous detective, Father Brown, was based on a real priest whom Chesterton had befriended many years before. His name was Father John O'Connor. When Chesterton informed Father O'Connor of his decision, the priest gave him a copy of the Penny Catechism to read. And on the morning he was to be received into the church, Chesterton was seen reading it. Afterwards he said that when he read it, he was struck by an expression that seemed exactly to sum up something he'd been trying to express all his life. It was the statement that the two sins against hope are presumption and despair. He said, the heresies that have attacked human happiness in my time have all been variations either of presumption or of despair. And after receiving his first communion that Sunday morning, Chesterton wrote a poem called The Convert, which is probably his most personal statement about his conversion.
After one moment when I bowed my head, and the whole world turned over and came upright, and I came out where the old road shone white, I walked the ways and heard what all men said. Forests of tongues like autumn leaves unshed, being not unlovable, but strange and light, old riddles and new creeds, not in despite, but softly, as men smile about the dead. The sages have 100 maps to give, that trace their crawling cosmos like a tree. They rattle reason out through many a sieve, that stores the dust, then lets the gold go free. And all these things are less than dust to me, because my name is Lazarus, and I live.
In the book, The Catholic Church and Conversion, Chesterton says that although all roads lead to Rome, each pilgrim is tempted to talk as if all roads had been like his own road. But the church is a house with 100 gates, and no two men enter at exactly the same angle. Still, while every conversion story is different, every conversion story is also the same. Chesterton recognizes that there are 3 stages which most every convert goes through on his road to Rome. The first stage is patronizing the church. The second is discovering the church. And the third is running away from the church. It may surprise some to know that Chesterton was raised as a Unitarian Universalist. When he first embraced Christianity, as described in his book Orthodoxy, he had a very orthodox view of it. He joined the Church of England, which he says was simply his own uncompleted conversion to Catholicism. But since he was never really a Protestant, he never held any of the Protestant views towards Rome. That is to say, he was never really anti-Catholic. He did not have to deal with some of the same stumbling blocks that many Protestant converts have to overcome on their way to Rome. The 2 main objections regard the Bible and the priesthood. Chesterton deals rather handily with these. In the first place, he says, Protestants are simply misinformed about what the Catholic view towards Scripture is. The usual protest of the Protestant is that the Church of Rome is afraid of the Bible. There are a couple of ironic things about this. First of all, says Chesterton, I grew up in a world in which the Protestants who had just proved that Rome did not believe in the Bible were excitingly discovering that they did not believe in the Bible themselves. And secondly, he says, perhaps he could understand an outsider dismissing the church altogether, saying its scrolls, its statues, its rituals and candles were all bosh. But he could not understand an outsider dismissing everything about the church except the scrolls, and to put faith only in the scrolls, and to claim that the scrolls, which came from the church, were against the church. On the subject of priests, Chesterton responds to the Protestant accusations that priests are dangerous and unnatural and unholy men by saying, here Protestants want to have it both ways. They think a priest is a fool for keeping his vows and a scoundrel for breaking them. He says, why should a man who wanted to be wicked encumber himself with special and elaborate promises to be good? Chesterton dismisses these and the other Protestant pictures of Catholicism as obvious blunders. The real reasons which prevent people from becoming Catholic are not the lies about the Catholic Church, but rather the truth about it. There is a fear not of the vices of the Church, but of its virtues. For example, the fear of the confessional. A religion which has as one of its foundations the confessing of sins is a religion that deals in truth. The fear, of course, is unfounded, for the penitent finds that the confessional is a place of mercy and gigantic generosity. Still, a very real fear remains of the Church's reality. This is a Church, says Chesterton, that tells us clearly who we are responsible to and what we are responsible for. The rest of the world finds such clarity not just uncomfortable, but frightening. That fear is what the convert faces at the third stage of conversion, which is running away from the Church. That fear can be most intense when we know the facts rather than the falsehoods, when we know that the last step is entirely up to us. But before discussing this final step, let's briefly return to the first two stages of conversion: patronizing the Church and discovering the Church. The convert takes his first step rather unwittingly when he decides he's going to be fair to the Catholic Church. He does not think the Roman religion is true, but for the first time, he doesn't think that the accusations against the Church are true. This important first step leads to a long and enjoyable second step, which is the utter fascination of learning what the Catholic Church really does teach. Chesterton says that this is the most pleasant part of the business. Easier than joining the Catholic Church and much easier than trying to live the Catholic life. It is like discovering a new continent full of strange flowers and fantastic animals, which is at once wild and hospitable. But then the convert suddenly realizes with a shock that he can no longer be detached and impartial about the Catholic Church.
It is impossible to be just to the Catholic Church. The moment a man ceases to pull against it, he feels a tug towards it. The moment he ceases to shout it down, he begins to listen to it with pleasure. The moment he tries to be fair to it, he begins to be fond of it. But when that affection has passed a certain point, it begins to take on the tragic and menacing grandeur of a great love affair. The man has exactly the same sense of having committed or compromised himself, of having been in a sense entrapped, even if he is glad to be entrapped. But for a considerable time, he's not so much glad as simply terrified. It may be that this real psychological experience has been responsible for all that remains of the legend that Rome is a mere trap. But you see, that legend misses the whole point of the psychology. It is not the Pope who has set the trap, or the priests who have baited it. The whole point of the position is that the trap is simply the truth. The whole point is that the man himself has made his way towards the trap of truth, and not that the trap has run after the man.
We have said that Chesterton's conversion was gradual and deliberate, but as any convert knows, that last step is still a huge one. He says the space between doing and not doing such a thing is so tiny and so vast. It's one thing to conclude that Catholicism is good, and another to conclude that it is right. It's one thing to conclude that it is right, and another to conclude that it is always right. It is indeed stepping out of one world and into another. And that's no small step. There's one more rather surprising thing that can prevent that final step. As a convert myself, I can attest to the truth of what Chesterton means when he says, "There is many a convert who has reached a stage at which no word from any Protestant or pagan could any longer hold him back. Only the word of a Catholic can keep him from Catholicism. One foolish word from inside does more harm than 100,000 foolish words from outside." Catholics sometimes do a very poor job of presenting their faith, saying or doing or emphasizing the wrong thing, showing no appreciation or understanding either of the convert or of the faith. They are often more effective at keeping people away from the faith than its enemies are, because, as Chesterton says, its enemies aren't really very effective at all. When the convert finally does overcome all the obstacles of his own fear and ignorance, when he finally does take the final step, well, to put it mildly, that's when things really get interesting. First of all, there are the curious reactions of other people who, for some reason, think that the convert finding peace of mind means that his mind has stopped working.
To become a Catholic is not to leave off thinking, but to learn how to think. It is so in exactly the same sense in which to recover from palsy is not to leave off moving, but to learn how to move. The Catholic convert has for the first time found a starting point for straight and strenuous thinking. He has for the first time a way of testing the truth in any question that he raises. As the world goes, especially at present, it is the other people, the heathen and the heretics, who seem to have every virtue except the power of connected thought. What is now called free thought is valued, not because it is free thought, but because it is freedom from thought, because it is free thoughtlessness. The outsiders stand by and see, or think they see, the convert entering with bowed head a sort of small temple, which they are convinced is fitted up inside like a prison, if not a torture chamber. But all they really know about it is that he has passed through a door. They do not know that he has not gone into the inner darkness, but out into the broad daylight. And the convert discovers only, when he has finally entered the church, that the church is much larger on the inside than on the outside.
Chesterton says, "The Catholic Church is the only thing which saves a man from the degrading slavery of being a child of his age." Every age seems bent on trying to create a new religion. But new religions are only suited to what is new. They express one idea at a time because that idea happens to be fashionable at the moment. They profess to be progressive because the boast of their period is progress. They claim to be democratic because our political system claims to be democratic. They boast of reconciliation with science, which is often only a premature surrender to science. They get rid of everything that may look or seem old-fashioned. They claim to have bright services and cheery sermons. The churches compete with the cinemas. The churches even become the cinemas. But religions that are based on moods and fashions are not really religions at all. And of course, because they are based on moods and fashions, they cannot last. The Catholic Church, says Chesterton, has all the freshness of a new religion, but it also has the richness of an old religion. It does not change with people's taste. It is a religion that binds men to their morality even when they are not in the mood to be moral. The Church often has to go against the grain of the world. It has preached social reconciliation to fierce and raging factions who would much rather destroy each other. He says it has preached charity to the old pagans who did not believe in it, just as it now preaches chastity to the new pagans who do not believe in it.
We do not need a religion that is right when we are right. What we need is a religion that is right when we are wrong. Some people merely take the modern mood and then require their creed to be cut down to fit that mood. But you see, the mood would exist even without the creed. They say they want a religion to be social, when they would be social without any religion. They say they want a religion to be practical, when they would be practical without any religion. They say they want a religion acceptable to science, when they would accept the science even if they did not accept the religion. They say they want a religion like this because they are like this already. They say they want it, when what they really mean is that they could do without it.
People, of course, don't like to be told that there are certain things which they can't do. They think that means they don't have liberty. But Chesterton already showed in the book Orthodoxy that freedom is something that exists only within the rules. It is when you break the rules that you become bound by the consequences. Chesterton finds this idea confirmed in the Catholic Church. He finds it a place of enormous liberty. The vetoes are actually very few, but they are very clear, and they have only our ultimate interest in mind. We are obsessed with the forbidden fruit. But Chesterton says there's actually something fruitful about the forbidden fruit, in the sense of a fascinating botanical study of why it is really poisonous and why the Church is right to forbid it. He says that the Church's rules are merely common sense.
The Church is right in the main, in being tolerant in the main. But it is where she is intolerant that she is most right, and even more reasonable. Adam lived in a garden where 1,000 mercies were granted to him. But the one prohibition was the greatest mercy of all.
Chesterton finds that the Church has been true all along, true to the first and the last things, true to our unspoiled instincts and our conclusive experience. It did not surrender to fashion nor to intellectual snobs. Because it has not surrendered, the Church has the reputation for being behind the times. In truth, it is usually ahead of the times. For instance, Chesterton found that his own ideas about economic and social justice, which he came upon very slowly, had already been articulated by Pope Leo XIII decades before him. Pope Leo said, "As many as possible of the working classes should become owners." What Chesterton thought was a new and urgent idea was already the position of the Catholic Church. It's worth repeating. The Catholic Church is the only thing which saves a man from the degrading slavery of being a child of his age. Slavery. To associate the Church with freedom and every other religion and philosophy with slavery is startling and a striking idea. But Chesterton does not make the statement merely for its shock effect. He speaks from his own experience. In the Church he found freedom. The truth does set you free. He says if he ever left the Church, it would mean giving up his freedom.
I could no more go back to those cushioned chapels than a man who has regained his sanity would willingly go back to his padded cell. I know that Catholicism is too large for me, and I have not yet explored all its beautiful and terrible truths. But I know that Universalism and every other Protestant sect is too small for me, and I could not creep back into that dull safety now that I have looked on the dizzy vision of liberty.
Chesterton ends the book with an interesting postscript. He notes that there are quite a few conversions at the time. He does not know the statistics, but he says statistics are misleading anyway. The point is, he was a convert and he knew of many others. He knew of the reality of conversion. At the same time, he notes that a number of people were leaving the church. He notes that the reason they were leaving was not because of the church's creed, but because of its moral restraints. But Chesterton says that he actually has more sympathy with the person who leaves the church for a love affair than with one who leaves it for a long-winded German theory to prove that God is evil or that children are a sort of morbid monkey. In other words, it's not a controversy between two defined philosophies, but as he says, a controversy between philosophers and philanderers. As such, he was not worried about the outcome of the battle between those who have stayed and those who have scattered. There will always be people who quarrel with the church's moral teaching. Chesterton might be surprised to know that today they don't want to leave the church, they want to stay and try to change the teaching to accommodate their own bad ideas or bad morals. And yet, Chesterton ends the book with a prophetic comment that is both troubling and hopeful at the same time. He says, at worst, there will be a battle between bad Catholics and good Catholics with the Great Dome over all. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Join us again on the Apostle of Common Sense.
The mind must be enlarged to see the simple things, or even to see the self-evident things. It never seems to occur to the critic of the Church to do anything so simple as to compare what is Catholic with what is non-Catholic. The one thing that never seems to cross his mind when he argues about what the Church is like is this simple question: what would the world be like without it?
It is not just another thing, it is the thing. But what is it? Hello, I'm Dale Ahlquist, and welcome to the Apostle of Common Sense, a series of programs where we explore the words and wisdom of the great English writer G.K. Chesterton. In 1929, Chesterton published a collection of essays under the very suggestive title, The Thing. Modern editions of the book have added the subtitle, Why I Am a Catholic, which is the title of one of the essays in the book. But what is the thing? The thing is the Catholic Church. And in this book, Chesterton compares the thing to all other things: worldly philosophies, business, nationalism, Protestantism, agnosticism, art, history, education, and even sports. The word Catholic means universal, and in this book, Chesterton shows how the thing applies to everything else. He also shows how the thing is opposed by everything else. The attacks on the Catholic faith come from all sides. Chesterton notes that religious tolerance seems to mean that liberal and large-minded Christians see good in all religions but nothing but evil in the Catholic Church. He not only defends the Church from a great variety of attacks, he shows how it is the right solution to all the world's dilemmas. In every case, the Catholic position is one of common sense. The faith, he says, gives a man back his body and his soul and his reason and his will and his very life. Chesterton says that all of the revolts against the Church, from even before the Reformation until now, tell the same strange story. Every great heretic has always exhibited three remarkable characteristics in combination. First, he picks out some mystical idea from the Church's balance of mystical ideas. Second, he uses that one mystical idea against all the other mystical ideas. And third, and most singular, he seems generally to have no notion that his own favorite mystical idea is a mystical idea, as mysterious or dubious or dogmatic as any of the Church's other mystical ideas that he rejects. Thus, Calvinists are obsessed only with the sovereignty of God, Lutherans with the grace of God, Methodists with the sin of man, Baptists with the Bible, Quakers with simplicity. The list goes on. It even includes religious and political movements outside of Christianity. Muslims are obsessed with the oneness of God, communists with the equality of men, feminists with the equality of men and women, materialists with creation apart from the Creator, spiritualists with the rejection of materialism, and so on. In every case, these sects have taken one of the Church's mystical ideas and exalted it above the rest, even against the rest. They've all lost the moderating and balancing measure of the thing, the Catholic faith. What's more, Chesterton says, the modern world with its modern movements is living on its Catholic capital. It's using and using up the truths that remain to it out of the old treasury of Christendom. The modern world may claim to have new ideas, but they're not new at all. They're borrowed piecemeal from the past. The modern world is not starting fresh things that it can carry into the future. On the contrary, it's picking up old things that it cannot carry at all. He says there are two marks of modern moral ideals. First, they were borrowed or snatched out of ancient or medieval hands. And second, they wither very quickly in modern hands. There are timeless truths embedded in Catholic traditions, but the modern world either attacks the traditions it does not keep or misuses and misunderstands the traditions that it does keep. The result is a weak mixture of unworkable schemes that undermine our society, our families, and our very souls.
Among the human traditions under attack is the fundamental human creation called the home. What has happened is that we have fallen into a mere habit of gradual detachment from family life. Even if it is accidental, it is nonetheless anarchical. Some social reformers try to evade this difficulty, I know, by some vague notions about the state, or an abstraction called education, combining to eliminate the parental function. It is based on that strange new superstition that we can have an endless supply of officials who grow like grass or breed like rabbits. There is not only supposed to be an endless supply of salaried persons, but also of salaries for them. They are not to do all the things that human beings once naturally did for themselves, including the care of children. Now, the actual effect of this theory is that one harassed person has to look after 100 children, instead of one normal person looking after a normal number of them. Normally, that normal person is urged by a natural force, one which costs nothing and does not require a salary. The force of natural affection for his young, which exists even among the animals. If you cut off that natural force and substitute a paid bureaucracy, you are really like a lunatic who should carefully water his garden with a watering can while holding up an umbrella to keep off the rain. I know that it is said that the escape from the home is an escape into greater freedom, but in fact what happens is exactly the opposite. That's because the world outside the home is now under a rigid discipline and routine, and it is only inside the home that there is really a place for individuality and true liberty. Big business, especially big business, is organized like an army. At the same time, the pursuit of pleasure has become the pursuit of fashion, which is merely the pursuit of convention. But the enjoyment of convention is not the same thing as the enjoyment of liberty. The only place of liberty is really the home. The worst thing about this drift away from the home is that it is unintelligent. People do not know what they are doing because they do not know what they are undoing.
Chesterton says it is now necessary to repeat things that we all know are true, but which we have apparently forgotten. We've forgotten the very reasons for the existence of the family. He says they were all familiar to our fathers, who believed in the links of kinship and also in the links of logic. But today our logic consists mostly of missing links, and our families largely of absent members. Chesterton's logic, on the other hand, is the fresh air of common sense. Not surprisingly, it exactly reflects the Church's position.
I actually prefer weddings to divorces and babies to birth control. I should add that my defense of such sentiments is not at all sentimental. On the contrary, it is the skeptics who are the sentimentalists. You see, sentimentalists reveal themselves by their weakness for euphemism. Sentimentalists talk of free love when they really mean free lust. They talk about birth control when they really mean less birth and no control.
According to Chesterton, the modern world's weakness for euphemism is evidence of a mental breakdown even more than a moral breakdown. When we use language not to express the truth but to disguise the truth, we soon lose our ability to think clearly. It was this mental breakdown, this twisting of words and their meanings, that have paved the way to today's obvious moral breakdown. Chesterton saw it before it was obvious, and he clearly understood and explained the mental breakdown that precedes the moral breakdown, which is probably why the modern world has found it so convenient to forget Chesterton. Today's intellectual establishment does not want to engage a clear thinker like G.K. Chesterton in actual argument. They don't want controversy settled by argument. They especially do not like the idea of yielding to common sense. We must not be afraid to pick up the argument where Chesterton left off. It's still the same argument, still the same truth that needs to be defended. Chesterton still cheers us on. He says by way of encouragement, "We are not entitled to despair of explaining the truth, nor is it so horribly difficult to explain." In this book, and in all of his writings, Chesterton shows that he's not afraid to take on the most difficult and controversial issues. For instance, evolution. He says that evolution as an explanation doesn't explain anything. As for the idea of natural selection and survival of the fittest, if it means only that things fitted for survival do in fact survive, well, that doesn't really give you much actual information. Nobody needs to be told that in a flood, fish live and cattle die. The question is, how soon do the cattle turn into fish? Is there a logical explanation for this? As Chesterton says, our logic consists mostly of missing links. A related question is, was there a Garden of Eden, and was there a fall?
Whether or not the garden was an allegory, the truth itself can be very well allegorized as a garden. And the point of that allegory is this: man, whatever else he is certainly not merely one of the plants of the garden, or one of the animals of the garden. He is something else, something strange and solitary.
Chesterton says that the fall is actually an encouraging view of life. It means that happiness is not only a hope, but also in some strange manner a memory, and that we are all kings in exile. It is much more encouraging to realize that we have misused a good world rather than that we are merely trapped in a bad one. It's more encouraging that evil has to do with the wrong use of will, which means it can eventually be righted by the right use of will. Every other creed is really nothing more than some form of surrender to fate. This is certainly true of the Calvinist idea of predestination. Broadly speaking, there are only two views on the subject of God's foreknowledge of what we will do with our lives: the Catholic view and the Calvinist view. The Catholic believes that God knows, as a fact, that I choose to go to the devil. The Calvinist believes that God has given me to the devil without my having any choice at all. Chesterton says, if a man believes in God at all, he would certainly prefer a God who has made all men for joy and who desires to save them all and gives them the opportunity to be saved, as opposed to a God who deliberately made some for involuntary sin and immortal misery. How could the Calvinist, the newer idea, possibly be an improvement over the older Catholic idea? This is just one of many examples that Chesterton uses to show how the new idea is never an improvement on the older Catholic idea. He says the modern thinkers will not follow new ideas to their logical end, nor will they trace traditional ideas back to their beginnings. If they followed the new notions forward, it would lead them to nonsense and utter chaos. If they followed their better instincts backwards, it would lead them to Rome. So, they refuse to follow either one and remain suspended between two logical alternatives and try to tell themselves that they're merely avoiding extremes.
Critics who condemn us always argue in a circle. They say that all medieval men were narrow. When they discover that many of them were very broad, they insist that those men must have been in revolt, not just against medievalism, but against Catholicism. It is said that no Catholic can be intelligent, or if they are intelligent, they cannot really have been Catholic. But ours is the most rational of religions. Those who say it is mainly emotional simply do not know what they are talking about. It is all the modern religions that are merely emotional. A convinced Catholic is easily the most logical person walking about the world today. Freethinkers are occasionally thoughtful, but they are never free. In the modern Western world, they always seem to be tied to the treadmill of a materialist cosmos. The freethinker is not free to question materialism. He is forbidden to believe in a miracle. We Catholics are freer than the most free-thinking materialist. There is scarcely any evidence, natural or supernatural, that cannot be fitted into our system somewhere, whereas the materialist cannot fit the most minute miracle into his system anywhere.
Chesterton says that the free thinker, though not free, is at least a better thinker than many, shall we say, half-washed skeptics. A person who rejects the faith altogether is more consistent than a person who rejects just parts of the faith, keeping the parts that please him, tossing the parts that puzzle him. A perfect example of the latter would be the great lawyer Clarence Darrow, whom Chesterton once met in a debate.
Mr. Clarence Darrow writes about the impossibility of having a soul. He thinks of the soul superstitiously, as a separate and secret animal with wings. In other words, as something quite apart from the self. Now, one of his arguments against immortality is that people do not really believe in it, because if they did, they would kill themselves. Now, people like Mr. Darrow presume that there is nothing in the next world except the utopia of practical pleasure, which they promise us, but do not give us in this world. They insist that passing over is really only like going into the next room. They say that all is hope, happiness, and optimism, and the logical result of all that hope, happiness, and optimism should be massive numbers of suicides, thousands of people hanging themselves from lampposts or throwing themselves into canals. The rational result of the modern religion of joy and love will be one huge human stampede of suicide. Now, of course, the Catholic does not kill himself because he does not take it for granted that he deserves heaven in every case, or for that matter at all. He does not profess to know exactly what danger he does run, but he does know what loyalty he would violate and what command he would disregard. He actually thinks that a man might be fitter for heaven because he endured life on earth like a man, or that a hero could be a martyr to cancer, as Saint Cecilia was a martyr to the cauldron. Faith in a future life does not produce lunacy and anarchy so long as it is taken along with other Catholic doctrines about duty and vigilance and watchfulness against the powers of hell. But the modernists, who are optimists and sentimentalists, want us to take them alone. Now, if somebody took the doctrines of duty and discipline alone, the result, I should think, would be another dark age of Puritans, blackening into pessimists. The extremes meet, you see, with the suicidal pessimist and the suicidal optimist. The Catholic has a simple and sensible reason for not cutting his throat in order to fly instantly into paradise. But he might really raise a question for those who talk as if paradise were invariably and instantly populated with people who had cut their throats.
Chesterton also deals with one of the most common attacks against the Catholic Church, the charge of corruption. He says that the point about corruption is that only a good thing can become corrupt. A corrupt thing cannot become corrupted. And if corruption continues unabated, it destroys what it corrupts. But the Catholic Church has lasted 2,000 years. Certainly at the time of the Reformation there were instances of the Church becoming too worldly, but Chesterton says the worst things in worldly Catholicism were made much worse by the revolt against the Church. As one example, the revolt against confession eventually gave us something much worse than confession: psychotherapy, which is confession without absolution, and without any of the safeguards of the confessional. Chesterton says, if a young girl must not mention sin to a celibate man in the corner of a church, it's apparently today the only place where she may not do so. Chesterton frankly admits that throughout history, many Catholics have failed to live up to the Catholic ideals. But he says many more modern men are failing more disastrously in their vain attempt to live without them. And finally he says, the world really pays the supreme compliment to the Catholic Church when the world will not tolerate even the appearance of evil in the Church, when the same world tolerates it everywhere else. In other words, the world will ignore its own failures, but will not abide the idea that the Church could ever be as bad as the world. The world knows the thing is the truth. There has to be one truth which holds all other truths together. Chesterton describes an image of a broken stained glass window, which is the present state of the world. We can pick up the pieces, but what can put everything back together? What is that glue that makes religion both corporate and popular? What is the glue that will prevent the world from falling to pieces again in a debris of individual tastes? Chastity without humility, humility without chastity, truth and beauty without each other. What is the thing which can contain everything and hold it all together? Well, that's just the thing. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Join us again for the Apostle of Common Sense.
I do not deny that modern doubt, like ancient doubt, asks deep questions. I only deny that it gives any deeper answers. I will even concede that the questions produced by what is called modern thought are often quite deep. But I must conclude that the answers are often decidedly shallow. And perhaps it is even more important to remark that while the questions are in a sense eternal, the answers are in every sense ephemeral.
In his classic book Orthodoxy, Chesterton wrote, "Thinking means connecting things." And that is exactly what he does in this collection of essays called The Well and the Shallows. Hello, I'm Dale Ahlquist, and welcome to the Apostle of Common Sense, a series of programs where we explore the words and wisdom of the great English writer G.K. Chesterton. In The Well and the Shallows, Chesterton makes startling connections between things, between capitalism and sex, between Protestantism and fossils, between skepticism and soap, between commercialism and rotten apples. This book, which was published in 1935, could also be called More of the Thing, because once again, Chesterton connects the thing to everything else. The thing is the Catholic faith, which is not merely a religious doctrine, but a complete and integrated view of the world. Chesterton argues that all other religious, political, and social ideas are not only enemies of the Church, but enemies of mankind. He shows how the Catholic faith not only provides the basis for our worship, but for everything else. Nothing else provides the deep answers for the deep questions. The Catholic Church is the well, everything else is the shallows. In the book, Chesterton gives a number of reasons why, after considering several other religions, philosophies, and political theories, and discovering how flimsy and fleeting they are, he would have converted to Catholicism, except for one problem. He already had. All other systems at some point and in some way attack the idea of free will. And when they attack free will, they attack human dignity. One of the reasons for Chesterton's greatness is that he always defends freedom and dignity. He argues that nothing is inevitable. We need never to surrender to this or that set of circumstances, to social forces, to biological determinism, to history, or to fate. This is the essence of freedom. Modern man thinks freedom means breaking the rules. But as Chesterton points out, freedom means exercising free will to obey the rules. Without freedom, there's no such thing as obedience and responsibility. We're not forced to obey. We choose. That is what gives us our dignity. We make a vow by choice. Freedom means keeping the vow, no matter how difficult, not breaking it, no matter how compelling. The world, of course, thinks that a person who becomes Catholic gives up his liberty. But as Chesterton says, tell a Catholic convert that he's lost his liberty, and he will laugh. This book is largely a defense of liberty and an attack on its enemies. The progressives, the reactionaries, the socialists, the capitalists, all appeal to trends and inevitabilities. Some insist that the world is getting better. Others insist that the world's getting worse. But Chesterton says, what the world does is wobble. Life itself is not a ladder, it is a seesaw. This is basically what the Church has always said. There are wrongs that can be righted and should be righted, but there's no certainty that they will be righted.
The Church tells us that we must not count on the certainty of comforts becoming more common or cruelties more rare, as if there was an inevitable trend toward a perfect and perfectly sinless humanity. We must not hate humanity, or despise humanity, or refuse to help humanity, but we must not trust humanity.
When Chesterton says we must not trust humanity, he especially reminds us not to put too much trust in politics or in whatever political party we pick. We generally expect too much from political parties, but none of them are based on any permanent philosophy, and because of that, at some point they will conflict with the faith. A Catholic would be especially wise not to put too much faith in anything other than the faith. A Catholic should resist the fleeting philosophies and the ephemeral ideas offered by any social movement or political party or anything else. Certainly we should be wise enough not to put our trust in progress. Progress cannot say what it is. It is detached from any eternal goals. It is purely pragmatic and ultimately immoral. And Chesterton predicts in this book, written in 1935, that the march of progress will lead us through contraception, to abortion, and to infanticide. He also seems to be describing the present state of things when he says, one of the chief natures of the state of peace which we now enjoy is the killing of a considerable number of harmless human beings. There are many other prophetic comments in this book. He anticipates the trend of our popular entertainment to the ever bigger, bolder, louder, and more shocking. He says, the nerve is being killed, and it is being killed by being overstimulated and therefore stunted and stunned. He also rightly predicts that people would appeal to conscience as the supreme authority and use it to justify every ill-conceived idea. And he argues, why should your conscience be any more reliable than your rotting teeth or your defective eyesight? A Catholic appeals to something much higher and more trustworthy than conscience. A Catholic, says Chesterton, is a person who has plucked up the courage to face the incredible and inconceivable idea that something else may be wiser than he is. The Church proclaims the truth. Those who reject the Church would like truth to conform to their own desires. They will not admit the truth, which is something greater than themselves. They will not only disobey the truth, they will attack it.
What is really at work in the world today is anti-Catholicism, and nothing else. It certainly is not Protestantism. You see, Protestantism is now only a name, but it is a name that can be used to cover virtually every ism, except Catholicism. It is now a receptacle into which can be poured all the 1,000 things that for 1,000 reasons react against Rome. But it can only be full of these things because it is itself empty. Every sort of negation, every sort of new religion, every sort of moral revolt or intellectual irritation that can make a man resist the claim of the Catholic faith is here gathered into a heap and covered with a convenient label. What is replacing this hollow thing called Protestantism is paganism, which is a thing more attractive because it appears to be more human than any of the heresies. The pagan looks to the natural forces of this world for his pleasures. But these natural forces, when they are turned into gods, betray mankind by something that is in the very nature of nature worship. We can already see men becoming unhealthy by the worship of health, becoming hateful by the worship of love, becoming paradoxically solemn and overstrained by the idolatry of sport, and in some cases strangely morbid and infected with horrors by the perversion of a just sympathy with animals. And why? Because there is nothing in paganism to check its own exaggerations. And what can check it? Only a return to Thomistic philosophy can check it, because it is the philosophy of common sense. In this sense, the Roman religion will be the only rationalistic religion. After the materialist, who says that the soul does not exist, and the mystic, who says that the body does not exist, there will be the return of the scholastic and the rational, sane notion that both exist. To say that there is no pain, or no matter, or no evil, or no difference between man and beast, or indeed between anything and anything else, this is all a desperate effort to destroy all experience and sense of reality. Those who leave the tradition of truth do not escape into something called freedom. They only escape into something which we call fashion. Most of them are atheists, but they call themselves secularists. The word secular, however, does not mean anything so sensible as worldly, or anything so spirited as irreligious. It simply means to be of the age. That is, the age which is passing, or of the age which in their case has already passed. The only equivalent, the only really adequate equivalent of the word secular is the word dated.
Chesterton also rightly predicts that the moderns would rebel against modernism. When progressives come to the edge of the precipice, it is only the people behind them who are still shouting, "Forward!" The modern mind, he says, is not at all accustomed to making up its mind. And modern intellectuals, for want of a more intellectual term, says Chesterton, while unable to make up their own minds, would like to make up everyone else's mind. On the one hand, they'd like to force social programs on common people that would deprive them of their freedom. On the other hand, they'd like to do away with the basic moral truths, calling the resulting anarchy freedom, and thereby deprive people of their dignity.
There are not many things which move me to personal contempt. For instance, I do not feel contempt for an atheist, who is often a man limited by his own logic to a very sad simplification. Nor do I feel any contempt for a communist, who is often a man driven to the same negative simplification by a desire to revolt against very positive wrongs. But I do feel what I can only call contempt for the popular propagandist of what is absurdly called birth control. I despise birth control, first because it is a weak and wobbly and cowardly word. It is also an entirely meaningless word. What its quack doctors, who are really not doctors at all but propagandists, what they recommend does not control any birth. It only tries to make sure that there will never be any birth to control. But of course, these people know that they dare not write the plain word birth prevention. So they instead write the hypocritical word birth control. Secondly, I despise birth control because it is a weak and wobbly and cowardly thing. It is, of course, you see, a scheme for preventing birth in order to escape control. But my contempt boils over into bad behavior when I hear that people want to avoid a birth because they want to be free to go to the cinema or buy a gramophone. How dare they use the word free? By every act of birth prevention, they chain themselves to the most servile and mechanical system yet tolerated by man. What are the cinema and the gramophone but central mechanisms giving men exactly what their masters want them to have? But a child is the very sign and sacrament of personal freedom. His is a fresh free will added to the free wills of the world. He is something that his parents have freely chosen to produce and freely agree to protect. He has been born without the intervention of any master or lord. He is a creation and a contribution. People who prefer mechanical pleasures to such a miracle are jaded. Worse than that, they are enslaved. They are preferring the very dregs of life to the first fountains of life. It is they who are hugging the chains of their old slavery, while it is the child who is ready for the new world.
Chesterton says that the modern sin of sex differs from the ancient sin of sex. And the ancient sin of sex actually wasn't as bad because it was at least tied in with the cult of fruitfulness. It was at least on the side of nature and on the side of life. But the moderns have invented a new kind of worship, a worship of sex, and one which is not even a worship of life. It is one which at once exalts lust and forbids fertility. And just as sex has been separated from fertility and become perverted, Chesterton says there's been a similar separation and perversion about the nature of property.
When modern men think of property, they only think of it in the sense of money, in the sense of salary, meaning something which is immediately consumed, enjoyed, and expended, something which gives momentary pleasure and disappears. They do not understand that we mean by property something that includes that pleasure incidentally, but begins and ends with something far more grand and worthy and creative. The man who grows and owns an orchard surely enjoys the taste of apples, and let us hope also the taste of cider. But he is doing something very much grander and ultimately more gratifying than merely eating an apple. He is asserting that his soul is his own and does not belong to the orchard survey department or the chief trust in the apple trade. But he is also worshipping the fruitfulness of the world. Now, the notion of narrowing property merely to enjoying money is exactly like the notion of narrowing love merely to enjoying sex. In both cases, an incidental, isolated, servile, and even secretive pleasure is substituted for participation in a great creative process, even in the everlasting creation of the world.
Whether we are talking about the fruitfulness of orchards or of people, Chesterton says, the real habitation of liberty is the home. Everything in the modern world, our entertainment, our literature, our newspapers, tries to cover up this truth. The real habitation of liberty is the home. He says if individuals have any hope of protecting their freedom, they must protect their family life. That is why Chesterton defends widespread property ownership, the idea that each family has a place to call its own, a place to protect itself. Here, as elsewhere, he shows how the two great enemies of property and of the family are big government and big business.
The government did not have such power over us when it could send men to the stake as it does now when it can send them to the elementary school.
But surprisingly, Chesterton says what has done more to destroy the family in the modern world, even before the state got in on the act, is capitalism. It is capitalism that has taken the women out of the home and put them into commercial competition with men. It is capitalism that has destroyed the influence of the parent in favor of the employer. And it is capitalism that has driven people off the land and into the cities, making them more attached to their factories and their firms rather than their families. The problem, he says, is that trade has replaced truth. Trade, which is in its nature a secondary or dependent thing, has been elevated to a primary and independent thing, as an absolute. We're no longer concerned about the good, but about the goods.
In all normal civilizations, the trader existed and must exist. But in all normal civilizations, the trader was the exception. Certainly, he was never the rule. And most certainly, he was never the ruler. The predominance which he has gained in the modern world is the cause of all the disasters of the modern world. The universal habit of humanity has been to produce and consume as part of the same process, largely conducted by the same people and in the same place. For most of the time, people were thinking about growing food and then eating it, not entirely about growing food and selling it at the stiffest price to somebody who had nothing to eat.
Chesterton says there's no way out of the modern tangle except for independent people and independent families to live simpler lives. That means learning how to be content with less so that we can be more content. To be content is to be free. We're now caught up in a system that is designed to keep us discontented and unsatisfied. A society that is commercial and nothing else is not a society based on contentment. It's not solid. Chesterton says, nothing solid can be built on the utterly unphilosophical philosophy of blind buying and selling, bullying people into purchasing what they do not want, of making it so badly that they may break it and imagine they want it again, of keeping rubbish in rapid circulation like a dust storm in a desert, and pretending that that is teaching men to hope. Capitalism is as materialistic a philosophy as communism, and can never provide the basis for human happiness, nor can any other system, except one. In one of the most remarkable observations in the book, Chesterton says, there are no fascists, there are no socialists, there are no liberals, there are no parliamentarians. In the place of all of them, there is only the church, the one supremely inspiring and irritating institution in the world. There's only the church and its enemies. And its enemies are ready to be for or against violence, for or against liberty, for or against representative government, even for or against peace. He says that all the things that have come forward to try to take the place of the church, to do its work, have instead tied themselves into knots and cannot do anything. The heresies decay and destroy themselves. Anything less than the Catholic faith is narrow and shallow and barren. Chesterton reminds us that we've come out of the shallows and the dry places to the one deep well, and the truth is at the bottom of it. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Join us again for the Apostle of Common Sense.
Hard to please. It calls any moral method unpractical, when it has just called any practical method immoral. But St. Francis was neither fanatical nor unpractical. The whole meaning of his message is that mysticism makes a man cheerful and humane. The whole point of his point of view was that it looked out freshly upon a fresh world, a world that might have been made that morning.
Even in the modern world, St. Francis of Assisi is one of the most popular and admired of the saints. He's also one of the most difficult and most misunderstood. But there was one modern writer who understood him very well, G.K. Chesterton. Hello, I'm Dale Ahlquist, and welcome to the Apostle of Common Sense, a series of programs where we explore the words and wisdom of the great English writer G.K. Chesterton. In 1924, less than 2 years after his conversion to Catholicism, G.K. Chesterton wrote a book on St. Francis of Assisi. Chesterton was always attracted to St. Francis. In fact, one of his earliest essays, published over 20 years earlier, long before his conversion, was an appreciation of St. Francis. Indeed, he says that St. Francis stands on a bridge connecting the early part of Chesterton's life with the life that he experienced after his conversion. He says, "Francis was never a stranger to me." In this wonderful book, Chesterton describes St. Francis first as a soldier and a fighter, then as a builder and a reformer, then a jester, a clown of God, a troubadour, and a poet. Then as a beggar who embraced poverty as other men embrace wealth. A little poor man who embraced not only all men as his brothers, but all creatures, great and small. And finally, Chesterton describes Francis as a mirror of Christ, one who truly reflected the light of truth. It may seem strange to think of St. Francis of Assisi as a soldier, but that was what he first wanted to be. There was nothing dishonorable about it. On the contrary, it was an act of chivalry. He was a patriot, and he believed in defending his own city of Assisi. He rode off to battle in a war with Perugia and expected to return a hero and a prince. But he was captured, and instead of a prince, he was a prisoner. Francis resolved to keep up the spirits of his fellow captives. He seems to have liked everybody, especially those whom everybody disliked him for liking. In fact, says Chesterton, it might have been while he was a prisoner that he heard the first whisper of that wild blessing that later took a form of blasphemy. He listens to those to whom God himself will not listen. He vowed never to refuse to help a poor man. His life, says Chesterton, was one riot of rash vows that turned out right.
Francis returned from war a dismal and disappointed and perhaps even derided figure. It was his first descent into a dark ravine that is called the Valley of Humiliation. He was also very much puzzled and bewildered. One day he was riding listlessly in some wayside place when he saw a figure coming toward him. It was a leper. At that moment he knew instantly that his courage was being challenged. What he saw was his fear coming toward him, the fear that comes from within and not without. Then he sprang from his horse, rushed on the leper, and threw his arms around him. He gave that man what money he could and rode on. We do not know how far he rode, but it is said that when he looked back, he could see no figure on the road.
Next comes the great break in the life of Francis of Assisi, the point at which something happened to him that Chesterton says must remain greatly dark to most of us, we who are ordinary and selfish men whom God has not broken to make anew. There was an old shrine in Assisi, the Church of St. Damien, which was neglected and falling to pieces. During the dark and aimless days following the tragic collapse of his military ambitions, Francis was in the habit of praying before a crucifix at St. Damien. One day he heard a voice saying to him, "Francis, seest thou not that my house is in ruins? Go and restore it for me."
Francis sprang and went. He sold his own horse and several bales of his father's cloth, making the sign of the cross over them to indicate their pious and charitable destination. His father did not see things in this light. He put his son under lock and key as a vulgar thief. This was Francis's blackest moment. The whole world was turned over and was on top of him. The bishop told Francis that he must return the money to his father, that no blessing could follow a good work done by unjust methods. Francis not only did that, but he returned to his father the very clothes he was wearing, save a hair shirt. He then went out half naked into the winter woods, walking the frozen ground, a man without a father, penniless and parentless, he burst suddenly into song as he walked under the frosty trees. Only then did he realize that the way to build a church is not to pay for it, certainly not with somebody else's money. Instead, the way to build a church is to build it. So he went about collecting stones. He went about as a new sort of beggar, reversing the parable of the beggar who asks for bread and not a stone. The very queerness of the request gave it a sort of popularity. He then worked with his own hands to rebuild the church. But he was laboring at a double task in that he was rebuilding his life as well. The adoration of Christ had been part of his nature for a long time, but the limitation of Christ began here.
Chesterton says that men like Francis are not common in any age, nor are they to be fully understood merely by the exercise of common sense. But what Francis did by way of imitating Christ and having others join him in that effort was common sense. The spectacle of a ragged young man begging for his building materials as well as begging for his bread does not sound progressive or practical at all. In fact, it seems a very dubious enterprise. What were the practical and progressive results of changing clothes with a beggar? How could such a simple act have any real effect on the world? But the fact is, Francis was able to bring about reform in the church without a revolution. The reforms may have been drastic, but they were actually practical because they touched something common in men of faith.
Francis got hold of the rough brown tunic of a peasant and picked up a rope at random and tied it about his waist. 10 years later, this makeshift costume was the uniform of 5,000 men. And 100 years later, men in that costume laid the great Dante in his grave.
To St. Francis of Assisi, religion was not a thing like a theory, but a thing like a love affair. He was a romantic. He was a lover of God, and really and truly a lover of all men, and a lover of creation. He was a troubadour, and he spoke the true language of the troubadour when he said that he had taken on a most glorious and gracious lady, and that her name was Poverty. But beyond being a troubadour, he was a jester, a clown of God. He was at once someone who was earnest and solemn, and someone who provided comic relief. He knew how to be a fool for Christ. He became that fool for Christ after a period of solitude and literal darkness. He entered a cave to be alone with God. Chesterton says that the man who went into that cave was not the same man who came out again. He emerged into the light with the lightness of humility, and he saw the world in a completely different light.
In that capacity, he saw the world upside down. He perhaps saw the world as St. Peter saw it when he was crucified, head downwards. And what did he see? In a cynical sense, men have said, "Blessed is he that expecteth nothing, for he shall not be disappointed." The newly enthusiastic Francis now said, "Blessed is he who expecteth nothing, for he shall enjoy everything." It was by this deliberate idea of starting from zero that Francis came to enjoy even earthly things, as few people have ever enjoyed them. He is akin to the mystic who passes through the moment when he is aware that there is nothing but God, who beholds the beginningless beginnings, at which point there was really nothing else. At that moment, he not only appreciates everything, but also the nothing of which everything was made. The result is a simultaneous sense of great gratitude and sublime dependence. I should think that the worst moment for the atheist comes when he is really thankful, and yet has nobody to thank. St. Francis emerged from his worst moment. He emerged from that cave, having discovered how much he had to be thankful for, and having made that discovery of an infinite debt, he paradoxically found himself transported in joy. This, you see, is the key to grasping Franciscan asceticism. It is the highest and holiest of paradoxes that the man who really knows he cannot pay his debt will be forever paying it. He will be forever giving back what he cannot be expected to give back. He will always be throwing things away into a bottomless pit of unfathomable thanks.
The modern world tends to think of asceticism as something terribly gloomy. Not so, says Chesterton. In fact, if there's one point that he tries to make about Francis, it is that he was an ascetic, but he was not gloomy. He was the court jester who grasped the truth of this riddle, that the whole world has only one good thing, a bad debt. As soon as Francis had his vision, in which he saw our total dependence on divine love, he flung himself into fasting and vigil exactly as he had flung himself furiously into battle.
He devoured fasting as a man devours food. He plunged after poverty as men have dug madly for gold. And it is precisely this passionate quality of his personality that is such a challenge to the modern mind, and its fixation on the pursuit of pleasure. For it is undeniable that Francis was a happy man as he went about trying to prove that he had nothing.
Chesterton calls Francis a poet whose whole life was a poem. In fact, he was perhaps the one happy poet among all the unhappy poets of the world. He made the very act of living an art, though it was an unpremeditated art. St. Francis was also perpetually preoccupied with the idea of brotherhood. Not a backslapping sort of brotherhood, but a brotherhood actually founded on courtesy. He honored all men. That is, he not only loved them, he respected them. He saw the image of God multiplied, but never monotonous. There was never a man who looked into Francis's eyes without being certain that Francis was truly interested in him. He was a genuine democrat in the true meaning of the word. He treated the whole mob of men as a mob of kings. Of course, Francis is famous not only for the kinship he felt with every person, but with every fellow creature. His love of nature, however, is perhaps the most misunderstood thing about him. He did not worship nature, which, as Chesterton points out, is an unnatural thing to do. He worshipped the Creator. His love for God was expressed in the charity he showed to God's workmanship. He was able to see each tree as a separate and sacred thing, a brother of man and a child of God.
Francis did not call nature his mother. Instead, he called a particular donkey his brother, and a particular sparrow his sister. This is where his mysticism is so close to the common sense of a child. You see, a child has no difficulty understanding that God made the dog and the cat. That child also understands that the making of dogs and cats out of nothing is a mysterious process. But no child would understand if you mixed up the dog and the cat into something else and called it nature.
His attitude towards the created world, as towards everything else, was indeed mystical. Chesterton says St. Francis was a mystic, but a mystic who believed in mysticism, not in mystification. He was the mortal enemy of all our modern mystics who melt away the edges of things and dissolve everything into everything else. His vision was very clear, very distinct. He was a mystic of the daylight and the darkness, but not of the twilight. But he was not just a mystic. He was a builder as well. Francis went with 11 companions in peasant costume to ask Pope Innocent III to create a new religious order. Monastic orders had already been approved by the Church. It was clearly understood that vows of celibacy and poverty free a person for a life devoted to prayer and service. Francis, however, did not call his little brothers monks, but friars. A friar is not only freer than an ordinary man, he is also freer than a monk. It was important that he should be free from the world, but it was also necessary that he should be free from the cloister.
The whole point of the monk was that his economic affairs were settled for good. He knew where he would get his supper, though it was a very plain supper. But the whole point of a friar was that he did not know where he would get his supper. In fact, there was always the possibility that he might get no supper. There was nothing that the world could hold them by, for the world catches most of us by the fringes of our garments, by the futile externals of our lives. This should give us a glimpse of the practical side of that asceticism which puzzles those who think themselves to be practical. You could not threaten to starve a man who was ever striving to fast. You could not reduce a man to beggary who was already a beggar.
The Church had to look closely at what Francis was proposing. The Church is always on the watch against excessive asceticism and its potential evils. But, says Chesterton, the Vatican decided that while these Franciscans might have a hard life, it was a life described as ideal in the Gospel. Now, many of the followers of St. Francis treated him as the founder of a new religion. As Chesterton says, the coming of St. Francis was like the birth of a child in a dark house, lifting its doom. The Franciscan spirit brought a certain freshness to all the world, and a freshness to the Church as well. For the Church at this time was over 1,000 years old and was feeling its age. The freshness and freedom of the first Christians seemed as lost and as far away then as much as it does now. The Church certainly needed the renewal that Francis brought, but there was a real danger that that sweeping movement of Francis would sweep up all of Christendom. The Pope understood that as great as Francis was, it was not necessary that every Christian should become like Francis. The Pope rightly determined that Franciscans would have a specific role within the Church, not that they would take over the whole Church. Chesterton says that if the Franciscan movement had turned into a new religion, it would have been a narrow religion, something less than the universal Church. As for Francis himself, he may have seemed wild and romantic, but he always hung on to reason. He never lost his balance. That is because he never lost his sense of humor. He was always in the light of Christ. He was a mirror of Christ, as the moon is a mirror of the sun. He was the mirror of Christ because he was truly an imitator of Christ. He was most inspired by that part of Christ which the rest of us most avoid, his suffering. Chesterton says Francis was full of the sentiment that he had not suffered enough to be worthy even to be a distant follower of his suffering God. He did not feel he was worthy even of the shadow of a crown of thorns. But apparently he was worthy. Francis, the mirror of Christ, even bore on his body the wounds of Christ. He was a man who suffered, but he was a man who was endlessly cheerful. A soldier, but a man of peace. A builder, but a beggar. A wise man, but a fool for Christ. A mystic, but a man of action. How do we sum him up? Chesterton says that Francis was above all a great giver, but he cared chiefly for the best kind of giving, which is called thanksgiving. He understood the theory of thanks, and knew that its depths are a bottomless abyss. He knew that the praise of God stands on its strongest ground when it stands on nothing. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Join us again on the Apostle of Common Sense.
Is there anything? St. Thomas begins by answering yes. If he began by answering no, it would not be the beginning, but the end. That is what some of us call common sense.
When G.K. Chesterton was commissioned to write a book about St. Thomas Aquinas, even his strongest supporters and greatest admirers were a little worried. But they would have been a lot more worried if they knew how he actually wrote the book. Hello, I'm Dale Ahlquist, and welcome to the Apostle of Common Sense, a series of programs where we explore the words and wisdom of the great English writer G.K. Chesterton. Chesterton had already written acclaimed studies of Robert Browning, William Blake, Charles Dickens, Robert Louis Stevenson, Chaucer, and St. Francis of Assisi. Nonetheless, there was a great deal of anxiety even among Chesterton's admirers when, in 1933, he agreed to take on the angelic doctor of the Church, the author of the Summa Theologica, St. Thomas Aquinas. Without consulting any texts whatsoever, Chesterton rapidly dictated about half the book to his secretary, Dorothy Collins. Then he suddenly said to her, "I want you to go to London and get me some books." "What books?" asked Dorothy. "I don't know," said G.K. So Dorothy did some research and brought back a stack of books on St. Thomas. G.K. flipped through a couple of books, took a walk in his garden, and then, without ever referring to the books again, proceeded to dictate the rest of his book to Dorothy. Many years later, when Evelyn Waugh heard this story, he quipped that Chesterton never even read the Summa Theologica, but merely ran his fingers across the binding and absorbed everything in it. But Chesterton had read at least parts of the Summa. What is amazing is that he read it long before he became a Catholic and 30 years before writing his book on St. Thomas Aquinas. What kind of a book did he write? Etienne Gilson, probably the most highly respected scholar of St. Thomas in the 20th century, a man who devoted his whole life to studying St. Thomas, had this to say about Chesterton's book. "I consider it as being, without possible comparison, the best book ever written on St. Thomas. Nothing short of genius could account for such an achievement. Everybody will no doubt admit that it is a clever book, but the few readers who have spent 20 or 30 years in studying St. Thomas cannot fail to perceive that the so-called wit of Chesterton has put their scholarship to shame. He has guessed everything that we had tried to demonstrate. He has said everything that we had more or less clumsily been attempting to express in academic formulas. Chesterton was one of the deepest thinkers who ever existed. He was deep because he was right. And he could not help being right. But he also could not help being modest and charitable. So he left it to those who could understand him to know that he was right and deep. To the others, he apologized for being right, and he made up for being deep by being witty. A man as modest as Chesterton is the first to admit that it is difficult to popularize a medieval philosopher. But the fault is not with the medieval philosopher. It is with us in our times. We are no longer very sophisticated thinkers or very precise thinkers. We deal in moods and emotions, especially in the arts. And we've developed a very loose vocabulary along with our loose thinking. Chesterton also admits that not all of St. Thomas's writings are straightforward and easy to understand. But the point is, once you've taken the trouble to understand them, they're very easy to accept. This, he says, is because Aquinas is almost always on the side of simplicity and supports the ordinary man's acceptance of ordinary truisms. His conclusion is what is called the conclusion of common sense. It is his purpose to justify common sense to those who have rejected it. Aquinas proved that he could suffer fools gladly, but with the Summa, he proved he could also suffer clever people gladly. And so, Chesterton paints a picture of Aquinas as the saint of common sense, a philosopher who used reason reasonably. He begins by comparing Aquinas with Saint Francis of Assisi. Now, there are some obvious contrasts in their appearances, in their style, in fact, in just about everything. But in spite of that, Chesterton says they were really doing the same thing. One of them was doing it in the world of the mind, the other was doing it in the world of the worldly. They were doing the same great work, one in the study, the other in the street. Neither of them brought anything new to Christianity. Rather, they brought Christianity closer to the kingdom of God. In the process, each of them reaffirmed the incarnation by bringing God back to earth. More than that, they both strengthened what Chesterton calls the staggering doctrine of the incarnation. It is this strict interpretation of this doctrine that distinguishes Catholicism not just from all the heresies, but from all other religions. Chesterton says, there cannot be a stiffer piece of Christian divinity than the divinity of Christ.
As compared with a Jew, a Muslim, a Buddhist, a Deist, or any most obvious alternative, a Christian means a man who believes that deity or sanctity has attached to matter and entered the world of the senses. Some modern writers miss this simple point. The Crusaders wanted to recover the place where the body of Christ had been because they believed that it was a Christian place. St. Thomas wanted to recover what was in essence the body of Christ itself, the sanctified body of the Son of Man, which had become a miraculous medium between heaven and earth. St. Thomas was, if you will, taking the lower road when he walked in the steps of Aristotle. So was God when he worked in the workshop of Joseph.
St. Thomas was not only intent on upholding the reality of the Incarnation, he also wanted to show what were the implications of the Incarnation. Bringing heaven and earth together means bringing body and soul together. It means man is to be studied in his whole manhood. A man is not a man without his body, just as a man is not a man without his soul. A corpse is not a man, but also a ghost is not a man.
St. Thomas stood up stoutly for the fact that a man's body is his body, as his mind is his mind, and that he can only be a balance and union of the two. This is the flat contradiction of the modern view. Modernism rejects that most monstrous, that most material, and therefore that most miraculous of miracles. Modernism rejects that most startling of dogmas, the resurrection of the body.
The other half of this dogma, which the moderns also cannot accept, is free will, the moral responsibility of man. Chesterton says, "Upon this sublime and perilous liberty hang heaven and hell, and all the mysterious drama of the soul." As we said before, almost every heresy is against some aspect of the doctrine of the Incarnation. The specific heresy that St. Thomas battled was against the Manichees, who thought the material world was evil and only the spiritual world was good. But Manichaeism is only a variation of other heresies both before and after it. The Gnostics, the Docetists, the Flagellants, the Puritans, the Christian Scientists all share a mystical loathing for physical reality. St. Thomas is the champion of God the Creator. He affirms what Scripture says, that God created the physical world and all that is in it, and said that it was good. As a matter of fact, says Chesterton, the work of heaven alone was material, that is, the making of the material world, and nothing was evil about it. The work of hell, on the other hand, was entirely spiritual. Hell doesn't create anything, it only destroys. The modern interpretation of history is that the Middle Ages were the Dark Ages, that there was a great philosophical break created by the Catholic Church, a break between the classical thinkers of Greece and Rome and the Enlightenment thinkers of the Reformation and the Renaissance. But Chesterton says that it was St. Thomas who reconnected with the ancient classical thinkers such as Aristotle, and that the break in philosophical history came after St. Thomas. And since that time, says Chesterton, there's been nothing but a continued breakdown in philosophy.
Most modern philosophies are not philosophy, but philosophic doubt. Most modern thinkers have abandoned that ancient human hobby, the habit of thinking.
Chesterton shows how St. Thomas was able to use Aristotle and the so-called natural philosophers because he knew that nothing discovered in nature could ultimately contradict the faith. The faith was the one truth, and so conversely nothing really deduced from the faith could ultimately contradict the facts. Faith does not contradict reason, reason does not contradict faith, and both are necessary. St. Thomas justifies both faith and reason against those who would reduce man's knowledge to one or the other. Ironically, those who attack the faith in the name of reason invariably end up attacking reason. Skepticism and the philosophies of doubt begin by doubting revelation and end up doubting everything else, including reality. St. Thomas affirms a fundamental and unmistakable reality. As Chesterton says it so perfectly, there is an is.
St. Thomas stands on the universal common conviction that eggs are eggs. The Hegelian may say that an egg is really a hen, because it is the part of an endless process of becoming. Or the Berkeleyan may hold that poached eggs only exist as a dream exists, since it is quite as easy to call the dream the cause of the eggs as the egg the cause of the dream. Now then, I suppose there is the pragmatist. He believes that we get the best out of scrambled eggs by forgetting that they were ever eggs, and only remembering the scramble. But no pupil of St. Thomas needs to scramble his brains in order to adequately scramble his eggs. Nor does he need to put his head at any particular angle in looking at eggs, or squinting at eggs, or winking the other eye in order to see a new simplification of eggs. Now the Thomas stands in the broad daylight of the brotherhood of men, in their common consciousness that eggs are not hens, or dreams, or mere practical assumptions, but eggs are things attested by the authority of the senses, which is from God.
Our senses are doors and windows that open on a world that is really there. But then comes the next step in this philosophy of common sense. We know that what we see is really there, that our senses do not deceive us, but we also know that there is also more to what we see than what we see. We know we do not see the whole picture. St. Thomas's reasoning is this: since what we see is incomplete or imperfect, that means that there is something that is complete and is perfect. But modern philosophers take this incompleteness and imperfection and go the other direction with it. They use the incompleteness they know to conclude that there is no completeness anywhere, that everything is merely scattered and adrift and in a state of flux. But this type of reasoning quickly crumbles. It means that nothing can even be itself. It means there's no ideal, no perfection. It means we cannot ever say a change is for the better, because there is no best. But the Christian philosophy identifies completion and perfection. It is God. Anyone who thinks about it long enough realizes that Christianity not only provides the only permanent philosophy, but the only working philosophy.
Of nearly all other philosophies, it is strictly true that their adherents either proceed in spite of their philosophy, or do not proceed at all. No skeptic works skeptically. No skeptic who believes that truth is subjective has any hesitation about treating it as objective, when it suits his purposes to do so. No fatalist works fatalistically. No materialist who thinks his mind was made up for him by mud and blood and heredity has any hesitation when it comes to making up his own mind. Each, without exception, works on the principle that it is possible to assume what it is not possible to believe.
In other words, what the other philosophies lack is common sense. Chesterton says that since the 16th century, nobody's system of philosophy has really corresponded to everybody's sense of reality. Each of them asks us to believe something that no normal man would believe, that law is above right, or right is outside of reason, or things are only as we think them, or everything is relative to a reality that is not there. The modern philosopher claims, like a sort of confidence man, that if we just once grant him this, the rest is easy. That if at just one point we sacrifice our sanity, everything else will make sense. But the point is, none of the modern philosophies make any sense to the man on the street. Surprisingly, the philosophy that is closest to the mind of a man on the street is the philosophy of St. Thomas Aquinas. Firmly rooted in reality, fully respectful of human dignity, and in every sense of the word, reasonable. Now, reason may lead you to the truth, but it can't make you drink. This is where free will enters the picture. It's still up to you to make a decision about the truth, because the decision is going to change your life. Modern skeptics have tried to avoid the decision by obscuring the truth, by saying truth is relative, by saying there is not one truth, by saying it doesn't matter what you believe, even if you believe a lie.
There is a false and a true. There is a war in the world, the everlasting duel between yes and no. The skeptics seek to escape this dilemma. and they have darkened the universe and dissolved the mind by trying to maintain that there is something that is both yes and no. I do not know whether they pronounce it yo.
One final point. By being the champion of God the Creator against the heresy of the Manichees who considered the physical world evil, St. Thomas was ultimately defending God's most precious and mysterious creation, life. Above all else, St. Thomas believed in life. And life is exactly what is doubted most in today's culture of death. We are living the legacy of what Chesterton calls the morbid Renaissance intellectual who says, "To be or not to be, that is the question." But St. Thomas Aquinas, says Chesterton, replies in a voice of thunder, "To be, that is the answer." As we noted earlier, Chesterton begins this book by discussing the differences between two friars, Francis of Assisi and Thomas Aquinas. And the point of their differences is this. When the world forgot romance, it discovered St. Francis. When it forgot reason, it discovered St. Thomas Aquinas. The Church always has exactly what the world is lacking. It is, of course, a testament to the greatness and universality of the Church that it has saints as different as Francis and Thomas. But I would like to add that it is a testament to the greatness of G.K. Chesterton that he could write with such understanding and clarity about two such different saints. He matched the mind of Aquinas with the soul of Francis. He was concerned with truth as clearly as it could be articulated. He was concerned with justice and charity as plainly as they could be embodied. At the beginning of this book, he pictures the two saints, Francis and Thomas, who lived 100 years apart, walking down the road together. I like to picture G.K. Chesterton walking between them. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Join us again on the Apostle of Common Sense.
EWTN presents G.K. Chesterton, featuring Chuck Dahlberg as G.K. Chesterton and Dale Ahlquist, President of the American Chesterton Society.
How did the world forget this unforgettable character? Most of the world knows almost nothing about G.K. Chesterton, and most of what it does know is wrong. Even many of us who have gotten to know him do not see the complete picture. We see only glimpses. We know that he was a writer from the early 20th century who wrote 100 books and thousands of essays for the London newspapers, that he wrote and argued about everything, that he penned epic poetry but also delighted in detective fiction, that he made everyone laugh, that everyone who knew him loved him, that he was happily married but unhappily had no children, that he took on all the leading thinkers of his time and challenged them not only with his clear ideas, but with the example of his own life, especially with the astounding decision he made to become a Catholic. But looking at Chesterton is not as important as looking at the whole world through Chesterton's eyes. We need to somehow get inside of him, to inhabit him like a large house, and see everything through the windows that he provides. We need to experience the clearness and completeness of his thinking. After all, he's been called one of the greatest merely human teachers who ever lived. That is a mind worth exploring. But when Gilbert Keith Chesterton walks in through the door, it is not his mind that strikes us. It is his body that fills up the room. He weighs 300 pounds, but his height is even more extraordinary than his weight. He's 6'4", but he seems even taller. He's a giant, but he's no Goliath. He's actually an overgrown elf. He casts a spell. The spell is called joy. It is something we have no doubt felt before, but Chesterton's magic combines the comfort of recognition with the shock of the unexpected. It's something that sweeps into our souls. His huge body shakes with laughter. His laughter blows through his mustache.
I suppose I enjoy myself more than most other people, because there's such a lot of me having a good time.
He takes off his crumpled hat and his heavy cape. He leans his sword stick against the wall. He squints and adjusts the crooked lenses on the end of his nose, but they remain crooked still. There is geniality in his every gesture. But what about that sword stick? Is it real? Is there really a sword inside the stick? There certainly is. Why does he carry a sword stick of all things?
Because it is a magic wand. It changes everything it touches. Furthermore, like a good truth, it cuts both ways. And it comes to a point. I like things that come to a point. It is also both a symbol and a reality. But this one, I doubt, will ever draw real blood. It is the poetry without the prose.
But the sword is not the only weapon he carries. He also carries a gun. But why?
I bought it the day of my wedding. To defend my bride. It has also proved to be quite useful on other occasions. For instance, when I hear a man say that life is not worth living, I take out the gun and offer to shoot him. Always with the most satisfactory results.
But wait, there's more in his arsenal. He also carries with him a big Texas knife. Where does he keep all these things? It is 7 inches long when folded, 14 inches long when open.
The knife is only a short sword, and the pocket knife is a secret sword, and it has this terrible tongue we call a blade.
He sleeps with the knife under his pillow, and usually forgets it there. His wife has to retrieve it from the hotels where they stay. He uses it mostly as a letter opener. And once during a debate, he absent-mindedly took it out and started sharpening his pencil with it, to the great amusement of the audience and the great distress of his opponent. Yes, the legends of his absent-mindedness are not exaggerations. He does miss a lot of trains, and the ones he does catch are not always the right ones. He will hail a cab to take him to the editorial offices of GK's Weekly, his own newspaper, but he will not know the address. So he will have a cab take him first to a newsstand to buy a copy of the paper so he can get the address. And since many of the newsstands are sold out of the paper, it may take him several stops. He walks away from bookstalls reading a book he's picked up, and the shopkeeper, recognizing him, simply sends the bill to his wife. His pockets overflow with books and newspapers, and he reads as he walks, oblivious of the traffic which screeches to a halt as he crosses the street. There's more in his pockets. In addition to the reading material and the weapons, he says he can find whole worlds in his pockets, that on the day of judgment, when the sea gives up its dead, so will his pockets give up the extraordinary things buried there. But what he cannot find in any of his pockets is his train ticket or money. The train ticket he has no doubt left on the counter where he bought it. The money he has given to beggars.
I know all of the arguments against giving money to beggars, and I find them to be precisely the arguments for giving money to them. If beggars are lazy or deceptive or wanting a drink, I know only too well my own lack of motivation, my own dishonesty, my own thirst. I don't believe in scientific charity, because you see, that is too easy, as easy as writing a check. I believe in promiscuous charity, because that is really difficult. It means the most dark and terrible of all human actions, talking to a man. In fact, I know of nothing more difficult than really talking to the poor men we meet. If we really believed in democracy, we wouldn't be debating about what we should do with the poor. The poor would be debating about what to do with us.
His absent-mindedness, it turns out, is only about details that really don't matter, though they are the kinds of things that tend to fill up our lives. But G.K. Chesterton is always focused on the larger picture and on eternal truths. He has a passion for justice and a genuine love for everyone. He may be lost and helpless on the street, but he is always at home in the world. He can expound, it seems, on any subject. The history of glassmaking, gargoyles, Milton, Huxley, cheese, the Manichees, Shakespeare, Shaw, shirts, Tennyson, turnpikes, taffy. He can quote whole passages of books from memory, books that he has read years and years before. Challenge him to offer evidence for one of his historical pronouncements, and he will repeat verbatim the terms of the Magna Carta in the original Old English. Ask him to autograph a book for you, and he will inscribe it with an original poem inside the cover, or toss off a perfect epigram. He doesn't sign his name, he draws it. His penmanship is picturesque, as clear and clean as his prose, as full and fitting as his poetry. And then he gives you the book as a gift. He sighs, "Alas, my trade is words." He seems embarrassed that words are the only thing he makes and the only gift he can give. He calls his work bosh. The humility is utterly sincere. It is the most striking thing about him that such a big man should feel so small. But his very size may have something to do with his humility.
It may be that the thin monks were holy, but I am sure it was the fat monks who were humble. And to be fat is to be laughed at, and that is a more wholesome experience for the soul of man.
And indeed, he laughs harder than anyone at the jokes made at his own expense, and his caricatures of himself are more hilarious than any others. He can honestly enjoy his own foolishness and mock his own accomplishments. In debates, he disarms his opponents by agreeing with them when they attack him personally. It is when they attack his ideas that he reluctantly rises and utterly demolishes their arguments. But as his secretary would say long afterwards, it gave him no pleasure to excel over other people. He truly understands the great virtue of humility and the great sin of pride. He says that if he only had one sermon to preach, it would be a sermon against pride. And we would hear him intone from the pulpit that all evil began with some attempt at superiority. But he is the first to insist that he is no preacher. He is a journalist. And he is constantly under a deadline, and he has to produce an article for one of the many newspapers that employ him, including his own newspaper, and he tries to find something, anything, to write on.
The quicker goes the journalist, the slower go his thoughts. The result is the newspaper of our time, which every day can be delivered earlier and earlier, and which every day is less worth delivering at all.
But of course, if Chesterton writes it, it is worth reading, and still worth reading almost a century after he has written it. He can deliver a provocative essay on any subject, even when there doesn't appear at first to be a subject. But before he plunges into thought, he takes out still another weapon, at least what some people would call a weapon.
My muse. Some men write with a pencil, others with a typewriter. I write with my cigar. But you see, I represent the jolly mass of mankind. I am the happy and reckless Christian. It is true that tobacco, though not an intoxicant, is in some sense a drug. But then so is tea. It is true that tobacco, taken out of season and reason, spoils your appetite. But so do sweets. It is true that it is a luxury, a mere keen passing titillation or pungency. But so are pepper and salt. It is true that it ends in smoke, but so do all worldly powers and pleasures. It is true that it falls into ashes, but so do we. There is nothing immoral about smoking a cigar. To regard smoking as immoral shows not merely a lack of clear thinking, but a lack of clear standards. Lumping the wrong things together as evils blurs the line between right and wrong and leads to chaos. If there is one thing worse than the modern weakening of major morals, it is the modern strengthening of minor morals. Thus it is considered more withering to accuse a man of bad taste than of bad ethics. Cleanliness is not next to godliness nowadays, for cleanliness is made an essential, and godliness is regarded as an offense. These matters of health and hygiene have been invoked to attack the simple pleasures that should be matters of personal liberty and convenience. It has now come to be regarded by many as if it were a part of essential morals, to get up early in the morning. Now that may be a part of practical wisdom, but there is nothing good about getting up, or bad about lying in bed. Misers get up early in the morning, and burglars, I am informed, get up the night before. It is the great peril of our society that all its mechanisms may grow more fixed, while its spirit grows more fickle. A man's minor actions and arrangements ought to be free, flexible, creative. The things that should be unchangeable are his principles, his ideals. But with us, the reverse is true. Our views change constantly. But our lunch does not change.
The question occurs to us, does he talk the same way he writes? The answer is yes. His beloved wife Frances assures us that when Chesterton talks, his tone and his outlook never vary, whoever may be with him, early in the morning or late at night, in the company of others or alone with his wife. He has the same way of approaching life, with the same flow of a sudden idea. He also talks to himself. If a man does not talk to himself, he says, it's because he's not worth talking to. He also laughs at his own jokes.
Why should a man make a joke without taking part in it? It is an unpardonable conceit not to laugh at your own jokes. Joking is undignified, and that is why it is so good for one's soul.
And he would like nothing better than to laugh and joke all night long. But too many of his nights have been promised to others. His wife suddenly reminds him that he has to give a lecture that evening, and he's already late. A riot of activity follows as Frances attempts to make her husband appear presentable, and he attempts to find out what it is he's supposed to be lecturing about. He scribbles a few notes on whatever scraps of paper are in reach, and then he's hurriedly loaded into a cab. Upon arriving at the lecture hall, the great man of great girth has trouble getting his huge frame out of the cab. Perhaps, someone suggests, if he tried to get out sideways. He groans, "I have no sideways." The lecture hall is completely full of people. His lectures are always sold out. He's given a long and laudatory introduction and a thundering ovation as he rises to speak.
After the whirlwind, one still small voice. I could call myself a lecturer, but I fear there are some here who have actually heard one of my lectures. I think it may be cheerfully admitted that one of the strangest, largest, and most fundamental problems of modern life is its ugliness. I believe that the great source of the hideousness of modern life is the lack of enthusiasm for modern life. If we really loved modern life, we should make it beautiful. For all men seek to make beautiful the thing which they already think beautiful. The mother always seeks to deck out her child in whatever finery she possesses. The owner of a fine house adorns his house. The believer beautifies his church. The lover lavishes his lady. The patriot reforms his country. All these men improve a thing because they believe it is beautiful. We do not make modern life beautiful precisely because we do not believe in modern life. If we regarded the engineering of our age as the great Gothic architects regarded the engineering of their age, we should make of the ordinary steam engine something as beautiful as the Christian cathedral. There was a time when art was merely a tool which served religion. But we are trying to make art replace religion. We're trying to make art the only common bond. and we are trying to avoid the religious questions altogether. But the first and most important thing about any man is his vision, his conception of existence. Upon this depends whether he will paint a gorgeous picture or a sad one. Upon this also depends whether he will paint a sad picture or merely jump off of London Bridge.
At the conclusion of the talk, he invites questions from the audience.
Mr. Chesterton, would you prefer to be thin? No, my weight gives us a subject with which to start these question and answer sessions.
What are your thoughts on hell?
I regard it as a thing to be avoided.
What do you think of the German language?
I regard it with complete agnosticism.
If you were stranded on a desert island with only one book, what book would you want it to be?
Why, Thomas's Guide to Practical Shipbuilding.
Could you speak louder, please?
Good sister, don't worry. You aren't missing a thing.
What do you think will happen in the next great revolution? The revolt of nature against man.
I hope man will not hesitate to shoot.
Isn't truth merely one's own conception of things?
That is the big blunder. All thought is an attempt to discover if one's own conception is true or not.
Do you believe in the comradeship of the sexes?
Madam, if I were to treat you for 2 minutes like a comrade, you would throw me out of the house.
You seem to know everything.
I know nothing, madam. I am a journalist.
In the event of your having to change your original position, what tactic do you adopt?
On such occasions, I invariably commit suicide.
There are many images of Chesterton and of the other players in his life that we could have parade across the stage as if across the stage of a toy theater. There's the skeletal figure of George Bernard Shaw, urging him to write plays and make some money. There's the charging bull, Hilaire Belloc, urging him to attack political and corporate corruption. There's the patient and supportive Francis, urging him not to spend so much time with journalism, to use his considerable talents to create a great and lasting work of literature, rather than the fleeting work of Fleet Street. Once again we can hear Chesterton sigh, "Alas, my trade is words." He does not feel worthy of his calling to be a bearer of beauty and justice and truth. He suddenly seems weary and overwhelmed at the awesomeness of his task. He says, "I now realize that we are trying to fight the whole world, to turn the tide of the whole time we live in, to resist everything that seems irresistible. And for an instant, all seems lost."
The one perfectly divine thing, the one glimpse of God's paradise on earth, is to fight a losing battle and not lose it.
He still has one more weapon, more potent and more practical than all the others. It is his pen. And as he steps off this earth, he leaves us with one final thought.
The issue is clear. It is between light and darkness, and everyone must choose his side.
We must choose our side and join the fight. When we fight on Chesterton's side, we have the advantage of using the valuable weapon he's left us. His pen still helps us to battle the old enemies in all their new forms and to defend the ancient truth which does not change. His pen is a sword. It's a weapon to fight with, but it's also a tool to build with. It serves us still. Chesterton's pen. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Please join us again for the Apostle of Common Sense.
Join us next week at this time for G.K. Chesterton, the Apostle of Common Sense, here on EWTN Global Catholic Radio. EWTN presents G.K. Chesterton, featuring Chuck Dahlberg as G.K. Chesterton and Dale Ahlquist, President of American Chesterton Society.
We may scale the heavens and find new stars innumerable, but there is still the new star we have not found, that one on which we were born.
There is no excuse for being bored. The world is overflowing with more than enough beauties and fascinations and mysteries to fill several lifetimes. There are always more books to be read, and amazingly enough, still more books to be written. There are more problems to be solved and more solutions to be celebrated. There are endless games to be played. And yet, the modern world is bored. Modern art reflects the boredom, so do the people who patronize it. No great literature is being produced, and if it is, it's certainly no one's reading it. On the social front, most of the genuine injustices are being fought by only a few lonely voices, while the rest of us languidly turn our heads. And games are something we hire professionals to play for us, while we merely watch. Our entertainment grows louder, flashier, and more bizarre in ever more desperate attempts just to keep our attention. As G.K. Chesterton says, the world will never starve for want of wonders, but only for want of wonder. There are no dull sights, only dull sightseers. He says that there were only two things he never encountered in his whole life: an uninteresting subject or an uninteresting person. But he did find many uninterested persons. He knew, even as a young man, that no one else seemed to take such a fierce pleasure in things being themselves as he did. He was always startled and excited by the wetness of water, the fieriness of fire, the steeliness of steel, the unutterable muddiness of mud. This led him to understand that when we call a man manly or a woman womanly, we touch the deepest philosophy. It also led him to understand his own vocation as a writer and a literary artist. He was not selfish with his gift of being able to see the world in all its fullness. He tried to give us his eyes to see the world as he saw it, to reawaken in us a sense of wonder.
The whole object of real art, of real romance, and above all, of real religion, is to prevent people from losing the humility and gratitude which are thankful for daylight and daily bread, to prevent them from the power to turn our imaginations inwards on the things we already have, and to make those things live. It is not merely seeking new experiences, which rapidly become old experiences. It is really learning how to experience our experiences. It is learning how to enjoy our enjoyments.
Our first act each day should be to be grateful to have been created, to regard life as an ecstasy, a mercy, an unbelievable privilege. And yet, it is the hardest of all earthly tasks to make men turn back and wonder at the simplicities that they've come to ignore. For some strange reason, the most unpopular of all doctrines is the doctrine which declares the common life divine. Though we praise democracy, it turns out that there's nothing that so terrifies men as the decree that they are all kings. And Christianity, oddly enough, is the hardest of all gospels, for there's nothing that so strikes men with fear as saying that they are all sons of God. But this is the good news. And this good news flows endlessly from the pen of Gilbert Keith Chesterton. Everywhere Chesterton looks, he sees a sacramental sign or a symbol. Everything means something. It is impossible for anything to signify nothing. Where there is nothing, there is Satan. As an example of Chesterton's ability to see the significance in anything, one night while traveling in a train, he looked out a window and saw a brief glimpse of a scene inside a house along the tracks, a room lit with a blue light against a red curtain, and the shadow of a man stretching his arms, probably just yawning and getting ready to go to bed. But Chesterton saw in that blue light the blue skies of eternity, and the blue that clings to the Blessed Virgin in all the old pictures. And in the red he saw the blood of martyrdom. And in the figure with the outstretched arms, he saw the crucifixion.
The function of imagination is not to make strange things settled, so much as to make settled things strange. Not so much to make wonders facts, as to make facts wonders.
The wonder begins with existence itself. Existence, he says, has a value wholly inexpressible. But he tries to express it, because that is the duty of the artist, to express the inexpressible. Chesterton tries to get us to feel what he calls the intoxication of existence and the invaluable, incomparable gift of life. In a prophetic poem written over 100 years ago, a poem entitled By the Babe Unborn, he portrays a baby lying inside the dark womb, trying to imagine a world of blue skies and green grassy hills, which to him in the darkness is just a dream. But if he could actually attain it and see such a world and live in it, his gratitude would be unending.
They should not hear a word from me of selfishness or scorn. If only I could find the door, if only I were born.
We should never stop being in awe of babies. As Chesterton says, each time a baby is born, it's as if a whole new world has been created, because the world is being seen for the first time by a new soul, as if it were the first day of creation. Inside that little head, there's a new system of stars, new grass, new cities, a new sea.
A literary man who cannot see that a baby is marvelous could not see that anything was marvelous. He has certainly no earthly logical reason for regarding a movie vamp as marvelous. The movie vamp is only what happens to the baby when it goes wrong.
We don't recognize that babies are marvelous because we refuse to see basic, obvious things. Chesterton says that it is only the obvious things that are never seen, the things that we've been seeing all along without seeing them. And one of those obvious things is the strangely elusive thing called happiness. All the true things about happiness have been said and are always being said, and yet we've managed to ignore them. It's another example of not knowing how to enjoy enjoyment. We put so much emphasis on the pursuit of happiness rather than on the happiness itself. All the things that we need to make us reasonably happy lie within our grasp. If we pause in our frantic pursuit of happiness, if we stop and try to picture happiness, it is something different from the fuss and frustration that fills our pursuit. Happiness is something simple and basic, and everyone knows this if they would only stop and consider it. It's common sense. As Chesterton says, men rush towards complexity, but they yearn for simplicity. They try to be kings, but they dream of being shepherds. If we neglect the basic pleasures, the reasonable happiness that already is available to us, we will chase after an unreasonable sort of happiness, the impossible or the forbidden, or what we never can have or never should have. That sort of divine discontent is not the pursuit of happiness, but rather the pursuit of unhappiness.
The point of the story of Satan is not that he revolted against being in hell, but that he revolted against being in heaven. The point about Adam is not that he was discontented with the conditions of the earth, but that he was discontented with the conditions of the earthly paradise.
This discontent leads to the loss of wonder. The world becomes stale, and all other problems follow.
The effect of this staleness is really the same everywhere. It is seen in all drug-taking and dram-drinking and every form of the tendency to increase the dose. Men seek stranger sins or more startling obscenities as stimulants to their jaded sense. They seek after mad oriental religions for the same reason. They try to stab their nerves to life. They are walking in their sleep and try to wake themselves up with nightmares.
There is a clarity in contentment. It is something that we can control, something we can choose. It is a happiness that we can choose. The misery of discontent is passive. It is muddled and it muddles. It is cynical and suspicious and short. It is hopeless. But wonder is active. It shimmers. It's full of hope. And it is eternal. The key to happiness and the key to wonder is humility. Chesterton understands this better than any modern writer. More than that, he also embodies it. Humility means being small enough to see the greatness of something and to feel unworthy of it, and privileged to be able to enjoy it. And ultimately, there's only one thing to enjoy, and only one thing that can ever make us happy. Ironically, both the skeptic and the believer think the gospel's too good to be true. But the skeptic scorns it, and the believer falls on his knees. He sees that even goodness is too good to be true, along with the truth that is too good to be true. The only thing that prevents us from seeing this is the sinfulness of pride.
I think the instinct of mankind against pride, as the ultimate human evil, can be proved from the most prosaic details. We do not resent a schoolboy being in love with a different girl every week, nor even his being in love with all of them in the course of the same week. Our dim yet divine desire to kick him only comes when he says that they're all in love with him. Pride is the poison in every other vice. Gluttony is a great fault, but we do not necessarily dislike a glutton. We only dislike the glutton when he becomes the gourmet. That is, when he not only wants the best for himself, but knows what is best for other people. Pride does not go before a fall. Pride is a fall.
Chesterton says pride dries up laughter, it dries up wonder, it dries up chivalry and energy. But humility is the thing which is forever renewing the earth and the stars. The sense of wonder silences us. It is the silence that comes from being in the presence of God. It is the silence that lets us listen. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. The first thing the fear of the Lord does, as it did to Job, is compel us to put our hand over our mouth. Religion is about wonder. Chesterton says wonder has the positive element of praise, the wonder of creation and of the Creator, the wonder of what we have been given, and if we think about it, the hint of a wonder of something we've lost. We know that there is something perfect only because we have an imperfect version of it. Paradise, says Chesterton, is a hope, but also, in some strange way, also a memory. We recognize paradise because we recognize that we've been deprived of it. Chesterton realized this, oddly enough, when he sprained his foot. Remember, everything means something, even a sprained foot. For Chesterton, the name of the lesson was The Advantages of Having One Leg.
I feel grateful for this slight sprain, which has introduced this mysterious and fascinating relationship between one of my feet and the other. You see, the way to love anything is to realize that it might be lost. In one of my feet I can feel how strong and splendid a foot is. In the other, I can realize how very much otherwise it might have been. The moral of the whole thing is wholly exhilarating. This world and all our powers in it are far more awful and beautiful than even we know until some accident reminds us. If you wish to perceive that limitless felicity, why limit yourself, if only for a moment. If you wish to realize how fearfully and wonderfully God's image is made, why stand on one leg. If you want to realize the splendid vision of all visible things, wink the other eye.
The way to love anything is to realize it might be lost. It makes us look on everything with a new appreciation. What if we did not have it? Chesterton reminds us that we could just as easily not have had it, or any of the good things we do have. Chesterton says, thanks are the highest form of thought. Gratitude is happiness doubled by wonder. The reason why thanks are the highest form of thought is because it puts us in the frame of mind where we realize that everything is a gift. The nature of a gift is that it is undeserved. There's a theological term for this, grace. And what is the best kind of gift? The one we don't expect, the surprise. Certainly it is a pleasure on Christmas morning to find our stockings filled with gifts, but Chesterton says the best gift we can ever find in our stockings is our own two legs. He wants us to experience that pleasure of the surprise gift with everything, to see everything as if seeing it for the first time, to enhance the whole world in a new light of appreciation. The test of all happiness is gratitude. For Chesterton, there was one famous piece of literature that illustrates better than anything else the art of gratitude and the appreciation of the so-called commonplace. It is the original castaway story, Robinson Crusoe.
Robinson Crusoe is a man on a small rock with just a few comforts snatched from the sea. The best thing in the book is simply the list of things saved from the wreck. The greatest of poems, after all, is an inventory. Every kitchen tool becomes ideal because Crusoe might have dropped it in the sea. It is a good exercise in empty or ugly hours of the day to look at anything, the coal scuttle or the bookcase, and think how happy one could be to have brought it out of the sinking ship onto the solitary island. But it is a better exercise still to remember how all things have had this hairbreadth escape. Everything has been saved from a wreck. Every man has had one horrible adventure, almost not being saved. Men spoke in my boyhood of restricted or ruined men of genius, and it was common to say that many a man was a great might-have-been. To me, it is a more solid and startling fact that any man in the street is a great might-not-have-been.
Chesterton calls Robinson Crusoe an example of the poetry of limits, the wild romance of prudence. It is the best use of the imagination. We might suppose that imagination involves an expansion, a longing for larger and larger horizons. We might suppose that imagination works towards the infinite. But if we think about it, the infinite is the opposite of imagination. For as Chesterton says, the imagination deals with an image, and an image is, in its nature, a thing that has an outline, therefore a limit. The person with the best imagination, who quite unconsciously sees this connection between imagination and limitation, is the little child. The child, says Chesterton, is positively in love with limits. He uses his imagination to invent imaginary limits. For instance, he's never been told that it is his moral duty to step on alternate paving stones. And yet that's what he does. He deliberately deprives the world of half its paving stones in order to exult in a challenge that he's offered to himself. This game of self-limitation, the principle, is behind every game. It means drawing the line and staying within it. It's one of the secret treasures of life. It begins with a child stepping on alternate paving stones. It means sometimes standing on one leg. It means appreciating something more because you've given something else up. There's a theological term for this, too. Sacrifice. It's a little-known term, but it's still used in some religions, such as Catholicism. Wonder is an elementary thing. The child's sense of wonder at a fairy tale is something basic. But what is interesting is that the younger the child is, the less fantastic the fairy tale has to be. The sense of wonder is so intense that mere life is interesting enough.
A child of 7 is excited by being told that Tommy opened a door and saw a dragon. But a child of 3 is excited by being told that Tommy opened a door.
The point is that we were made to be astonished. And that is what we expect art to do for us. But the greatest work of art is the astonishing creation that God gave us. Chesterton says, astonishment at the universe is not mysticism, but a transcendental common sense. When Chesterton recalled his own childhood, he said that what was wonderful about it was that anything in it was a wonder. It was not merely a world full of miracles, it was a miraculous world.
If anybody chooses to say that I have founded all of my social philosophy on the antics of a child, I am quite satisfied to bow and smile. But if anybody who's read some books on child psychology cries out to me in glee and cunning, "Why, you only like romantic children's games because you played those games in your childhood," I shall reply with gentle and Christian patience, "Yes, yes, you fool, yes."
Make no mistake, Chesterton grew up and came to understand sin and evil. He was not naive about the darkness that clouds the human soul. But G.K. Chesterton maintained a supreme innocence that fills his writing. He never lost his childlike sense of wonder. And this is important. In the Gospel of Mark, chapter 10, verse 13, Jesus says, "I tell you truly, anyone who will not receive the kingdom of God like a little child will never enter it." There is a challenge with Chesterton, and the challenge is this. We have to adjust our whole way of thinking when we read him. We're not used to thinking in the language he uses. But if we can learn to think his thoughts with him, he can reawaken in us that sense of wonder that will enable us to become like little children, and we can step closer to the kingdom of God. There is indeed something that children seem to grasp about eternal life that the rest of us have lost. They have abounding vitality. They are in spirit fierce and free. And yet, as Chesterton says, they want things repeated and unchanged. They always say, "Do it again," and the grown-up person does it until he's nearly dead. For grown-up people are not strong enough to exult in monotony. But perhaps God is strong enough to exult in monotony. It's possible that God says every morning, "Do it again" to the sun, and every evening, "Do it again" to the moon. World without end. Amen. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Please join us again for the Apostle of Common Sense.
Join us next week at this time for G.K. Chesterton, the Apostle of Common Sense, here on EWTN Global Catholic Radio.
Be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy.
Though I do not always act like it, Lord, I really do want to be holy. I ask your grace to imitate your holiness in my life.
Pray with us, the Holy Rosary, daily on the Global Catholic Network, EWTN.
EWTN presents G.K. Chesterton, featuring Chuck Dahlberg as G.K. Chesterton and Dale Ahlquist, President of the American Chesterton Society.
The hand of God may be evident in the wonder of His creation, but the most evident thing about God is that He is hidden.
We all feel the riddle of the earth without anyone to point it out. The mystery of life is the plainest part of it. The clouds and curtains of darkness, the confounding vapors, these are the daily weather of this world. Whatever else we have grown accustomed to, we have grown accustomed to the unaccountable. Every stone or flower is a hieroglyphic of which we have lost the key. with every step of our lives, we enter into the middle of some story which we are certain to misunderstand.
It may seem startling to call G.K. Chesterton a mystic. That's because we have a hard time associating the word mystic with a 300-pound cigar-smoking London journalist. But that's because we, in general, have the wrong idea about what a mystic is. As Chesterton says, a verbal accident has confused the mystical with the mysterious. Mysticism is thought to be something vague and cloudy and impenetrable, something mysterious. But the mystic does not bring doubts and riddles. The doubts and riddles exist already. The mystic is the man who tries to address the doubts and solve the riddles. The mystic is not the man who makes mysteries, but the man who destroys them. And that is why it is safe to say that Chesterton is a mystic. He's always diving deeply into the ocean of mystery and returning to the surface with great truths for those of us who are here along the shore barely getting our feet wet. Chesterton not only points to the strange symbols we have missed, he reveals their surprising meanings. His greatest gift is his ability to turn things around for us when we have them exactly backwards. For instance, there are some people who say that the marriage vow might be very convenient for commonplace public purposes, but has no place in the world of art and imagination. Chesterton says the truth is exactly the other way. The truth is that if marriage had not existed, it would have been necessary for artists to invent it. Even if the pledge of commitment between a man and a woman had never been a social requirement, it would have still been a poetical requirement. Monogamy is romantic. It just happens to be merely practical. But if ever monogamy is abandoned in practice, it will linger in legend and in literature. And there are people who talk of the restraints of fact and the freedom of fiction. But the truth is exactly the other way. Chesterton says, nature is as free as air. Art is forced to look probable. There may be a million things that do happen, and yet only one thing that convinces us as likely to happen. And there are some people who say that the concept of God is merely a symbol of some greater abstract cosmic idea of goodness. But the truth is exactly the other way. Chesterton says God is not a symbol of goodness. Goodness is a symbol of God. And as any true mystic draws closer to the truth, closer to God, God does not become something vague and formless and impersonal. God becomes more solid and definite and personal. God becomes a man. Yet even Jesus is a mystery. He does not come to us as a conquering king. He comes as a suffering servant, not what we would have expected. Even when God reveals himself, he remains hidden. The mystic always has more work cut out for him. There is a question that has always haunted mankind. It is a question that has perplexed everyone who's ever thought about it. The question is this: why does God allow suffering? Or as we sometimes more pointedly put it, why does God allow bad things to happen to good people? There's one place that this question is dealt with more profoundly than anywhere else: the Old Testament book of Job, which just happens to be G.K. Chesterton's favorite book of the Bible. He describes how Job faces the universal question of suffering. Though Job's endurance is beyond anything that most of us could imagine, in spite of his great patience, he finally reaches the point that we all reach, the point where he demands an explanation. He wants some answers from God. But the amazing thing about the book of Job is that when God enters the story, it is not to answer Job's question, it is to ask questions of his own, questions such as, where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? And what is even more amazing than the fact that God doesn't answer Job's questions is this: Job is suddenly satisfied.
Job was comfortless before the speech of Jehovah, and is comforted after it. He has been told nothing, but he feels the terrible and tingling atmosphere of something which is too good to be told. The refusal of God to explain his design is itself a burning hint of his design. The riddles of God are more satisfying than the solutions of man.
This is a marvelous turnaround. Job and his friends had insisted that everything in the world can be explained. God himself comes and insists that everything cannot be explained, at least as far as men are concerned. In fact, as God describes the wonders of creation, he insists that it is a much stranger world than Job ever thought it was. And again, Job is somehow comforted by this. But the big question dealt with in the book of Job is the question of whether God always punishes vice with earthly calamity and always rewards virtue with earthly prosperity. In other words, do we suffer right now because of our sins, and are we rewarded right now because of our virtues? The answer in the book of Job is pretty obvious. The answer is no. And if it were a different answer, that would be a calamity, because it would tempt us to think that all successful people are virtuous and all unfortunate people are merely getting what they deserve. But as Chesterton says, the book of Job is chiefly remarkable for the fact that it does not end in a way that is conventionally satisfactory.
Job is not told that his misfortunes were due to his sins or a part of any plan for his improvement. We see Job tormented, not because he was the worst of men, but because he was the best. It is the lesson of the whole work that man is most comforted by paradoxes, and it is by all human testimony the most reassuring. I need not suggest what a high and strange history awaited this paradox of the best man in the worst fortune. I need not say whose wounds are prefigured in the wounds of Job.
It is paradoxical, isn't it, that man is most comforted by paradoxes. But it is this tool of comfort, the paradox, that Chesterton makes the greatest use of in all his writing. He is the Prince of Paradox. Now, what exactly is this thing, paradox? Well, first of all, it isn't one thing, it's two things, and it has two definitions, and both definitions are equally important. The first meaning, the literal meaning from the Greek, is para, which means contrary to or against, and dox, which is accepted opinion or expectation. In other words, something strange, something remarkable, even wonderful. Something other than even the opposite of what we would expect. The second meaning is the notion of the proposition which seems to contradict itself. Two statements that are both true, but absolutely contradict one another. The Bible, of course, is full of paradox. The first shall be last, the last shall be first. If you save your life, you'll lose it. If you lose your life, you'll save it. The greatest among you is your servant. A virgin shall give birth. The dead shall rise. Blessed are the poor. Blessed are you when you are persecuted. Count it all joy when you meet various trials. And if you want really good examples of the paradox, turn to any page of G.K. Chesterton.
All men are tragic, and all men are comic. Every man is important if he loses his life, and every man is funny if he loses his hat. The jokes about men sitting down on their hats are rarely theological jokes. They are concerned with the dual nature of man. They refer to the primary paradox that man is superior to all the things around him, and yet is at their mercy. Men can always be blind to a thing so long as it is big enough.
It is so difficult to see the world in which we live. The self is more distant than any star. The mere pursuit of health always leads to something unhealthy. Nature worship inevitably produces things that are against nature. Charity to the deserving is not charity at all. It is of the new things that men tire, of fashions and proposals and improvements and change. It is the old things that startle and intoxicate. It is the old things that are young. It is easy to be solemn. It is so hard to be frivolous. Fairy tales are the only true accounts that man has ever given of his destiny. Jack the Giant Killer is the embodiment of the first of the three great paradoxes by which men live. It is the paradox of courage, the paradox which says you must defy the thing that is terrifying. Unless you are frightened, you are not brave. And Cinderella is the embodiment of the second of these paradoxes, the paradox of humility, which says, look for the best in the thing, ignorant of its merit. He that abases himself shall be exalted. And Beauty and the Beast is the embodiment of the third of these paradoxes, the paradox of faith, the absolutely necessary and wildly unreasonable maxim which says to every mother with a child or to every patriot with a country, you must love the thing first and make it lovable afterwards.
Chesterton uses the concept of courage as a prime example of paradox. He says it means a strong desire to live, taking the form of a readiness to die. A man in peril can only save his life by risking it. He can only get away from death by continually stepping within an inch of it. A soldier surrounded by enemies, if he's to cut his way out, needs to combine a strong desire for living with a strange carelessness about dying. There is no way out of danger except the dangerous way. Now, before we get carried away with examples of paradox, we have to note examples of what isn't paradox. Paradox is not a compromise of two opposing ideas, each giving in to a middle ground that is neither one nor the other, as pink is neither red nor white. It is not dualism, as in the philosophy of Hegel, where you have a thesis and an antithesis and put them together to produce a synthesis. And it's not the Oriental yin-yang, where reality is composed of a metaphysical balance of opposite forces. And it's not an oxymoron or a contradiction in terms which is simply nonsense, like round square or tiny giant or jumbo shrimp or tight slacks or government intelligence or my all-time favorite oxymoron, Microsoft Works. While these are not paradox, they all point to paradox, because each of these others is an attempt to deal with contradiction, and contradiction is the essence of paradox. Chesterton says, by paradox we mean the truth inherent in a contradiction. In the paradox, the two opposite cords of truth become entangled in an inextricable knot, but it is this knot which holds everything together.
An element of paradox runs through the whole of existence itself. It begins in the two facts that we cannot imagine a space that is infinite, and that we cannot imagine a space that is finite. It runs through the inmost complications of divinity, and that we cannot conceive that Christ in the wilderness was truly pure, unless we also conceive that he desired to sin. It runs in the same manner through all the minor matters of morals, so that we cannot imagine courage existing except in conjunction with fear, or magnanimity existing except in conjunction with some temptation to meanness.
Thinking, says Chesterton, means connecting things. But when we do try to connect things, one of two things usually happens. Either they don't connect or they collide. In other words, we encounter a contradiction. The contradiction is either a lack of continuity, a separation, or more likely it's a collision, a discord, an opposition. It's something that we have to deal with. It's something that we have to do something about. And our natural tendency is to do away with the contradiction, to eliminate it. But Chesterton says it is only the man who accepts the contradictions who can laugh and walk easily through the world.
He has always cared more for truth than for consistency. If he saw two truths that seemed to contradict each other, he would take the two truths and the contradiction along with them. You see, his spiritual sight is stereoscopic, like his physical sight. He sees two different pictures at once, and yet sees all the better for that. Thus, he has always believed that there was such a thing as fate, but such a thing as free will also. Thus he believed that children were indeed the kingdom of heaven, but nevertheless ought to be obedient to the kingdom of earth. He admired youth because it was young, and age because it was not. It is exactly this balance of apparent contradictions that has been the whole buoyancy of the truly healthy man. The whole secret of mysticism is this, that man can understand everything by the help of what he does not understand. The morbid logician seeks to make everything lucid, and succeeds only in making everything mysterious. The mystic allows one thing to be mysterious, and then everything else becomes lucid.
Chesterton uses paradox for a purpose, not to be cute, not to be clever, not to be confusing, and not merely to be contradictory. He uses paradox to point to the truth. Truth is paradoxical in both senses of the word. It is a surprise, and it is set around a contradiction. At no point does Chesterton explain the contradiction away. He never unties the inextricable knot. He, like the mystic to whom he refers, allows one thing to be mysterious so that everything else can be lucid. But this is important. He's not trying to encourage muddled thinking. On the contrary, he really is trying to make everything else lucid, all the while acknowledging the insoluble mystery that lies at the heart of existence. Now, to say that there is such a thing as an insoluble mystery is not to attack reason. It is to say that reason by itself is insufficient. Reason has its place, but first it has its starting place, which is never reasonable. He says, you never can prove your first statement, or it would not be your first statement. In other words, there's no such thing as a reasonable assumption. That would be an oxymoron. Chesterton points out that logic is a process that can be performed with any assumption. He says, you can only find truth with logic if you've already found truth without it. Truth and logic have very little to do with each other. Chesterton is not against reason. What he is against is skepticism in all its form, especially in the proud agnostic who claims that he's only relying on reason, when really he equates reason with doubt. The skeptic begins by doubting. There's nothing reasonable about that. His only use of reason is to reinforce his doubt. And thus, says Chesterton, he sinks through floor after floor of a bottomless universe. Reason has to have a starting point from which to build its case. But that starting point has to be simply a given that has to be accepted, an assumption, which is nothing more than an act of faith. But then, reason can only go so far. It also ends with faith.
The ultimate paradox is that the very things we cannot comprehend are the things that we have to take for granted. Whatever may be the meaning of faith, it must always mean a certainty about something we cannot prove. A man must take what is called a leap in the dark, as he does when he is married, or when he dies, or when he is born, or when he does almost anything else that is important.
Truth is paradoxical. It is strange. It is improbable. It is the opposite of what we expect. Chesterton explains why truth is stranger than fiction. Because we've made fiction to suit ourselves. We've not made the truth. He says, however wild he makes his fictitious examples, truth is always wilder. Truth comes as a surprise. It is the opposite of what we expect. Why? Because we have things backwards. Why? Because of another paradox. Chesterton says the primary paradox of Christianity is that the ordinary condition of man is not his sane or sensible condition, that the normal itself is an abnormality. We are fallen. We are sinful. We are confused. We have everything mixed up.
Men are always speaking gravely and earnestly and with the utmost possible care about things that are not important, but are always talking frivolously about the things that are. Men talk for hours with the faces of a college of cardinals about things like golf, or tobacco, or party politics. But they joke about the most grave and dreadful things in the world, like being married or being hanged.
And then there is the paradox at the heart of all truth, the ultimate paradox, the absolute paradox, Jesus Christ. That God should come to earth as a humble servant is quite contrary to expectation. That he should suffer and die is not how we would have written the script. That he should rise from the dead is beyond wonderful. Jesus is one surprise after another. He goes against our expectations. But he's also the contradiction, the collision of the eternal with the temporal, the infinite with the finite, the creator with the creature, the invisible with the visible, the spirit with the flesh, life with death. Here we encounter the God-man, the king who is a servant, the spirit who is a rock, the lion who is a lamb, Jesus Christ. In order to fulfill our deepest desire, to meet all our needs, to answer all our questions, in other words, to embody truth, Christ has to be a paradox. We would accept nothing less, and nothing less would be able to accept us. It must be God and man combined in one person, not a blend or a compromise, but as Chesterton says, both things at the top of their energy, love and wrath, both burning, not a being apart from God and man like an elf, not a being half human and half not like a centaur, but both things at once and both things thoroughly, very man and very God. The cross has always been called a sign of contradiction. It is the horizontal contradicted by the vertical. It is time contradicted by eternity. It is sin contradicted by forgiveness. It is death contradicted by life. What is left for us to do? Bow down and worship. That's the final paradox. Chesterton says, the worshiper never feels taller than when he bows. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Please join us again for the Apostle of Common Sense.
Join us next week at this time for G.K. Chesterton, the Apostle of Common Sense, here on EWTN Global Catholic Radio. EWTN presents G.K. Chesterton, featuring Chuck Dahlberg as G.K. Chesterton and Dale Ahlquist, President of American Chesterton Society.
It is one of the great ironies that the 20th century's greatest writer, G.K. Chesterton, for those of you who haven't been paying attention, never went to college. He went to art school. He was in art school at least because he thought he was training to become an artist. However, he accidentally became a writer instead. In 1900, he was asked to review some art books for a magazine. And with that, he said, he had discovered the easiest of all professions, which he pursued ever since. But his training in art obviously served him well. Art is about being articulate. And G.K. Chesterton, the artist-turned-writer, writes visually. He illustrates everything he says with verbal images that spring to life. His words become flesh. Although he went on to write about everything and everything else, art is a theme he returns to again and again. His writings include commentary on just about any major artist you could name: Leonardo, Michelangelo, Raphael, Giotto, Botticelli, Turner, Reynolds, Constable, Monet, Gauguin, Picasso. What sets him apart as an art critic is the stunning way in which he puts artists into their larger context. That is, he puts them in their place. But he also puts art into its place. Because we are created in the image of God, we also are creators. Man is the only one of God's creatures who is an artist. As Chesterton says, art is the signature of man. When someone asks, what is art? It is as bad as when Pontius Pilate asks, what is truth? When truth is standing there right in front of his face. As Chesterton says, Pilate showed poor timing in his taste for epigram. Yet if we ask Chesterton the question, what is art? The answer he gives is almost as challenging as the question, for he does not give just one answer. He says that the definition of art is exaggeration, but he also says that art is diminution, reducing the world to a smaller scale. He says art should be sensational, but he also says that art should be subtle. He contends that art should be beautiful, overwhelmingly beautiful. Yet he defends gargoyles and the grotesque and the homely peasants painted by Rembrandt. He attacks vulgarity, and he also defends it. He attacks originality, and he also defends it. He attacks high art, but he also defends it. He attacks popular art, and he also defends it. Is there a contradiction here? Yes and no. Chesterton is a complete thinker, a complete and consistent thinker. But he has to correct errors that lie at the opposite extremes and defend a truth that is always being attacked from different angles. And that is why his arguments may seem at times to contradict each other.
All very great classics of art are a rebuke to extravagance, not in one direction, but in all directions. The figure of a Greek Venus is a rebuke to the fat women of Rubens, and also a rebuke to the thin women of Aubrey Beardsley. This is perhaps the test of a very great work of classic creation, that it can be attacked on inconsistent grounds, and that it attacks its enemies on inconsistent grounds. Here is a broad and simple test. If you hear a thing being accused of being too tall and too short, too red and too green, too bad in one way and too bad also in the opposite way, then you may be sure that it is very good.
There's another reason for this apparent contradiction in Chesterton's explanation of art. That's because there's a contradiction at the heart of all truth. Truth is paradoxical, and so art is also paradoxical. What makes a work of art great? What makes it survive through the ages? Chesterton says, the thing that survives is that which has a certain combination of normality with distinction. It has simplicity with a slight touch of strangeness. It is a tale just sufficiently unusual to be worth telling, yet immediately intelligible when told. This is common sense. We want art to strike us and amaze us, but we also want it to comfort us and to embrace us, to be both strange and familiar at the same time. If it is only strange or only familiar, it fails as art. It succeeds when we can look at it and say, I've seen that 1,000 times and I never saw it before. It's the definition of the old masterpieces that even when we've already seen them, there's something unexpected about them. Anyone who's suffered through a gallery of modern art will appreciate Chesterton's art criticism. He explains exactly why most modern art fails, though in one sense he really doesn't have to. Most anyone can see why it fails. However, modern art critics elaborately try to explain to us why modern art succeeds, but the explanations have taken over and have become more important than the art itself, and the poor patrons of the art have to pretend to enjoy it. Chesterton says it takes moral courage to say of the Academy what the child alone had the courage to say about the Emperor's new clothes. There's nothing there.
It is one thing to swallow the new art, and another thing merely to swallow the new art criticism. Many critics have passed from the proposition that a masterpiece may be unpopular to the other proposition that unless it is unpopular, it cannot possibly be a masterpiece. Suppose a man says, why am I not free to produce a sublime architectural effect with 37 butter tubs, 3 gas pipes, and a packing case? Why should I not make beauty out of these? There seems to be no answer, except to say, why not indeed? If he will produce sublime architecture out of them, I shall not complain of the sublimity. If he will make beauty from them, I shall not condemn them for contriving to be beautiful. My attitude toward the experiment may be described as one of patient expectancy, of hope not unmingled with doubt. I am waiting for the moment when the pagoda of tubs shall strike my soul like a thunderbolt out of the sky, when I shall stagger with admiration at some perfect poise and balance of pipes and packing cases, which I had never foreseen even in my dreams, I say nothing of that inspiring moment of my life, except that it has not yet come.
The problem is this. We worship the new instead of the eternal. And when we worship the new, we are always changing our allegiances, because there'll always be something newer. Look at the schools of art in the last 100 years. Impressionism, post-impressionism, futurism, modernism, postmodernism, post-postmodernism. The very titles given to the new schools refer only to a sequence of time in what Chesterton calls a monomania of rivalry. He says it's just as if one controversialist were called a Thursdayite and the other completely eclipsed him by becoming a Fridayite. The notion that every generation proves the last generation worthless and is in turn proved worthless by the next generation is an everlasting vision of worthlessness.
The tragedy of humanity has been the separation of art from the people. Indeed, it is a queer fact that the same progressives who insist that government shall be democratic often insist that art must be elitist, and the public, which is a god when they are talking about votes, becomes a brute when they are talking about books and pictures.
According to Chesterton, there was a time in history when art was more connected to the people, when the abyss between the sense of beauty and the sentiment of humanity was nearly bridged. And that was in the Middle Ages. The medievals knew that the normal person took great pleasure in seeing a cloud of scarlet and gold, and so the artists made sure there was plenty of scarlet and gold in their illuminated manuscripts or their church windows. They also knew that the normal man likes monsters, and so they built gargoyles on the great cathedrals. Both the artists and the public were united in a spirit of wonder. From the cunning craftsman who wondered at the thing being carved beautifully to the most ignorant rustic who wondered at it being carved at all. And Chesterton says, this is the right philosophy, because it really is a miracle that it should be carved at all. A monkey cannot do it. And when a man does it, he's doing something divine. He is creating. And that is a wonder.
The real weakness of even the best of the new artists is that their quaintness does not arise out of a universal world of wonder, but rather out of a world without wonder. It comes not from simplicity, but from satiety. The shepherds who watched the first sketches of Giotto were surprised that he could draw a face, therefore still more surprised that he could draw a beautiful face. But the modern Giotto is tired of beautiful faces and feels that there might yet be a surprise of ugly faces. But there is no permanent progress that way. We cannot really be rejuvenated by becoming more and more jaded. How do we revive a popular interest in art? We cannot assume that everyone can be an artistic genius, or to assume that all artists are geniuses, or that the most lunatic among them are geniuses. The solution does not lie in increasing the number of artists who can startle us with complex things, but by increasing the number of people who can be startled by common things. It lies in restoring relish and receptivity to human society. And that is another question, and a more important one. What the modern world wants is religion, or something that will create a certain ultimate spirit of humility, of enthusiasm, and of thanks. It is not even to be done merely by educating the people in the artistic virtues. insight and selection. It is to be done much more by educating the artists in the popular virtues of astonishment and enjoyment. It not only means making more Giottos, but also making more shepherds.
There's a famous saying that there is no disputing about taste. We all have relatively minor likes and dislikes that are simply personal preferences and cannot be changed by any argument. Chesterton says that in matters of art, the problem is that there are people who prefer to dispute about taste because they do not want their dispute settled. They are avoiding the things that can be argued about and the things that really are worth arguing about because they do not want to face the consequences of losing those arguments. What they are avoiding is the absolute, and their art reflects it. Chesterton does not find modern artists particularly revolutionary. Revolting, yes, but revolutionary, no. The only thing original about their art is that it pertains to original sin.
The decay of society is praised by artists as the decay of a corpse is praised by worms. Savages and modern artists are alike strangely driven to create something uglier than themselves. But the artists find it harder.
Chesterton attacks the navel-gazing school of art, the self-obsessed artists who are concerned only with expressing themselves and not with actually communicating something worthwhile. He predicts quite accurately that in the future, artists who refuse to be anything but artists will go down in history as the embodiment of all the vulgarities and banalities of their time. Chesterton says that the true artist, the artist who transcends time, is driven by an ache to find some sense and some story in the beautiful things he sees. He looks at everything with a careful eye and has a hunger for its secrets. He will not let any tower or tree escape him with its tale untold. Every true artist feels that he's touching truths which transcend the here and now, that his images are shadows of things seen through the veil. He knows that there's something there, something behind the clouds or within the trees, and he believes that the pursuit of beauty is the way to find it, that imagination is a sort of incantation that can call it up. But
a man cannot have the energy to produce good art without having the energy to wish to pass beyond it. A small artist is content with art. A great artist is content with nothing except everything. You never work so well for art's sake as when you are working for something else.
An important point that Chesterton makes is that philosophy is always present in a work of art. And the philosophy that he defends in art is romanticism, as opposed to realism. Now, isms are irritating and usually difficult to keep track of, so that we should know that when Chesterton uses the term realism, it's not in reference to highly finished representational renderings, which he admires, but to an artistic philosophy which emphasizes the dark and the dirty and detachment from the eternal. Realism claims to be life, warts and all, but what realism really is warts as life. The realists claim to be holding up the mirror to nature, but then they start believing only the mirror, even after they have broken it.
Realism, when entirely emptied of romance, becomes utterly unreal. Realism is simply romanticism that has lost its reason, and lost its reason for existing. The old Greeks summoned godlike things to worship their god. The medieval Christians summoned all things to worship theirs, dwarfs and pelicans, monkeys and madmen. The modern realists summon all these million creatures to worship their God, and then have no God for them to worship. Romance means a holy donkey going to the temple. Realism means a lost donkey going nowhere.
Chesterton is a romantic, and so is most any normal person, because it's common sense to be a romantic. It has to do with basic loyalties, with deep and universal emotions, and with high ideals that are worth striving for and worth fighting for.
All romances consist of three characters. For the sake of argument, they may be called St. George, and the dragon, and the princess. In every romance, there must be the twin elements of loving and fighting. In every romance, there must be the three characters. There must be the princess, who is a thing to be loved. There must be the dragon, who is a thing to be fought. And there must be St. George, who is a thing that both loves and fights. There have been many symptoms of cynicism and decay in our modern civilization, but none have been quite so silly or so dangerous as this. That the philosophers of today have started to divide loving from fighting, and to put them into opposite camps. But the two things rarely imply each other. They implied each other in the old romance and in the old religion, which were the two permanent things of humanity. You cannot love a thing without wanting to fight for it. You cannot fight without something to fight for. To love a thing without wishing to fight for it is not to love it at all. It is lust. It may be an airy, philosophical, and disinterested lust, but it is lust. It is that because it is wholly self-indulgent. On the other hand, fighting for a thing without loving it is not even fighting. It can only be called a kind of horseplay that is occasionally fatal. Wherever human nature is truly human, there exists this natural kinship between war and wooing, and that natural kinship is called romance. And every man who has ever been young at all has felt, even if only for a moment, this ultimate and poetic paradox. You see, he knows that loving the world is the same thing as fighting the world.
Inside the word romantic is another word, and we've forgotten that the word romantic comes from that word. That word is Rome. The city of fountains has always been the greatest fountain of art the world has ever known. And that is because there's a direct connection between religion and art. And the modern world has forgotten that connection, just as it has forgotten the connection between Rome and romantic. Chesterton says that all art is religious art. The arts exist to show forth the glory of God, and to awaken and keep alive the sense of wonder in man. And almost all Western art has been directly or indirectly inspired by the Catholic faith, even when it is merely a reaction against it.
All art is born when the temporary touches the eternal.
Now, All of our focus to this point has been on the visual arts, but the same ideas can be applied to the literary arts and the performance arts. And it's particularly true of our most vivid art form, the one which essentially combines all the arts, the motion picture. It is the saddest state of artistic affairs that movies today are such a wasted medium, that so much energy and money is poured into producing them, and they're generally empty. Unfortunately, because they are controlled by commercial interests, they're largely commercials. They may be of the highest production qualities with stunning photography and dazzling special effects and beautiful music, but the problem is, as Chesterton says, they're much too good for the meaningless work they serve. Art has to serve a higher purpose than itself, and certainly a higher purpose than merely making money. It has to serve an eternal purpose, and it has to reflect eternal values, not the world's fugitive values.
Art, like morality, consists of drawing the line somewhere.
It's time that we start making some good religious movies. But until then, it's important to put each movie, like any work of art, to the test. Does it give honor and glory to God? Does it teach us anything eternal? Does it move us to want to change our lives? Does it make us thankful? Does it help us love God better? Does it help us love our neighbor more? Does it make us want to help our neighbor? If it doesn't do any of these things, it's wasted our time. And that's what hell is. Wasted time. Describing hell and misery and depression is something that too many artists have spent too much time doing. And we've been given quite enough of it, thank you. As Chesterton says, there are 20 minor poets who can describe fairly impressively an eternity of agony. There are very few even of the eternal poets who can describe 10 minutes of satisfaction. Heaven's work is a little harder than hell's work. We have to decide who we're going to work for, whose purpose our art is going to serve. Chesterton does not leave us much wiggle room. He says that when art is not in the service of heaven, it is almost always in the service of hell. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Please join us again for the Apostle of Common Sense.
Join us next week at this time for G.K. Chesterton, the Apostle of Common Sense, here on EWTN Global Catholic Radio. EWTN presents G.K. Chesterton, featuring Chuck Dahlberg as G.K. Chesterton and Dale Ahlquist, President of the American Chesterton Society.
What is the point of sending our children to school? If you put this question to the children themselves, they might very likely answer that there is no point. Unfortunately, considering the present state of our educational system, that is probably the right answer. And one child who never grew up G.K. Chesterton, thought it was the right answer a long time ago. In his view, the purpose of compulsory education is to deprive the common people of their common sense. What common sense through the ages tells us is that most people have this simple, basic desire: to have a happy family and a happy home. Chesterton says that just now there's a tendency to forget that the school is only a preparation for the home, not the home a mere jumping-off place for the school. As is so often the case in the modern world, we have things exactly backwards. In the process of turning our children over to the public education system, we've turned our backs on the home and the family. We've somehow mislaid the primary purpose of going to school.
The one thing that is never taught by any chance in the atmosphere of public schools is this: that there is a whole truth of things, and that in knowing it and speaking it, we are happy.
According to Chesterton, the whole point of education is that it should give a person a set of standards, eternal standards, which can be used to judge fugitive standards. We have this backwards, too. Our schools change their standards more often than they change the light bulbs. Chesterton says the modern mind cannot make up its mind. It has no eternal philosophy, no eternal reference point. But the irony is that the more doubtful we are about the value of philosophy, the more certain we are about the value of education, which is the same thing as saying that the more doubtful we are about whether we have any truth, the more certain we are, apparently, that we can teach it to our children. The smaller our faith in doctrine, the larger our faith in doctors.
It is the great paradox of the modern world that at the very time when the world decided that people should not be coerced about their form of religion, it also decided that they should be coerced about their form of education. I think our coercive popular education has been uncommonly near a complete failure. Every education teaches a philosophy, if not by dogma, then by suggestion, by implication, by atmosphere. Every part of that education has a connection with every other part. If it does not all combine to convey some general view of life, it is not an education at all. The truth is that the modern world has committed itself to two wholly different and inconsistent conceptions about education. It is always trying to expand the scope of education, and always trying to exclude from it all religion and philosophy. But this is sheer nonsense. You cannot have a system that claims to provide a complete education and then refuse to discuss theology.
Chesterton claims that the idea of infinite education arose among the wealthy classes, where it was natural enough for a fashionable lady to leave her little daughter to be taught by 5 different governesses, while that same fashionable lady was out demanding more rights for women. And it was that mentality, more or less, that became the basis for our modern public education, the idea of entrusting a child to specialists while the parents go off and do something else, which in most cases meant working in a factory. By turning public education over to the experts, we've undermined the natural authority of the family. Chesterton says the man in the street is wholly at the mercy of an academic priesthood. But there's a further problem with this system, because it does not have the same advantages that the fashionable lady had with her 5 governesses. As Chesterton points out, among poorer people there cannot be 5 teachers to 1 pupil. Generally there are about 50 pupils to 1 teacher. There it is impossible to cut up the soul of a single child and distribute it among specialists. Instead we tear in pieces the soul of a single school teacher and distribute it in rags and scraps to a whole mob of children.
In the case of comparative poverty, which is the common lot of mankind,
we come back to a general parental responsibility, which is the common sense of mankind. And we also come back to the parent as the person in charge of education. If you exalt education, you must exalt the parental power with it. If you deprecate the parental power, you then must deprecate education with it. Private education rarely is universal. Public education can be comparatively narrow. The mother dealing with her own daughters in her own home does literally have to deal with all sides of a single human soul.
Chesterton says the human house is a paradox, for it is larger inside than out. When we step out of the home, when we pass from private life to public life, we are passing from a greater work to a smaller one, from a harder work to an easier one. And that is why most modern people wish to pass from the great domestic task to the smaller and easier commercial one. They'd rather be in the business world, serving the minor needs of 100 different people than meeting all the major needs of just one person, which includes serving meals, conversation, and moral support. They'd rather teach a course in trigonometry to 100 children than to struggle with the whole human character of one child. Chesterton says that anyone who makes himself responsible for one small baby as a whole will soon find that he's wrestling with gigantic angels and demons. While public education suffers from the conflicting problem of not enough teachers and yet too many specialists, the result is a lack of results. Children actually keep learning less and less. They cannot even get a basic education.
To say that the moderns are half-educated may be too complimentary. By half. I have nothing but general information, but it is very general. What surprises me in people younger, brighter, and more progressively educated than myself is that their general information is very sketchy.
The schools are painfully aware of the decline in education, and so they scramble to try new things, new theories, new ways to teach. Chesterton says that most educational theories are not as old as the children being taught. We're not educating students anymore, we're desperately educating the educators and giving them a group of students on which to experiment with the latest techniques of teaching. Chesterton says our schools are swept nowadays with wave after wave of scientific speculation, by fad after fad and fashion after fashion. There's an utter rejection of tradition, of the truths that built our civilization, the truths handed down through the generations. The prevailing ideas in modern education, from nursery school to graduate school, defy common sense and insult the common man. Worse still, they oppress the common man.
There are two ways of dealing with nonsense in this world. One way is to put nonsense in the right place, as when people put nonsense into nursery rhymes. The other is to put nonsense in the wrong place, as when they put it into educational addresses, psychological criticisms, and complaints about nursery rhymes.
What makes it even worse is that everyone knows that education is in serious disarray. Everyone's upset about the schools. But as Chesterton says, the people who try to escape from the system are found and punished. The people who cannot be found anywhere are those who are happy with the system.
It is rare to come across anyone enthusiastic about our system of elementary instruction. It is not common to find anyone who is even free from grave misgivings about it. Nobody seems very keen about education, least of all the educators. I have a huge personal respect for the teachers in the church and state schools in regard to their untiring cheerfulness, industry, and courage. but I never met one of them who seemed at all certain that the system was doing any good.
The basic cause of all the problems in modern education can be summarized in 3 words: Darwin, Marx, and Freud. The ideas of these 3 men have pervaded all of modern thought, and their theories are much alike. They are narrow, materialistic, fatalistic, and utterly anti-Christian. Their influence has been felt far beyond their limited fields. Darwin's ideas have contributed to a blind belief in progress. They've also served as a justification for cutthroat capitalism and the survival of the fittest mentality in our commercial and political relations. Marx's ideas plunged half the world into darkness for most of the last century, but in the other half of the world they've served as a justification for the extended growth of the state and the loss of the authority in the family and the centrality of the home. And Freud's ideas have led to an overemphasis on sex and have served as the justification for the normalizing of the abnormal and the pervasive decline in morality in our society. The academic community's utter sellout to these 3 figures has elevated science, economics, and psychology above religion. In fact, all of these 3 have been invoked to explain away religion. Chesterton says that the primary public duty before us today is not to educate the uneducated, but to uneducate the educated. We could start this process of bringing common sense back to education, by tossing out Darwin, Marx, and Freud and all their minions, or studying them solely for the purpose of finding out what the enemy is up to. Chesterton does not say that there's absolutely no truth in Darwin, Marx, and Freud. He says that the minor truths that they got hold of, they stated utterly and entirely out of proportion to 1,000 other truths.
Each of them took not so much a half-truth as 100th part of a truth, and then offered it not merely as something, but as everything. Having never done anything except split hairs, each of them hangs the whole world on a single hair, whether it be biology, economics, or psychology. It is yet another mark of this sort of agnostic that he is ready to assert his absolute knowledge of everything, to the verge of a contradiction in terms. Just as he will always try to write a history of prehistoric man, so he will always struggle to be conscious of his own unconsciousness. Just as it is the latest fad to prove that everything is sexual, so it was the last fad to prove that everything was economic. The Marxist notion, called the materialistic theory of history, had the same sort of stupid self-confidence in its very insufficient materialism. As the one fad conceives everything about the bird to be connected with mating, so the other conceived everything connected with it to consist of catching worms. These fads fade very fast, and it may seem hardly worthwhile to prick bubbles that will burst of themselves. Nevertheless, there is one consideration that makes it worthwhile. It is a character of all these manias that they cannot really convince the mind, but they do cloud it. Above all, they do darken it. All these tremendous and rather temporary discoveries have had the singular fascination that they were not merely degrading, but were also depressing. Each in turn leaves no trace on the true and serious conclusions of the world, but each in turn may leave very deep and disastrous wounds and dislocations in the mentality of the individual man.
Darwinism was embraced by its first great proponents, Thomas Huxley and Herbert Spencer, because they were agnostics, and they used Darwin to support their own skepticism about religion. Chesterton says it would have been better if they cultivated a little more agnosticism about Darwinism. The problem is not that they opened the evolutionary question, but that they closed it. Evolution is no longer a subject for debate.
The Darwinian will not condescend to argue with you. He will inform you of your ignorance. He will not enlighten your ignorance.
Chesterton points out any number of weaknesses in Darwin's theory, including the rather remarkable lack of fossil evidence. He says they continue to demonstrate the Darwinian theory from the geological record by means of all the fossils that ought to be found in it. And indeed, the gaping holes in the fossil record continue to be as problematic as they've always been. The missing link is still missing. Chesterton says, if there were a missing link in a real chain, it would not be called a chain at all. But the real problem with Darwinism has not been its implications for science, but its implications for everything else. Chesterton argues that Darwin's theory is directly related to the rise of industrialism in the 19th century and the massive human oppression that went along with it. It is largely responsible for our modern-day cult of progress, or what Chesterton calls the absurd necessity for maintaining that everything is always getting better. It has other implications as well.
The Declaration of Independence dogmatically bases all rights on the fact that God created all men equal. And it is right. For if they were not created equal, they were certainly evolved unequal. There is no basis for democracy except in a dogma about the divine origin of man.
Chesterton says that even if the evolutionary theory is true, it's totally useless for human affairs. It is enormous but irrelevant, like the solar system. It is a colossal trifle.
What I complain of is a vague popular philosophy which supposes itself to be scientific, when it's really nothing but a sort of new religion, and an uncommonly nasty one at that. When people talked about the fall of man, they knew they were talking about a mystery, a thing they didn't understand. Now they talk about the survival of the fittest. They think they do understand it, but they have no notion of what the words mean.
Chesterton says that where Darwinism failed as a true philosophy, it succeeded as a false religion. It has become ingrained into our thinking. And the problem is that instead of talking unphilosophically about philosophy, we now talk unscientifically about science. I want to make it clear that science itself is not the villain. Science, as Chesterton says, is either a tool or a toy. If we make it into something more than that, it has dire consequences for all the other phases of life. Putting science up on a pedestal and putting our trust in it, giving it a primary function instead of a secondary one, causes us to neglect our responsibilities and our moral and artistic standards and our ability to think for ourselves. We end up using our choices to lose our choices, to enslave ourselves. And then we put our hope in science to set us free. We expect science to take care of us, to watch over us, to make our future safe. We stand up and demand a cure for a disease when it is our own immoral behavior that has caused the epidemic. We try to cure every troublesome behavior with chemical concoctions rather than change that behavior by making good decisions. We ask science to control us instead of making a conscious effort to control ourselves. This is faith in the material to the utter neglect of the spiritual. And it is nothing less than idolatry, plain and simple.
the most rampant and condemned sin of the Old Testament, creating and setting up our own ultimate authority, believing our own remarkable fabrications, bowing down to our own accomplishments, relying only on what we can see and touch. It is ironic that we've come to put all our faith in science and then claim to be autonomous and supreme. We have intoxicated ourselves with self-esteem. And at what cost? At the considerable cost of our souls. We've taken government and turned it into a surrogate parent, even a surrogate self, as we let regulation replace conscience. We've taken economics, which should be nothing more than a minor nuisance 3 times a day, and we've put it into an all-powerful, all-consuming force. We've put the comforts of the body above the care of the soul. And we've scorned religion as something backwards, even dangerous. And we proceed on the presumption that the answer to all our questions not only can be dug up with our own tools, but can be quantified and distributed within a system of our own making. But the system no longer serves us. We serve it. We have a few more minutes to dispense with Marx and Freud, which is actually more time than they deserve. While Marxism as a whole has been completely discredited after doing untold damage to the world, there remain elements of it that still have influence, such as the idea that everything can be explained in terms of economics, that the events of history are inevitable, and that the state is the absolute authority. In terms of education, it's this last one that is the most damaging, for with state-sponsored compulsory education, the state has used its power to replace the authority of religion and of the family and of individual conscience, which brings us to Freud.
The wild and credulous worship of psychology seems to be especially common in America. As we have seen a new republic of Russia founded entirely upon Marx, perhaps we may eventually see a new republic of America founded entirely upon Freud.
As with Darwin and Marx, the conjectures of Freud have passed from being a hypothesis and have hardened into a dogma. Chesterton says the student of Freud is forbidden to forget sex and will remember everything about the unconscious mind except that it is unconscious. It was Freud and his theory of psychoanalysis which led to the incredible rise of the counseling industry and psychological therapy. The worst part of this legacy is that it has replaced the confessional. So instead of finding forgiveness for our sins, sins which we committed through our own fault, we get the most amazing psychobabble wrapped in the mantle of science that explains that our sins are not sins, and whatever it was we did, it wasn't our fault. It was our parents' fault. It was our teacher's fault, or simply nature's fault. The evil perpetuated by this sort of counseling is twofold. We become less responsible for our sinful actions, even while we long for forgiveness that never comes. It is the marriage of Freud and Darwin, of one pseudoscience to another.
The eager use of scientific terms is but a part of our evasion of responsibility and our dark adoration of fate. The mere word science is already used as a sacred and mystical word in many matters of politics and ethics. It is already used vaguely to threaten the most vital traditions of civilization, the family and the freedom of the citizen.
And the word science is especially used to eliminate the supernatural. But Chesterton says, take away the supernatural and what remains is the unnatural. Darwin, Marx, and Freud. Each of them rejected Christianity. They gave us theories that have been used to promote some of history's most unnatural and degrading attacks against human dignity. If we want to rescue education and our society, we can start by kicking these 3 bad boys out of school. and letting God back in. We need to take away the state's power and give it back to the parents. And we need to get rid of the fads and fashions in education and start teaching the permanent things. As Chesterton says, teach to the young men's enduring truths, and let the learned amuse themselves with their passing errors. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Please join us again for the Apostle of Common Sense.
Join us next week at this time for G.K. Chesterton, the Apostle of Common Sense, here on EWTN Global Catholic Radio. EWTN presents G.K. Chesterton, featuring Chuck Dahlberg as G.K. Chesterton and Dale Ahlquist, President of the American Chesterton Society.
Correspondent has written me a very interesting letter about communal kitchens. He defends communal kitchens. He knows it would be cheaper if a number of us ate at the same time, so as to use the same table. And so it would. It would also be cheaper if a number of us slept at different times, so as to use the same pair of trousers. But the question is not how cheap are we buying a thing, but what are we buying? It is cheap to own a slave, and yet cheaper still to be a slave. My correspondent also says that the habit of dining out in restaurants is growing, and so, I believe, is the habit of committing suicide. I do not desire to connect these two facts together. It seems fairly clear that a man could not dine at a restaurant because he had just committed suicide. And it would be extreme, perhaps, to suggest that he commits suicide because he has just dined at a restaurant. But the two cases, when put side by side, are enough to indicate the falsity of this eternal modern argument from what is in fashion. The question for brave men is not whether a certain thing is increasing. Now, the question is whether we are increasing it. My correspondent says, would not women be spared the drudgery of cooking and all its attendant worries, leaving them free for what he says is higher culture? Well, the first thing that occurs to me to say about this is very simple. If my correspondent can find any way of preventing women from worrying, he will indeed be a remarkable man. I think the matter is a much deeper one. Theoretically, I suppose everyone would like to be freed from worries. But nobody in the world would always like to be freed from worrying occupations. And because we are worried about a thing, it doesn't follow that we are not interested in it. Really, when you think about it, the truth is the other way. If we are not interested, why on earth should we be worried? Women are worried about housekeeping, but those that are most interested are the most worried. Women are still more worried about their husbands and their children. And I suppose if we strangled the children and poleaxed the husbands, it would leave women free for higher culture. That is, it would leave them free to begin to worry about that. For you see, women would worry about higher culture as much as they worry about everything else. Now, those who write about the wonders of the higher culture seem entirely to forget the existence of the working and wage-earning classes. They say eternally, like my correspondent, that the ordinary woman is always forced to be a drudge. And what, in the name of the 9 gods, is the ordinary man? These people seem to think that the ordinary man is a cabinet minister. They're always talking about man going forth to wield power, to carve his own way, to stamp his individuality on the world, to command and to be obeyed. And this may be true of a certain class. Dukes, perhaps, are not drudges, but then neither are duchesses. And ladies and gentlemen of the smart set are quite free for the higher culture, which consists, so far as I can tell, of such things as motoring and bridge. But the ordinary man, who typifies and constitutes the millions that make up our civilization, is no more free for the higher culture than his wife is. Indeed, he is not so free. Of the 2 sexes, the woman is in the more powerful position. For the average woman is actually at the head of something with which she can do as she likes. While the average man has to obey orders and do nothing else. He has to put one dull brick on another dull brick and do nothing else. He has to add one dull figure to another dull figure and do nothing else. The woman's world is a small one, perhaps, but it is hers to alter as she likes. And as for the higher culture, I know that culture. I would not set any man free for it if I could help it. See, the higher culture is sad, cheap, impudent, unkind, without honesty, and even without ease. In short, it is not high. Do not ask women to sink so low as the higher culture.
So much for the fad of communal kitchens. G.K. Chesterton says that a fad is like a heresy. It is an exaltation of something which, even if it is true, is secondary or temporary, and it is set against the things which are essential and eternal. Our society is plagued with one fad or fashion after another. They're usually recognized by how short-lived they are, like leisure suits or pet rocks. But some fads have slightly deeper roots and hang on longer, like a pernicious sort of weed. Even if they are not short-lived, they are still temporary. How can they be recognized? Because they attack the permanent things. And one of the permanent things is the family. It is the basic unit of any society. Chesterton defends the sacred walls of the home against all the fashionable ideas that attempt to beat them down. He's constantly trying to get us to see past the contemporary trends that seem so urgent and to look at first principles, which are far more important. He says we shall never return to social sanity till we begin at the beginning. We must start where all history starts, with a man and a woman and a child, and with the liberty and property which they need for their full humanity. As it is, we begin where history ends. We judge everything by the particular muddle of the moment. There are few fads which typify the muddle of the moment more than feminism. Feminists seize on a few tiny truths the fact that men in general have greater professional opportunities than women, the fact that some women have certainly been used and abused by some men, and they emphasize these all out of proportion. They talk about how far women have come, even while they rail against the fact that they haven't come far enough. How far they expect to go is never quite made clear. Equality is sometimes mentioned as an obscure goal, with the ideal apparently being that women should play football. Chesterton says that it may be sensational for a woman to discover the North Pole, even after it has already been discovered, and for women to succeed in all the exotic professions that have traditionally been dominated by men. But apart from the sensationalism which bulks big in the newspapers, the fact remains. The vast majority of men don't succeed at these things either. Most women who are freed from domestic life are wage earners in shops and factories and office buildings, just like most men. Our present civilization, says Chesterton, is far too much a civilization of clerks and office stools. In any case, it's really no great accomplishment for a woman to do what a man can do. It is fairly obvious that a woman has always been able to do all the things a man can do. But what is much more obvious and much more ignored, the way common sense is ignored, is that there's one thing that a woman can do that a man cannot do: be a mother. And that seems to be the main complaint of the feminists, that women are mothers and men aren't. As Chesterton says, they support what is feminist against what is feminine. The feminists claim they want women to have more influence in society, and then they take her away from the place where she has the greatest influence of all in society, the home. They exalt public professional life over private domestic life. But fads are what fill public life: glitter and fuss and an emphasis on all the things that are false. Public life is fragmented, narrow, and temporary. Private life, that is, family life, is full and universal, and even a reflection of eternity.
There could not be a community in which the average woman was in command of a ship. But there can be a community in which the average woman is in command of a house. To take 100 women out of 100 houses and give them 100 ships, it would be obviously impossible. To take the 100 women out of 100 houses and put them on 2 ships is obviously to increase the number of servants and decrease the number of mistresses or lady captains. The principle applies as much to a shop as to a ship. A shop or factory must consist of a very large majority of servants, and one of the few human institutions in which there need be no such enormous majority of servants is the human household. The place where babies are born, where men die, where the daily drama of mortal life is acted, is not an office or a shop or a bureau. It is something much smaller in size, yet much larger in scope. And while nobody would be such a fool as to pretend that the home is the only place where people should work, or even the only place where women should work, it has a character of unity and universality that is not found in any of the fragmentary experiences of the office, or the shop, or the bureau.
In our society, we hear endless talk about the importance of education, but we forget that the primary place of education is the home. And Chesterton says, if education is the largest thing in the world, what is the sense of talking about a woman being liberated from the largest thing in the world? In other words, if education is really as important as we say it is, then certainly domestic life is more important than we currently make it out to be. And everything else, especially public life and commercial life, is less important than we hold it up to be.
Human culture is handed down in the customs of countless households. It is the only way in which human culture can remain fully human. The households are right to confess a common loyalty to some king or republic. But the king cannot be the nurse in every nursery, and the government cannot become the governess in every schoolroom.
The main legacy of feminism has been the breakup of the family and the growth of the government and commercial enterprises, which have swept in to replace the family. In truth, there is almost a direct connection between the rise of feminism and the rise of what is called the nanny state. As women retreat from the family, the government intrudes into it. As women indict men, the government seeks to usurp the place of men. Government has insinuated itself into every aspect of private life, most especially and most insidiously into the lives of our children. Hardly anything compares with the rapid growth of the daycare industry, or as what one observer has called it, day orphanages. And who benefits? Women? Of course not. Most women, like most men, are working in servile jobs, largely separated from their families. Only the elite classes benefit. In government, an elite class stays in power by pandering to the feminist voting bloc. In industry, an elite class of big business owners can pay lower wages because women are competing for the same jobs as men, either because they're single parents or because both parents are compelled to work, or at least feel compelled to work, or at least have managed to convince themselves that they both must work. Too many of us take all this for granted today. We assume it is part of the permanent landscape. And yet, it really is a fad, and no fad is permanent. Most fads are foisted on us by a powerful commercial interest. Chesterton says, an industrial society cannot create customs, only fashions. This is a sign of instability and discontent in a culture, because every fashion flees. Every fashion is a failure. We brag about a free market economy, but the fact is, we can only buy what we're told to buy, not what we might actually want to buy. And this is true not only of clothes and candy and the things that fill our bodies, but especially true of music and movies and the things that fill our heads. There is no excuse for the utter garbage that is being produced and promoted by our entertainment industry. Chesterton says, there is a real sin in being as bad as your society, but it's not the same sin as being deliberately worse than your society. When the chief purveyor of fads is the entertainment industry, it creates a downward spiral when it deliberately tries to be worse than the society that is constantly making worse. Chesterton's understanding of the power of motion pictures is, well, visionary. It is a deeper insight that goes merely beyond what's on the screen.
The just and reasonable criticism of the cinema is not a criticism of the cinema, but of the whole of the diseased industrial society that produces it.
Cinema prevails over our private entertainments not because it is great art, but because it's big business. And we all know that. But rather than keeping us away from the theaters, it seems that that's what pulls us in. Chesterton prophetically says, many modern people have a sort of imaginative reverence for a thing, not only because a lot of money is got out of it, but merely because a lot of money is put into it. And he says we will not be free so long as we depend on a magic machine for the emotional thrills it gives us of watching people fall off precipices or rescuing brides from burning houses. Freedom means a citizen takes an interest in his own life and in his own home. A free man will fall off his own private precipice. The whole concept of entertainment being an industry shows how far we have strayed from being a healthy and self-sufficient society.
Men in a state of decadence employ professionals to fight for them, professionals to dance for them, and a professional to rule over them.
We've become incapable of entertaining ourselves, and so we must be entertained. And incapable of governing ourselves, and so we must be governed. And incapable of thinking for ourselves. And so, says Chesterton, we rely on a class of men richer and more cunning and more scientific than ourselves. When we become passive, we lose our freedom. Freedom is something active and alive. It means standing up and opposing the fads and fashions that would sweep us away. As Chesterton says, a dead thing goes with the stream. Only a living thing can go against it. It is the traditional things, the permanent things, that have always kept men free. Family and faith and friends. Chesterton says, tradition is the truth of the common people. It is always distrusted by snobs. It is the snobs who sneer at our values and at our common sense. For instance, in the past few years, we've seen an open conspiracy among the elites in the entertainment industry, in the advertising industry, and even in the government to portray homosexuality as something normal and natural. This is in absolute defiance of common sense, the common sense of the common people.
Decadents may like living in a dream which they can alter at any moment to suit themselves, in which they can create causes without creating consequences, in which they can pervert the future or unmake the past. But I think a decent working man of any class, whether he is working at cube roots or cabbage roots, ought to be glad that, as he sows, so shall he surely reap.
The homosexual fad, and yes, it is a fad, is another attack on the family, and it goes back to the same argument about feminism. There's a difference between men and women, and there's a reason for that difference. They have distinct roles, even while our society tries to muddle what those distinct roles are. The problem today, says Chesterton, is that each sex is trying to be both sexes at once, and the result is a confusion more untruthful than any convention. Not only are the differences between men and women obvious and elemental, they are, well, necessary. If Chesterton exaggerates the differences between men and women, it's only because only the truth can be exaggerated. Nothing else, says Chesterton, can stand the strain. So Chesterton emphasizes those amazing differences between men and women as being quite necessary for true romantic love.
The differences between a man and a woman are at best so obstinate and exasperating that they practically cannot be got over, unless there is an atmosphere of exaggerated tenderness and mutual interest. To put the matter in a single metaphor, the sexes are like two stubborn pieces of iron, and if they are to be welded together, it must be while they are still red hot. Every woman has to learn that her husband-to-be is a selfish beast, because, you see, every man is a selfish beast, at least by the standard of the woman. But let her learn that about him while she is still wonderfully in love. And every man must come to terms with the fact that his wife-to-be is sensitive to the point of madness. Because, you see, every woman is madly sensitive, at least by the standard of the man. But let him learn that she is mad, while her madness is still more intriguing to him than anyone else's sanity.
Worldly wisdom is narrow and limited, and it passes away. But fads and fashions have also found their way into the place where it should be least acceptable to find such fleeting phenomena, the church. There are always attempts to update the faith, as if eternal truth can somehow go out of date. These schemes always have secular sources. They are always an attempt to get the church to follow the world, not the other way around.
The new theologians often say that the old creeds need restatement. But though they say it, they do not mean it. They mean exactly the opposite. They do not mean that we should find new words to express the exact meaning of the old doctrines. They mean that we should say old words, but agree that they mean something entirely different.
Chesterton says, there will be no end to the weary debates about liberalizing theology until people face the fact that the only liberal part of it is really the dogmatic part. The liberalizing dogma is that God created creatures with free will, that we really are responsible for our own actions and can make the right choices if we want to. The liberalizing dogma is that God became a man and died for our sins. The liberalizing dogma is that we can know the truth, and that it is only the truth that can set us free. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Please join us again for the Apostle of Common Sense.
Join us next week at this time for G.K. Chesterton, the Apostle of Common Sense, here on EWTN Global Catholic Radio.
the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth. I believe in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord. He was conceived by the power of the Holy Spirit and born of the Virgin Mary. He suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, died, and was buried. He descended to the dead. On the third day he rose again. He ascended into heaven and is seated at the right hand of the Father. He will come again to judge the living and the dead. I believe in the Holy Spirit, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and life everlasting. Amen.
Then Peter came up and asked him, Lord, when my brother wrongs me, how often must I forgive him?
Your answer to Peter, Lord, 70 times 7 times, means that our forgiveness, like yours, must be without limits. Help me today to forgive from my heart all who have hurt me in any way.
EWTN presents G.K. Chesterton, featuring Chuck Dahlberg as G.K. Chesterton and Dale Ahlquist, President of the American Chesterton Society.
G.K. Chesterton loved arguing about politics. Once when he was a young man, he and a friend went out canvassing during an election, and each agreed to work one side of a street, going to each house and asking the resident to vote for a particular candidate. His friend went to all the houses on his side of the street and realized that Chesterton had not kept pace, so he crossed the street and started working his way back up the other side, figuring he'd soon meet Chesterton. He didn't find him until he reached the very first house, where Chesterton was still arguing politics with the person who lived there. If we open any of his books, we're surprised to find that Chesterton is still arguing politics. He's still defending democracy and still reminding us that just as Christianity means more than just going to church, so democracy means more than just going to vote. Democracy means that people should truly have the opportunity to govern their own affairs. The reason he's a great defender of democracy is because he's a great defender of the common man and common sense. When someone says that democracy is false because most people are stupid, Chesterton says that the best and most philosophical response is to hit him right in the nose. Because the common sense of the common man is more trustworthy, more practical, and more just than any system run by the corrupt and evasive muddlers who are called practical politicians. A democracy is a strange sort of place where politics could be conducted even without politicians. The essence of democracy is very simple, and as Thomas Jefferson said, self-evident.
If 10 men are wrecked together on a desert island, the community consists of those 10 men. Their welfare is the social object, and normally their will is the social law. If they have not a natural claim to rule themselves, which of them has a natural claim to rule the rest? Now, to say that the cleverest or the boldest will rule is to beg the moral question. If his talents are used for the community, in planning voyages or distilling water, then he is the servant of the community, and the community is his sovereign. Now, if his talents are used against the community, whether by stealing rum or poisoning water, why should the community submit to him? And is it the least likely that it will? In such a simple case as that, everybody can see the popular basis of the thing and the advantage of government by consent. The trouble with democracy is that it has never, in modern times, had to do with such a simple case as that. In other words, the trouble with democracy is not democracy. It is certain artificial, anti-democratic things that have, in fact, thrust themselves into the modern world to thwart and destroy democracy.
Government, says Chesterton, is an ugly necessity, and so is commerce. But if either of these two ugly necessities grow too large, they become enemies of democracy. The people no longer control them, they control the people. Most of us are all too familiar with the problems caused by excessive government. Chesterton says the problem with government is that it has become ungovernable. It cannot leave off governing. Law has become lawless. It cannot see where laws should stop. The chief feature of our time is the meekness of the mob and the madness of the government. The growth of governmental power has really grown beyond our ability to even comprehend it. For instance, nothing compares with the power the state has when it controls what can and cannot be taught to our children.
The government did not have such complete power over men when it could send them to the stake, as it does now, when it can send them to the elementary school.
As for big business, Chesterton admits that in all normal civilizations, the trader existed and must exist. But he says in all normal civilizations, the trader was the exception. Certainly he was never the rule. and most certainly he was never the ruler. The predominance he has gained in the modern world is the cause of all the disasters of the modern world. While we have rightly understood communism to be an enemy of democracy, we've been far too quick to assume that capitalism is necessarily the friend of democracy. Now, the basic philosophy of capitalism comes from the writings of Adam Smith, whose main idea is that self-interest and virtue are not necessarily in conflict. In other words, there is a way to serve both God and mammon, as long as everybody else is doing it. Karl Marx rejected capitalism by trying to eliminate both self-interest and virtue. In other words, you can't serve either God or mammon. It takes just a little common sense to realize that the weakness of capitalism is that you cannot have a virtuous system that is based on a vice. And the weakness of communism is that you cannot replace morality that is based on religion with regulations that must be enforced by a huge bureaucracy. Chesterton says that the weakness of both systems, the systems of Adam Smith and Karl Marx, is that they reduce all human behavior to a totally materialistic explanation. Both capitalism and communism manipulate the masses and disregard that key factor that is not only the great variable but also is the essence of human dignity, free will. Chesterton says the capitalists praise competition while they create a monopoly, and the socialists urge a strike just so that they can turn everyone into a state official. The surrender of everything to government is certainly not democracy, but neither is the surrender of everything to trade and commerce. Yet it is always a temptation to give in to these forces, a temptation, in fact, that most of us give into. In fact, Chesterton says the democratic ideal may be too idealistic to succeed, and democracy has had everything against it in practice, and that may be, in fact, something that's against it in theory. Still, he insists, the problem is not that it has human life against it, but that it has modern life against it.
There are many men now beginning to say that the democratic ideal is no longer in touch with the modern spirit. I strongly agree, except that I prefer the democratic ideal to the modern spirit. It is the cranks who are hastening to shed the democratic ideal. They go so far as to say the voice of the people is commonly the voice of Satan. The truth is that these liberals never did really believe in popular government, any more than in anything else that was popular, such as pumps or the Dublin sweepstakes. They did not believe in the democracy they invoked against kings and priests. But I did believe in it, and I do believe in it, though I much preferred it to invoke it against prigs and faddists. I still believe it would be the most human sort of government if it could be attempted once more in a more human time. Unfortunately, humanitarianism has been the mark of an inhuman time. And by inhumanity, I do not mean merely cruelty. I mean the condition in which even cruelty ceases to be human. I mean the condition of the rich man. Instead of hanging 6 or 7 of his enemies because he hates them, merely beggars and starves to death 6 or 7,000 people whom he does not hate and has never seen, because they live at the other side of the world. I mean the condition in which the servant of the rich man, instead of excitedly mixing a rare original poison for the Borgias, or sticking a knife in the Medici, works monotonously in a factory, turning out a small type of screw, which will fit into a plate he will never see, to form a part of a gun he will never see, to be used in a battle he will never see.
The problem with industrialism, according to Chesterton, is its complexity and indirection, the fact that nothing is straightforward, that all its ways are crooked, even when they are meant to be straight. Into this most indirect of all systems, we tried to fit the most direct of all ideas, democracy, an ideal which is simple to excess, but which has been applied to a society which is complex to the point of craziness. He understands how in our society the vision of democracy has faded, but he still likes the vision. The maxim of democracy is vox populi, vox Dei. The voice of the people is the voice of God. To Chesterton, this is not a maxim that we have ever been in any danger of overdoing, because quite frankly, we've profoundly lost faith in both entities. But he says there is one sense in which the voice of the people really is like the voice of God, and that is that most of us take precious little notice of it. When we say the people, what do we mean? It is important to understand that the basic unit of society is the family. The enemies of democracy are the enemies of the family. The enemies of democracy use democracy as a catchword, but they emphasize individual rights, not family rights. And individual rights do nothing but atomize society, isolating each person from one another, and then regrouping them according to interests which are usually limited or strange, but always secondary and always against the primary interests of the family. Chesterton says, without the family, we are helpless before the state. If we elevate individual rights over the family, we end up giving up all the power in a society to government, to industry, because the individual will be dependent on both those entities and will, ironically, lose all his independence and liberty, even while affirming his so-called rights. For democracy to work, the family must be recognized as the primary unit of society and the primary focus of society. And anything for the good of society means for the good of the family and for that unit of husband, wife, and children, for their home and their happiness. If the family is subordinate to any other interest, we do not have a democracy. This is the great insight of Chesterton, and it's something that Adam Smith never grasped and Karl Marx openly warred against. Chesterton, of course, does not deny that we also have a responsibility to our next-door neighbors and our community. With them we share a mutual interest in the maintenance of local rights and liberties. And from there, interests widen to the outer circles of regional and national and foreign affairs. But the pivotal point is the home. The home is the true dominion, the true symbol of authority for the whole state. In other words, democracy is from the bottom up, not the top down.
Politicians now think they have to educate the electorate and explain to them what is good for them. Gone are the days when the electorate educated their representatives, with the certainty that if no result were forthcoming, neither would any further votes be forthcoming.
Democracy can work only in those places where the population is not dependent on a huge governmental machine or on a huge industrial machine. The majority of the people have to be self-employed, not wage slaves. The opposite of employment is not unemployment. The opposite of employment is independence. That's what freedom is, independence, which brings with it responsibility, just as self-employment brings responsibility. Responsibility requires self-control. An economy should be based on self-control. The very word economy has to do with thriftiness. And Chesterton says self-denial is the test and definition of self-government. And of course, the literal meaning of the word economy is to manage or look after a house. Modern economics has utterly lost sight of this fundamental idea.
The old order has been reversed. The people, instead of surveying the world from their doorsteps, survey their mortgaged doorsteps through a vague and hazy mental screen, compounded by international misunderstanding and national mistrust. The disintegration of rational society
started in the drift from the hearth and the family. The solution must be a drift back.
Self-government begins by thinking for ourselves and acting for ourselves, doing the basic things like writing our own love letters and blowing our own noses. There are some things that simply should not be done by someone else. If we let the specialists do these things, we lose our self-reliance. We lose democracy. One of Chesterton's best examples of direct democracy in action, that is, of not trusting the specialists with fundamental things, is the jury system.
Our civilization has decided, and very justly decided, that determining the guilt or innocence of men is a thing too important to be trusted to trained men. Now, if it wishes for light upon that awful matter, it asks men who know none of the intricacies of the law. When it wants a library catalogued, or a solar system discovered, or any trifling matter of that kind, it turns to its specialist. But when it wishes anything done, which is rarely serious, it collects 12 of the ordinary men standing around. The same thing was done, if I remember correctly, by the founder of Christianity.
One of Chesterton's most famous and most misunderstood and misapplied lines is, "A thing worth doing is worth doing badly." The point he's trying to make is that an amateur does something because he loves to do it, not necessarily because he's the best at doing it. The professional may be better, but the professional is doing it for money, not for love. The larger point is that the rise of the specialist coincides with the demise of democracy and the demise of the family. By not doing things for ourselves, we lose control over our lives. We lose our freedom. We become passive and weak and out of control. When that happens, we are then controlled by big outside forces, by the demagogues of big government and big business who play to our weaknesses and our passions and our fears. Chesterton would much rather see what he unhesitatingly calls mob rule. Mob rule, he says, is democracy in its purest form.
I believe that the people can rule, and that when they do rule, they do so better than any of their rulers. Even where they are unjustly forbidden to rule, and appear only to dissolve and destroy, I am disposed to defend them. I believe no human institution in history has really so little to be ashamed of as the mob.
The reason we do not have mob rule is because we have no mob. We have been successfully isolated from one another and from our past. In general, we don't trust the common man to govern himself because we don't trust ourselves to govern ourselves. We've delegated that responsibility to others, to experts, to bureaucrats, to professors and politicians, to fashions and to fools. Common sense has come under attack by uncommon nonsense. We've lost common sense because we have lost what we once held in common. We've cut ourselves off from our common heritage and from each other. It has left us passive about things that matter, like our family and our faith, and left us passionate about things that don't matter, like entertainment and sports and money. Democracy is possible only if people are directly involved in the things that most concern their lives. If there's a widespread ownership of property and of production and of capital, then there's little opportunity for outside control or oppression from outside forces. There's no foothold for the twin enemies of democracy, big government and big business. But we live by the wage. Whether we work for the government or for a huge corporation, we live by the wage. This is not to be confused with freedom. Wage slavery is still slavery. It may provide a few creature comforts, but a wage slave is even more disposable than a slave. Wage slavery creates a huge class of people that are utterly dependent on big business for employment and on the government for supplemental support. This system is what Chesterton's friend Hilaire Belloc calls the servile state, and Chesterton argues that such a system is totally inconsistent with the free family and is bound to destroy it. I suppose another way of saying it is that the sin of wages is death. In order for democracy to actually work, or as Chesterton says, if actual political power is to pass to the ordinary citizen, then land and capital must pass to the ordinary citizen. In other words, and you may have been expecting this, the D word is not only democracy, it is also distributism. Chesterton says, property is the art of democracy. Property is the positive form of liberty. Nowadays, nobody thinks of anything but the negative form of liberty, freedom against or freedom from, never freedom for. Freedom for means that a person has the means to live a normal, healthy life, not encumbered by bureaucratic or corporate control, but also not dependent on them.
Our society is so abnormal that the normal man never dreams of having the normal occupation of looking after his own property. When he chooses a trade, he chooses one of the 10,000 trades that involve looking after other people's property.
We have seen a steady decline of craftsmanship and a steady rise of the service industry. Chesterton says, this is like so many modern notions. It is an idolatry of the intermediate to the oblivion of the ultimate. All these silly words like service and efficiency and practicality and all the rest fail because they worship the means and not the end. And what is the end? In politics and economics, the goal, quite simply, is human happiness. Chesterton says, there's no obligation on us to be richer or busier or more efficient or more productive or more progressive or in any way worldlier or wealthier if it does not make us happier.
An honest man falls in love with an honest woman. He wishes, therefore, to marry her, to be the father of her children, to secure her and himself. All systems of government should be tested by whether he can do this. If any system, feudal, servile, or barbaric, does in fact give him so large a cabbage field that he can do it, there is the essence of liberty and justice. If any system, republican, mercantile, or eugenist, does in fact give him so small a salary that he can't do it, there is the essence of eternal tyranny and shame.
A society can only continue to decline when it is so indifferent to the consequences of wage slavery, to the incredible gaps between the rich and the poor, and so willing to create a welfare state that it encourages the destruction of families. Such a society has forgotten first principles, namely, that the family is more important than the state, but also more important than the factory or the office.
The iron of frustration has entered people's souls. They nourish grievances, yet no one will stand up and demand the rational remedy of a return to rational first principles.
Chesterton devoted a great part of his life, especially in his later years when time was very precious, to trying to bring social and economic justice to the world. And his emphasis was always on trying to get people to think clearly, to see first principles. And Chesterton understands that ultimately every political question is also a theological question. He seeks to define these things clearly because, as he says, we cannot be vague about what we believe in, what we are willing to fight for, and to die for. Democracy, he says, is always difficult, but only a Christian society has the fixed principles to face those difficulties. To make a democracy work, we have to face honestly the problems of injustice. Chesterton says God will not help us to ignore evil. There are some people who are very concerned about politics and insist that religion doesn't matter, just as there are some people who are very concerned about religion and insist that politics don't matter. But both matter, just like both of the two great commandments matter and always must go together. Love God and love your neighbor. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Please join us again for the Apostle of Common Sense.
Join us next week at this time for G.K. Chesterton, the Apostle of Common Sense, here on EWTN Global Catholic Radio. EWTN presents G.K. Chesterton, featuring Chuck Dahlberg as G.K. Chesterton and Dale Ahlquist, President of the American Chesterton Society.
There are two kinds of people: those who divide people into two categories and those who do not. I would probably be considered a member of the first group. And so probably would G.K. Chesterton. He usually divides people into two basic categories: those who get things right and a second group. And that second group he also divides into two categories, because the people who get things wrong generally get things wrong for opposite reasons. For instance, the optimist and the pessimist. Chesterton says, the optimist thinks everything is good except the pessimist, and the pessimist thinks everything is bad except himself.
No man would be tempted to be a pessimist except by the optimist. Neither of the terms corresponds to any clear thought. But as things are at present, the pessimist is a man who thinks little and thinks wrong, and the optimist is a man who refuses to think at all.
Another two groups of people who both get things wrong, but for opposite reasons, are the liberals and the conservatives. The liberals call themselves progressive, but are never quite sure what it is they are progressing towards, while the conservatives are never sure exactly what it is they are conserving.
The whole modern world has divided itself into conservatives and progressives. The business of progressives is to go on making mistakes, and the business of the conservatives is to prevent the mistakes from being corrected.
Similarly, the socialists and the capitalists are two groups that are against each other, but both are against what is right, albeit for opposite reasons. Both are against the widespread ownership of property, and therefore widespread liberty and independence. Though they claim to be different, in the end, says Chesterton, big government and big business are exactly alike, especially big business. As Chesterton explains, the reason these two groups get things wrong for opposite reasons is that when a society breaks up, as Christendom broke up at the Reformation, two things happen. The vices run wild and do damage, But also the virtues run wild and do even more damage because they are isolated from each other and are wandering alone. Thus the truth is separated from justice. And there are people on the right who care only for truth, and their truth is pitiless. And there are those on the left who care only for pity, and their pity is untruthful. There is another group of people who can be divided into two categories, who think they are against each other when in fact both are against what is right. They are the Puritans and the pagans. Chesterton deals extensively with both of them throughout his writings because their errors have fundamentally affected our culture and remain a pervasive problem today. Puritanism is indignation about things that don't matter. Paganism is a devotion to things that don't matter. Puritanism is legalism. Paganism is license. Both lack the balance of common sense. The Puritan tries to make innocent things seem guilty. The pagan tries to make guilty things seem innocent. What they have in common is that they are both reactions against the wholeness of the Catholic faith, which is the only creed that protects both truth and liberty and keeps the proper balance between the two.
A man's minor actions ought to be free, flexible, creative. The things that should be unchangeable are his principles, his ideals. But with us, the reverse is true. Our views change constantly, but our lunch does not change.
Let's concentrate for a few minutes on paganism. Chesterton divides pagans into, guess what, two groups, the ancient and the modern. It is important to know that ancient paganism had something very good and noble and human about it. And when modern critics of Christianity say that certain ritual feasts and processions and dances are really of pagan origin, Chesterton answers,
they might as well say that our legs are of pagan origin. Nobody ever disputed that humanity was human before it was Christian. Where the church has existed, it has preserved not only the processions, but the dances, not only the cathedral, but the carnival. One of the chief claims of Christian civilization is to have preserved things of pagan origin. In short, in the old religious countries, men continue to dance, while in the new scientific cities, they are content to drudge. Even heathen things are Christian when they have been preserved by Christianity.
Christianity christened a pagan world, christened its temples and its traditions. There are cynics and Puritans who try to claim that Christmas and Easter are of pagan origin because pagans had midwinter feasts and spring festivals. But Christmas and Easter are precisely the things that changed paganism forever, and why the world can never return to the ancient form of paganism. Christianity changed all that. When G.K. Chesterton stood in the city of Rome, he looked around him and he saw quite clearly the distinctive connection between paganism and Christianity. It was not that paganism led to Christianity, but that paganism ended in Christianity.
What is to be done with the dingy and inky little people who laboriously try to prove to us that Christianity, if they are atheists, or Catholicism, if they are Protestants, is only a rehash of paganism, or borrowed its ideas from the pagans? A man standing in Rome is reduced to silence. He can only answer that such stupidity is stupefying. It is rather as if somebody said that science may pretend to be independent, but it has really stolen all its facts from nature. Christian Rome boasts on being built on pagan Rome, of surmounting and transcending
but also of preserving it.
Ancient paganism was pre-Christian. The world can never return to that form of paganism because the world can never be pre-Christian again. The new paganism is not a return to a lost culture, but merely a decline of our culture. The old pagans had clear ideas that could be stated as a connected train of thought. The moderns who call themselves pagans have no connected theory of life that can be explained. The old pagans had a reverence for nature and understood that there was some great force behind it. They were, as Chesterton says, among the few people who could really take nature naturally. The new pagans, however, attempt to worship nature itself, apart from God. But you can't do that.
Take away the supernatural, and what remains is the unnatural.
The old pagans may have had an emphasis on sex, but at least it was connected to fertility, which is natural. The new pagans exalt lust, but forbid fertility, which is very unnatural. So the new paganism is not a return to nature, except in the sense of the way a decaying thing returns to nature, but only dead things decay. How did this happen? How did we get from the old pagans to the new? The old pagans were not atheists. They felt the presence of some power, and they guessed about its personality. Chesterton says it was an attempt to reach the divine reality through the imagination alone. It was religion unconnected to reason. It is natural to worship, but if we do not worship the true God, we will worship something else. Chesterton actually admires the pagan attempts to establish a real religion by seeking and worshiping a real God, but he finds nothing to admire about the new pagans who keep the worship but reject the God. The new pagan with his nature worship is always in danger of worshiping something unnatural, including the most unnatural thing of all, the devil. In reflecting on a famous gospel story about Jesus casting out a demon, Chesterton says, "Modern thought has only lost the Savior. It has kept the devils and the swine."
Sooner or later, men who are diabolic deliberately set out to do the most disgusting things they can think of. They're not doing it because they do not think it wrong, but precisely because they do think it wrong. Pessimism does not reside in being tired of evil, but in being tired of good. Despair does not lie in being weary of suffering, but in being weary of joy. It is when, for some reason or other, the good things in a society no longer work, that the society begins to decline. When its food does not feed, when its cures no longer cure, when its blessings refuse to bless. The weaknesses in nature worship and mere mythology produced a perversion among the Greeks, just as they became unnatural by worshipping nature. So they actually became unmanly by worshipping man. I do not believe that mythology must begin with eroticism, but I do believe that mythology must end in it. Not only did the poetry grow more immoral, but the immorality grew more indefensible. Greek vices began to fill the fancies of decaying Rome, swarming like flies on a dung heap. The psychology of it is really human enough. There comes an hour in the afternoon when the child is tired of pretending, when he is weary of being a robber or a Red Indian. It is then that he torments the cat. There comes a time in the routine of an ordered civilization when the man is tired of playing at mythology and pretending that a tree is a maiden or
or that the moon made love to a man. The effect of this staleness is the same everywhere. It is seen in all drug-taking and dram-drinking and every form of the tendency to increase the dose. Men seek stranger sins or more startling obscenities as stimulants to their jaded sense. They are walking in their sleep and try to wake themselves up with nightmares.
The good thing about the old paganism is that it led to something good, namely Christianity. But the new paganism leads nowhere. It represents a world without God, the world we make for ourselves if left to ourselves. It is not a paradise of pleasure that the new pagans would like to think it is. As Chesterton says, pleasure-seeking is not pleasure-finding. The world we make for ourselves without God is something dark and dreadful and doomed. It lacks faith, it lacks hope, it lacks charity. Now there are two reactions against paganism, a right one and a wrong one. Let's talk about the wrong one. Let's talk about Puritanism. The problem with the Puritans is that they attack the pleasures of the pagans, which are only the pleasures of all mankind, good things that can be abused, like all the good things that God created.
Puritanism was an honorable mood. It was a noble fad. In other words, it was a highly creditable mistake.
Chesterton compares Puritanism with Manichaeanism, the heresy which was attacked by St. Thomas Aquinas. The Manichees, much like the Puritans, tried to portray the physical world as evil. It is the opposite mistake of the pagans, who worship nature and become unnatural. The Puritans begin by denouncing everything natural as unnatural. They start by denouncing beer and tobacco and soon denounce tea and coffee. Chesterton imagines them eventually denouncing salt and pepper and mustard and any other unnatural stimulant. The Puritan, he says, is a man whose mind has no holidays. We could say no holy days. But Chesterton does not attack Puritans for their faith. He actually respects Puritans for being dogmatic. But he says Puritanism is an enemy of righteousness, or more subtly, a rival of righteousness.
The Puritan took a God who wished to save people and substituted a God who wished to damn them.
The Puritans of Old England set about to destroy the saints, while the Puritans of New England still encouraged a belief in witches. And after their perverse business of persecuting witches, they moved on to what Chesterton calls the shallow business about whether there was any cigarettes in the Bible. And while their conscious Christianity is quite shallow, Chesterton says their unconscious Christianity is deep indeed. Deep, but not very broad. It is a great narrowing and a diminishing of the wholeness of the Catholic faith. Chesterton is amazed that the Puritan believes it is better to worship in a barn than in a cathedral, for the specific reason that the cathedral is beautiful. To the Puritan, physical beauty is a false and sensual pleasure, coming between the intellect and the object of its intellectual worship. This is the essential Puritan idea, that God can only be praised with your brain. It is wicked to praise Him with your passions or your physical habits or your gesture or instinct of beauty. Therefore, it's wicked to worship by singing or dancing or drinking sacramental wines or building beautiful churches or repeating magnificent prayers. We must not worship by dancing, drinking, or building or singing. We can only worship by thinking. Our heads can praise God, but never our hands or feet. That is the true impulse of Puritanism. And there's a great deal to be said for it, Chesterton says. It is a bleak but blazing truth. It is the opposite mistake of paganism. It prevents itself from abusing pleasure by denying pleasure altogether. It is pure austerity, asceticism without joy. It is not something positive. It is only a negation. The difference between a Puritan and a Catholic is that a Catholic gives up something not because it is bad, but because it is good. That is why virginity and celibacy are positive, good things. That is why our Lenten sacrifices are good for us. A sacrifice is a gift of something good, and we are blessed in the giving of it. Now, just as there are two kinds of people and two kinds of pagans, there are, of course, two kinds of Puritans. There are the old Puritans and the new Puritans. The old Puritans were Christian. The new Puritans are not. The old Puritans worship the God of heaven and earth. The new Puritans worship the God of health and hygiene.
Mere pursuit of health is unhealthy.
The new Puritans examine everything under a microscope, in which microbes look much larger than men. Looking at everything microscopically, of course, leads to a loss of perspective, the sacrificing of the normal to the abnormal. It literally throws out the baby with the bathwater. The secular Puritan attacks the tobacco industry but supports the abortion industry. Quality of life suddenly becomes more important than life itself. The old Puritans may have been accused of setting up a restrictive society, but Chesterton argues that the new Puritan is more intolerant than the old Puritan. The new abstinence comes under the guise of a health care issue or a social issue, and simple basic freedoms come under attack from a media onslaught, from government regulation and industrial coercion. The new Puritans not only attack the old standbys such as beer and wine and tobacco, but also basic things like meat, and even more basic things like chocolate. They've targeted big tobacco for extinction. What'll be next? Big fat. They also want to do away with simple pleasures, not just the simple pleasures of eating and drinking and, yes, smoking, but also traditional toys and games and nursery rhymes. They attack words, and they're always ready to release the dogs of prohibition.
Idolatry is committed not merely by setting up false gods, but also by setting up false devils, by making men afraid of war or alcohol or economic law, when they should be afraid of spiritual corruption and cowardice. Sin is in a man's soul, not in his tools or his toys.
Chesterton says that we wreck the tribunal of truth when we pronounce the innocent guilty, just as much as when we pronounce the guilty innocent. We destroy all innocence when we teach people to detest an innocent practice. When we get our morals turned upside down, it always ends badly. A prohibition of something good or a permission of something bad ends the same way, in the worst and wildest license. Chesterton knew firsthand what he was talking about. He saw that in the Catholic Europe there was historically a healthy and normal attitude towards wine and beer, drinking without drunkenness. But in America there was this puritanical idea that drinking itself was evil. The reaction to that false idea was a false emphasis on drinking, and that eventually led to the 18th Amendment, prohibition, which in turn led to the rise of the cocktail generation and a continued problem with alcoholism that afflicts us still today. Chesterton defends wine and beer as good things that are liable to be abused, just like any other good thing. His advice is the wisdom of the ages. Drink because you are happy, but never because you are miserable. Every pleasure should be an event, not a habit. Every pleasure is a kind of exception, which is what helps keep it a pleasure.
Modern men have lost the joy of life. They have to put up with the miserable substitutes for the joys of life. And even these they seem less and less able to enjoy. Unless we can make ordinary men interested in ordinary life, we are under the vulgar despotism of those who cannot interest them but can only amuse them.
The problem of paganism and Puritanism is partly a problem of pleasure. The old pagans degenerated into the mere pursuit of pleasure. The old Puritans reacted against it by the deliberate and elaborate avoidance of pleasure. The new pagans reacted against the old Puritans. The new Puritans reacted against the new pagans. Reactions against reactions, all missing the point. Both Puritanism and paganism misunderstand pleasure. But more importantly, both misunderstand what is good. The pagans emphasize the physical to the neglect of the spiritual. The Puritans emphasize the spiritual to the neglect of the physical. Both miss the point of the incarnation. God created a physical world and said it was good. He created us in His image. We are both spiritual and physical beings. And though we've taken a good world and misused it, and though we are sinners, God Himself redeemed us by becoming flesh. Chesterton says, the trend of good is always towards incarnation. And this is why Chesterton battled against both Puritanism and paganism, because both were trying to rob the incarnation of something. And just as God came to meet us, so we have to go and meet the rest of the world.
In a sense, each human soul has to enact for itself the gigantic humility of the incarnation. Every man must descend into the flesh to meet mankind.
The incarnation is a paradox. It is the Spirit made flesh. Only the Catholic Church keeps the proper balance of spirit and flesh, and so avoids the two extremes of paganism and Puritanism. Only the Catholic Church teaches us that all our actions must honor and respect both the spirit and the flesh. We have to care for people's bodies while never forgetting to care for their souls, and vice versa. And that is why Chesterton says that the moral atmosphere of the Incarnation is common sense. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Please join us again for the Apostle of Common Sense.
Join us next week at this time for G.K. Chesterton, the Apostle of Common Sense, here on EWTN Global Catholic Radio. EWTN presents G.K. Chesterton, featuring Chuck Dahlberg as G.K. Chesterton and Dale Ahlquist, President of the American Chesterton Society.
When G.K. Chesterton died in 1936. Pope Pius XI called him a gifted defender of the faith. Condolences were sent to Mrs. Chesterton from the Vatican Secretary of State, Cardinal Eugenio Pacelli, who would himself become Pope less than 3 years later. The Church knew that it had lost a great soldier. But in the years since his death, it has become quite obvious that Chesterton is still fighting the battle. His abundant writings are still here for us, speaking to us directly, as timely and as timeless as when he first poured them out onto page after marvelous page. And there's still much to be learned from this unwavering warrior about the art of defending the faith. Perhaps more than any Christian writer in the 20th century, G.K. Chesterton truly embodies these two virtues, wisdom and innocence. As a man and a writer, Chesterton never compromises either. Goodness should not be confused with something soft or passive. Defending the truth means fighting for the truth. And Chesterton says one of the best things is a good fight. When he looked back on his life, he realized that he was always arguing. But that was because he was always defending the truth.
I remember once arguing with an honest young atheist, one who was very much shocked at my disputing some of his assumptions, which were absolute sanctities to him. And he at length fell back upon this question, which he delivered with an honourable heat of defiance and indignation. Well, can you tell me any man of intellect, great in science or philosophy, who accepted the miraculous? I said, with pleasure. Descartes, Dr. Johnson, Newton, Faraday, Newman, Gladstone, Pasteur, Browning, as many more as you please. To which my young friend made this astonishing reply. Oh, but of course, they had to say that. They were Christians. First, he challenged me to find a black swan, and then he ruled out all of my swans, because they were black. The fact that all these great intellects had come to the Christian view was somehow or other a proof either that they were not great intellects, or that they had not really come to that view.
It was almost a disappointment to Chesterton that in the modern world there's far too little argument of the real sort. Avoiding the real argument is a way of avoiding the truth. To Chesterton, there's no excuse for this. He says the aim of any public-spirited person should be to find out what the truth is and finding it to defend it. Why? Well, there's a slightly interesting matter of eternity, but there's also that thing that always seems of such immediate concern, the here and now. Chesterton says, without a stable statement of truth, we have nothing upon which to build a solid society. Truth is not merely a religious ideal, it's quite useful for other things too.
Theology is a product far more practical than chemistry.
Truth touches everything, which is exactly why it is attacked from all sides. And so, defending the faith means being ready to talk about everything. Chesterton says, things can be irrelevant to the proposition that Christianity is false, but nothing can be irrelevant to the proposition that Christianity is true. No matter what you talk about, you cannot evade the issue of God, which of course is exactly what our society tries to do, especially in the public square.
Religious liberty is supposed to mean a man is free to discuss his faith. In practice, it means he is hardly allowed to mention it.
So, the first step in defending the faith is to insist that we have to talk about God. And there should be nothing unnatural in talking about God. Believing in God is more normal than not believing in God. Atheism, says Chesterton, is abnormality. It goes against what every normal person believes, namely, that there is a meaning and a direction in the world. Religion, he says, is merely the sense of ultimate reality. So everybody's religious because everybody has an ultimate view of things, even if they've not taken the time or the trouble to articulate it. And if they did, they might be troubled by how incomplete a view of things they have, which is too often why they say, it doesn't matter what you believe, because they're hoping that what they believe doesn't matter, since they've given so little thought to it. Still, they believe something, even if they seriously believe that what they believe doesn't matter. One of Chesterton's basic points is that man is a creature of faith. Man is a religious animal. Man is an animal who makes dogmas. Trees, he says, have no dogmas, and turnips are also quite broad-minded.
If a man wishes to remain in perfect mental breadth and freedom, he had better not think at all. Thinking is a narrowing process. It leads to what people call dogma. A man who thinks hard about any subject for several years is in horrible danger of discovering the truth about it. It is really a terrible thing when a man discovers that God gave him a mind to use and not to play with, and a mouth with which to answer questions, and not merely to ask them.
Chesterton disposes of atheists more easily than atheists dispose of God. He says, if there is no God, there would be no atheists. But he actually has more respect for an atheist than he does for an agnostic. An atheist has at least made up his mind. An agnostic takes great pride in the fact that he cannot make up his mind. The agnostic tries to pass himself off as impartial, but the word agnostic does not mean impartial. It means ignorant. What the agnostic refuses to accept is that there is an absolute truth. And what the atheist refuses to accept is that this absolute truth is something outside of ourselves and larger than ourselves. This takes some humility to acknowledge, but also common sense.
I do not believe that a baby gets his best physical food by sucking his thumb, nor that a man gets his best moral food by sucking his soul and denying its dependence on God or other good things.
The skeptic does not contribute anything to a religious discussion except doubt, which is no contribution at all. It's purely a negative. Chesterton says that most of the current chaos in religion comes from the fact that modern skeptics always begin by telling us what they do not believe. But even in a skeptic, we want to know first what he does believe. So with the skeptic, the best defense is offense, to simply turn around and ask, what do you believe? Most of the enemies of the faith can be skewered with their own ideas. One of Chesterton's simplest and most effective devices is simply to restate his opponent's argument in a way that makes it sound ridiculous, which is what it usually is. He has the ability to slay his opponents with their own swords, cordially, of course. The reason he stumbled upon this technique is kind of personal. You see, it was listening to the arguments against Christianity that led him to become a Christian.
The more I saw of the merely abstract arguments against the Christian cosmology, the less I thought of them. I found the moral atmosphere of the Incarnation to be common sense. I then looked at the established intellectual arguments against the Incarnation and found them to be common nonsense. If I am asked why I believe in Christianity, I can only answer, for the same reason that an agnostic disbelieves in Christianity.
There are, according to Chesterton, 3 typical arguments that the skeptic offers against Christianity. First, that humans are mere animals, just a variation of the same biology shared by the rest of the animal kingdom. Second, that religion originally arose out of ignorance and fear. And third, that organized religion has ruined societies with bitterness and gloom. Chesterton concedes that each of these anti-Christian arguments are quite logical and legitimate. His only objection to them is that they are all untrue. To the first argument, Chesterton says that if you really look at beasts and men, the startling thing is not how much men are like beasts, but how different they are. Apes may have hands, but they don't do much with them. They don't play the violin or eat with a knife and fork. Elephants don't build ivory temples, even in a primitive style. Camels don't paint pictures. Beehives have no statues of the gorgeous queens of old, and so on. Chesterton says we talk of wild animals, but man is the only wild animal. It is man that has broken out. Only man can be unpredictable and act against type. Only man can be a criminal or a monk. As for the second argument, that religion began in some darkness and terror, Chesterton says that when we examine the foundations of this modern idea, we find that there are no foundations. All of the legends of mankind point back not to some vague prehistoric fear, but to a clear belief in an actual paradise. It is the idea that religion began in fear and ignorance that is groundless, while the belief in paradise is rooted in human history.
The whole human race has a tradition of the fall. Amusingly enough, the very dissemination of this idea is used against its authenticity. Learned men literally say that this prehistoric calamity cannot be true, because every race of mankind remembers it.
And then the third argument, that priests and organized religion darken and embitter the world. A compelling argument, except for the fact that it just isn't true. The places where there is a rich culture of art and music and creativity are exactly the places where the church has been most prominent. Chesterton points out that the countries that are still influenced by priests are exactly the countries where there's still singing and dancing and colored dresses and art in the open air.
The most absurd thing that could be said of the church is the thing we have all heard said of it, that the church wishes to bring us back into the Dark Ages. In truth, the church was the only thing that ever brought us out of them.
So, Chesterton turns each of the arguments around. He challenges the skeptic to give an explanation. First, of why man towers over the brutes. And second, why there is a vast and human tradition of some ancient happiness. And third, of why there are such joyous and colorful customs in those countries of Catholic culture. He does the same thing with all the other arguments that come from the skeptics. When they say, for instance, that Christianity can't be true because so many other cultures have myths which closely parallel the Christian story, Chesterton responds, if Christianity is true, if Jesus really is the Son of God, isn't it perfectly natural that other cultures would have some hint of this great fact? Wouldn't there be other myths which mirror Christianity, and pagans who dream of the Son of God? When the skeptics say that Christians have invented God simply to fill a psychological need, Chesterton responds first by reminding us that the word psyche means soul. And yes, the soul does have a hunger for God, which, if there is a God, would be quite natural, and no more disproves the existence of God than hunger in the stomach disproves the existence of food. The skeptics try to tell us that Christianity has been an ascetic and gloomy thing. Look at those miserable saints who gave up home and happiness because of their ferocious single-mindedness. Chesterton responds, the saints have indeed suffered, but the odd thing about them is that they were not miserable. Why would they surrender themselves to something if it were not true and not actual and solid? Why would they give up all the other pleasures unless it were for one surpassing spiritual pleasure? How does it prove that the hope for heaven is false just because that hope actually does sustain people? And of course, Christianity has been accused of hypocrisy and cruelty and loads of other not nice things. And all these are offered up as evidence that Christianity is not just false, but a cruel hoax. Chesterton turns this one around too. He reasons that the world pays the highest compliment to the Church by being so intolerant of the Church's failures, which are the same failures that the world tolerates everywhere else. The world dismisses us as fools for trying to be true to our faith, but then condemns us when we are not. But either we are fools because Christianity is not true, or else we are hypocrites because it is true. We can't be both. Furthermore, to call Christianity false because it has been a failure is not only bad logic, it's bad history. Chesterton says that Christianity has never been enough of a success to properly be called a failure. The Christian ideal has not been tried and found wanting. It has been found difficult and left untried. The claim that Christianity is true may be hard to accept, but that is only because, in general, the truth is harder to accept than a lie, because lies are designed to be accepted.
Truth is obviously stranger than fiction, for we have made fiction to suit ourselves.
Miracles are strange things, for instance, which is probably why they are called miracles. In one of the Father Brown stories, the little priest detective says that the most incredible thing about miracles is that they happen. And Chesterton maintains that the reason he believes in miracles is because there is evidence for them. Skeptics, on the other hand, do not believe in miracles because they will not accept the evidence. And the reason they will not accept the evidence is because they are dogmatists. Their dogma is materialism. They have a dogma against miracles. A materialist is simply not free to believe in miracles. His dogma tells him that there must always be some naturalistic explanation for what is called a miracle. But these naturalistic explanations are often more unbelievable than the miraculous ones. And nowhere is this more evident than when it comes to the miracle of the Incarnation, the central claim of Christianity, that Jesus Christ is indeed God in the flesh.
If we look at Jesus as he appears in the New Testament, not as he appears to a believer, but as he appears to anybody, as he appeared to me when I was an agnostic, as he appeared and still appears to pagans when they first read about him, the first thing that strikes us is not that he is not at all what the modern critics claim him to be. They contend that when we look at this mysterious figure, we can see only a recognizable Jew of the first century, with all the limitations of such a man. Now this is exactly what we do not see. What we see is this: an extraordinary being who would most certainly have seemed as mad in one century as another, who makes a vague and vast claim to divinity, who imposes impossible demands, who seems as wrong to us as he would certainly have seemed to anybody else. From some of his utterances, men might fairly call him a maniac, or possibly a prophet. But what nobody can possibly call him is a Galilean of the time of Tiberius. That was not how he appeared to his own family, who tried to lock him up as a lunatic. That is not how he appeared to his own nation, who lynched him, still shuddering at his earth-shaking blasphemies. The thing to say about Jesus, if you do not like him, is that he was a megalomaniac or a mystagogue. But suppose the divine did really walk and talk upon the earth, what would we be likely to see? I think we should see in such a being exactly the perplexities that we see in the central figure of the Gospels. I think he would seem to us extreme and violent, because he would see the virtues that we have not realized. I think he would seem to us to contradict himself, because, looking down on life like a map, he would see a connection between things which to us are disconnected. I think, however, that he would always ring true to our own sense of right, but ring, so to speak, too loud and too clear. He would be too good, but never too bad for us. I think there would be, in the nature of things, some tragic collision between him and the humanity had created. I think he would be blamed as a hard prophet for dragging down the haughty, and blamed also as a weak sentimentalist for loving the things that cling in corners, children or beggars. I think, in short, that he would give us a sensation that he was turning all our standards upside down, and yet also a sensation that he had undeniably put them the right way up.
The Christian explanation of Christ is the only complete explanation. And besides that, the Christian explanation of the world is the only complete explanation. We are in a fallen state, and we need redemption that only Christ can bring. Chesterton says this may seem a complicated sort of solution, but that is because the problem is complicated. The world is complicated. A lock is a complicated thing, and so is a key. But if a key fits the lock, you know it is the right key. He says, you know your religion is true, not when something proves it, but when everything proves it. Chesterton may not be a master locksmith, but he is a master of logic. He not only points out what is illogical in the attacks on Christianity, he also shows what happens if any worldly philosophy is taken to its logical conclusion. In every case, the result is madness and self-destruction. He argues prophetically that the modern ideas lead to a culture of death. Modern art and literature are full of pessimism and despair. There's no wonder at existence or joy at the gift of life. Instead, we find new ways to kill our children, to kill our parents, and ultimately to kill ourselves. The modern world portrays these various forms of death as freedom, just as it portrays the destruction of marriage as a form of freedom. Chesterton says that in a dreary time, we listen to two counsels of despair, the freedom from life and the freedom from love. In contrast to this is the good news of Jesus Christ, who says, I have come that they may have life and have it more abundantly. The reason the church is against the modern trends and barren fads of divorce and birth control and abortion and homosexuality is because, for one thing, they are not new, and the church has always been against them.
A new philosophy generally means, in practice, the praise of some old vice.
But the other reason the church is against these fads and so-called freedoms is because they do not make people happy. They make people miserable. Only the truth can make us free. And ultimately, only the truth can make us happy. And that is why Chesterton is such an ardent defender of the truth. His arguments are always solid, but perhaps the greatest evidence for the truth of Chesterton's philosophy is the great joy it gave him, a profound joy which overflowed from him and swept over everyone around him. One person close to him said that to know him was a benediction. G.K. Chesterton lived his faith. He demonstrated not only the mere art of speaking the truth, but the holy art of speaking the truth in love. One of the really remarkable things about him is that he not only loved his enemies, but his enemies could not help loving him. His philosophical opponents adored him. He was always generous, but always honest to his enemies.
Most mistaken people mean well, and all mistaken people mean something. There is something to be said for every error. But whatever may be said for it, the most important thing to be said about it is that it is erroneous.
That statement is typical of how Chesterton does not compromise either truth or goodness. In his life as well as in his writing, Chesterton shows that truth answers error, that humility answers arrogance, that kindness answers cruelty, that gentleness answers wrath. And just as it is goodness that answers a lack of goodness, so it is that humor answers, and this is important, humor answers a distinct lack of humor.
The opposite of funny is not serious. The opposite of funny is not funny. Whether a man chooses to tell the truth in long sentences or short jokes is the same as whether he chooses to tell the truth in German or French.
When Chesterton defends Christianity, his great gift is to laugh and make us laugh. He says, it is the test of a good religion whether you can joke about it. And I think we can add that it's the test of a good man if he can laugh at himself. G.K. Chesterton is a good man and a happy man. Those who knew him said that he always had a highly developed sense of humor, a sense of beauty, and a sense of reverence. It is a combination of these things which make for happiness. And Chesterton's happiness continues to be a light in this dark age, in this culture of death. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Please join us again for the Apostle of Common Sense.
Join us next week at this time for G.K. Chesterton, the Apostle of Common Sense, here on EWTN Global Catholic Radio. EWTN presents G.K. Chesterton, featuring Chuck Dahlberg as G.K. Chesterton and Dale Ahlquist, President of the American Chesterton Society.
G.K. Chesterton is one of the great ecumenical writers of the 20th century. He's widely quoted and held in great esteem by both Catholics and Protestants, and even non-Christians. Chesterton's wit and wisdom have been called upon again and again to explain and defend the Christian faith. But any serious student of Chesterton soon comes to realize that Chesterton is not just a defender of the Christian faith generally, but a defender of the Catholic faith specifically. When I discovered Chesterton, I was an evangelical Protestant. I was immediately swept away by his writing, by his great intelligence and humor and common sense, the consistency and the completeness of his thinking, and the fact that he seemed to be right about everything. But I tried for the longest time to get around his Catholicism. Finally, I had to face the fact that not only is the Catholic faith central to Chesterton's thinking, it's central to everything else. It was, for me, a glorious defeat. The institution of the Catholic Church is attacked for many reasons. One of the first reasons it is attacked is for the very fact that it is an institution. Its enemies contend that the institutional church is too confining and too narrow. They claim they want a belief that is broad. What happens, though, according to Chesterton, is that the broader belief seldom touches on the belief, but only on the broadness.
It is the fashion today to talk of institutions as cold and cramping things. The truth is that when people are in exceptionally high spirits, really wild with freedom and invention, they always must, and they always do, create institutions. When men are weary, they fall into anarchy. But while they are happy and vigorous, they invariably make rules. This is true not just of the churches and republics throughout history. It is also true of the most trivial parlor game. We are never really free until some institution frees us. and liberty cannot truly exist until it is declared by authority.
When Chesterton defends the faith, he always begins by finding something in his opponent's argument that he agrees with, even if it is the thinnest shred of truth, so that he can start on common ground with them. And then he proceeds to show how their ideas are not so much wrong as merely incomplete. Defending the faith against atheists and agnostics and skeptics and so-called free thinkers is for Chesterton almost effortless because of the barrenness of their thinking. It's so quickly made apparent. It is the challenge presented by Protestantism in all its various forms that is more complicated and requires more work. Both the strength and the weakness of Protestantism is that it has borrowed its truths from the Catholic Church, but not the whole truth. As we have explained elsewhere, a heresy is at best a half-truth. It's usually less than half, but the point is, it is a belief that has seized on some truth taken from the wholeness of the Catholic faith and has left out the rest. Chesterton gives examples.
It is true to insist upon God's knowledge, but heretical to insist on it as Calvin did, at the expense of God's love. It is true to desire a simple life, but heretical to desire it at the expense of good feeling and good manners. The heretic, who is also the fanatic, is not a man who loves truth too much. No man can love truth too much. The heretic is a man who loves his truth more than truth itself. He prefers the half-truth that he has found to the whole truth which humanity has found.
Every heresy, as we said, leaves out part of the truth. But usually it doesn't just stop there. It also attacks the truth that it leaves out, which in effect attacks the whole truth. Almost every heresy is an attack on the incarnation, on the person of Jesus Christ, fully God and fully man. Every heresy at some point either rejects something of Christ's divinity or something of his humanity. But there's a corollary to these attacks on Christ. Almost every heresy is also an attack on the priesthood. The priesthood is connected to the idea of sacrifice. Almost all of Protestantism, along with the rest of the modern world, has lost the significance of sacrifice. Not only do we want something for nothing, but we want it any time and all the time. Our whole society is marred by a lack of appreciation and respect, a degradation and cheapening of good things, and it is all related to a loss of holiness. Holiness means something set apart. Sacrifice sets something apart. To sacrifice something literally means to make it sacred. In ancient religion, the principal religious act was to make a sacrifice to the gods. The sacrifice not only honored the god and humbled the sacrificer, it made that place and that event holy. And because the sacrificer also lived a life of sacrifice, he was seen to be holy as well.
Let us consider the primitive man who is offering a sacrifice to the gods. The sacrificer builds an altar and pours wine or blood or something on it, and holds up his hands to the sky and talks to somebody he can't see. Now, he's a sensible fellow. Then as time goes on, he turns his remarks into an ordered chant, and then perhaps into a written book. And he has a roof to cover the people who come to see him sacrifice, and a lectern to read the book from, and a sort of forum or pulpit to stand in and explain what he has been doing, and so on. And then when civilization has grown for some centuries, there comes an ethical society, the advance guard of barbarism. You may know it by this extraordinary fact, that it doesn't take away the additions and accretions around the old human thing. It takes away the old human thing itself. It leaves the reading desk and the talking box and the people sitting still on hard seats. But it takes away the altar. It takes away the priest. It takes away the God.
Only the Catholic Church has kept the God and the sacrifice, which is the Lamb of God, and the altar and the priest. Most everyone admits a need for rituals, for traditions, for places and times of holiness. Most everyone believes good works are good to do, even for our own souls. But most Protestants in most of the world still attack the Church on one issue. They want no priest to come between a man and his Maker. They claim they believe in direct communion with God and that there's no need for interference from a priest. Chesterton says the irony is that most of the people who make this objection are not exactly aware of any direct communion with God that anyone could interfere with. They are aware, rather, of something that has come between them and God, and it is not a priest. It is sin. Which, of course, brings us to the other thing a priest is needed for, and something else that the Protestants object to, confession. Chesterton says that a religion that has confession as one of its sacraments is a religion that deals in truth.
There are many critics who claim that it is morbid to confess your sins. But the morbid thing is not to confess them. The morbid thing is to conceal your sins and let them eat away at your soul, which is exactly the state of most people in today's highly civilized communities.
When the Protestant world did away with confession, it eventually replaced it with something far worse, psychotherapy, which is merely confession without absolution and without any of the safeguards of the confessional. The sinner is now told that his sins are not sins, but knowing that doesn't seem to help him. The only thing that does help him is knowing that his sins are forgiven. So, to repeat, though it is not always obvious, the primary attacks on the Catholic faith are against the Incarnation and the priesthood. The other controversies are secondary. We could call them mere details, but they are details a Catholic still should be prepared to address, and Chesterton can certainly help. Even before his conversion, Chesterton noticed that all the attacks on the Church come for opposite reasons, a fact which helped point him to the truth of the Church and its centrality. For instance, the Church is accused of restraining sexuality too much by asking its priests to remain celibate. At the same time, it is accused of restraining sexuality too little by insisting that married people abandon all self-control and actually have children. It is criticized for requiring celibates to be celibate and married people to be married. The Church is accused of showing contempt for a woman's intellect, but at the same time, the great sneer at the Church is that usually only women go there. The Church is attacked for its asceticism, its sackcloth and dried peas. And the next minute it is being reproached for its pomp and its ritualism and its robes of gold. It's abused for being too plain and being too colored. It's accused in the same breath of being prim and dull and of being garish and extravagant. It is rebuked for its disunion and dissent, and rebuked also for its union and uniformity. It is criticized for being too political and too worldly, and also for being not involved enough in politics and being too unworldly. It's blamed for despising the Jews, and also despised for being too Jewish. All these attacks first led Chesterton to wonder if the Church could possibly be bad enough to include all these vices, and then to wonder if any stick was good enough to beat the Church with. But ultimately, it led him to conclude that there must be something to this astonishing thing that people were so anxious to contradict that in doing so they didn't mind contradicting themselves. After he became Catholic, he still noticed the inconsistent criticisms from what he called a nebulous type of Protestantism.
They complain of our thinking too much of theology, just as they complained a few centuries before of our thinking too little of theology. But theology is the only element of reason in religion, the reason that prevents it from being a mere emotion. People will tell you that theology became too elaborate because it was dead. Believe me, if it had been dead, it would never have become elaborate. It is only the live tree that grows too many branches. They accuse Catholics of false sentiment, but they are the ones who are prepared to pay divine honors to a certain person, even as they doubt whether he is divine, who take off their hats in his churches while denying that he is present on the altar.
And then there are the textual critics who will use Scripture to prove that Christ was not divine. Then they prove that the apostles started a church that Christ would have hated, and then that the early fathers changed it into a church that women hated, and so on. Chesterton points out that the historical critics claim to prove that the church was something suited to the conditions of the 3rd or 4th century. But what they do not explain to us is if the church is so suited to the 3rd century, why is it still flourishing in our century?
While the truth of the church is outside time, the heresies are always tied up with the times. The Catholic Church is the only thing that saves a man from the degrading slavery of being a child of his age.
In addition to the higher critics and the textual critics and the historical critics, there are simply the brick-throwing critics who think they've scored any time they can point to one of the church's scandals or abuses. But where these critics are most wrong is in imagining that any of their criticisms are new to us. We know our problems much better than any outsider does. We accuse ourselves more fervently and more accurately than any outsider does.
As human institutions go, the church is not peculiar in having evils, but peculiar in admitting them. The church is not justified when her children do not sin, but when they do.
We are in constant need of repentance and renewal, and we are always under close and constant scrutiny. But Chesterton says, it is good to be in hot water. It keeps you clean. And the greatest scandals in the church, he says, have been pointed out not by outsiders, but by indignant insiders. The greatest churchmen who, more often than not, were founders of religious orders that helped bring about the renewal and the reform. As Chesterton says, the highest form of criticism is self-criticism. And when the critics get all offended about the church's abuses, usually the best they can come up with is the Spanish Inquisition or St. Bartholomew's Massacre, as if these things are everyday occurrences in the Catholic Church, when in fact they are isolated events and are several hundred years old. The critics ignore the fact that we do not have to go back 300 years to find cases of Catholics being killed for being Catholic. That's happening today, right now. But as Chesterton says, the modernist will not show the faintest interest in modern persecution.
The essence of being a good Protestant is having a bad memory.
Chesterton says Protestants have carefully protected themselves from any knowledge of Christian history. They have managed to ignore the heroic work of the Catholic Church from century to century, which means ignoring the Catholic heroes. They've performed the trick of making over 1,000 years of history just disappear. They know who Abraham is, but they've forgotten who St. Giles is.
The Church has been accused of hiding the Bible, which of course is not true. But even if that had been true, it would have been a less astonishing achievement than that of the Reformation, which succeeded in hiding everything else about the faith.
This bad memory of the Protestants extends to their own history as well. Chesterton points out that each Protestant sect was founded on the principle that theological truth is all that matters. But now, with thousands of different denominations, theological truth does not matter so much as personal tastes and worship. Each Protestant sect was first established on the ground that no man must remain where he is if the church is in error. Now that there are thousands of churches everywhere, every man is told that he may as well remain where he is because probably nobody has it completely right and everybody has some amount of truth and probably the same amount.
Protestantism has not been merely the abandonment of Catholic doctrines, and Protestantism has been the abandonment of Protestant doctrines.
Chesterton also shows how those who attack the Catholic faith steal from it at the same time. This is true not only of Protestantism, but of the rest of the world. Almost all of the important institutions and basic assumptions in our society were borrowed from the Catholic Church. The world, he says, is living on its Catholic capital. The world has taken all the good things it can from the Church, has separated them from the Church, and has tried to make those separate things in and of themselves sufficient apart from the Church. Think about it. Scientists have taken the wonder of creation and left out the Creator. Philosophers have taken the analytical thinking. Psychiatrists have taken the confessional without the absolution. Humanitarians have taken the social justice. Fundamentalists have taken the Bible. Artists have taken the art. Pagans have taken the feasts, and Puritans have taken the fasting. They've each taken some part of the truth and mistaken that bit of the truth for the whole truth, and have rejected all the rest of it. But Chesterton says that we must not assume that our opponents are stupid or wicked, or at least any more stupid and wicked than we are. They are only ignorant of things they cannot reasonably be expected to know unless we tell them. We only know them ourselves because someone told us. Chesterton suggests that the art of defending the faith should be more positive and less negative. We should not be on the defensive just because this or that detail has been attacked. We still have to answer the hecklers with responsibility and charity, but we can't let the hecklers choose all the subjects. We have to start presenting the wholeness of the Catholic faith, the richness of Catholic history, and the completeness of Catholic thought.
It will always be possible for even the wisest to miss the truth, sometimes by their own fault, sometimes by their invincible ignorance. They want to have Christianity without Catholicism, or religion without Christianity, or religious sentiment without religion. I do not say that anybody exercising mental activity must come to the Catholic faith, but I do say that many men will have to exercise great mental activity in order to come to the Catholic faith. Put shortly and roughly, the problem of this great educated modern world is whether people are still bright enough to be converted.
It is indeed a problem that too many people who are ignorant about the Catholic Church actively maintain their ignorance. Chesterton says that in a strange way they treat the Church as a thing at once invisible and solid. They can't seem to see it, and yet they're careful to avoid it. But those who are willing to look at it honestly will discover that it is something very real and solid and visible. The Catholic faith not only appeals to common sense, it also appeals to the senses. It is sights and sounds and smells. It is something you could taste and feel. Chesterton, and only Chesterton, could say that its very soul is a body.
A gift of God that can be seen and touched is the whole point of the epigram of the Creed. Christ himself was a Christmas present. The note of material Christmas presents is struck even before he is born. The 3 kings came to Bethlehem, bringing gold and frankincense and myrrh. If they had only brought truth and purity and love, there would have been no Christian art and no Christian civilization.
Perhaps one of Chesterton's most provocative statements is that there is only the church and its enemies. This does not seem to leave any middle ground, and yet it does not diminish his importance as an ecumenical writer. The essence of ecumenism is found in the gospel paradox where Jesus says in Mark 9:40 that those who are not against us are for us. But in Matthew 12:30 he says that those who are not with us are against us. Chesterton understands the subtle distinction. On the one hand, he appeals to Protestants with the truths that both they and Catholics have in common. But by not compromising the truths that separate them, he offers a compelling invitation to them to explore the rest of the church. At the same time, he turns around and cautions Catholics that there are people who may seem to be our enemies, but who are really our allies. This is actually a theme of his great novel, The Man Who Was Thursday. The people we are so sure are against us turn out in the end to be fighting for the same thing we are. But in the end, there are only 2 choices. Chesterton makes the astounding statement that if every human being lived 1,000 years, every human being would end up either in utter pessimistic skepticism or in the Catholic Creed. Even more astounding is that he said that long before he himself became Catholic. And long after his conversion, he confirms, those who know the Catholic practice find it not only right, but always right, when everything else is wrong. A statement like that, coming from anyone else, might sound almost arrogant and certainly hard-nosed, but it comes from G.K. Chesterton, which means it is certainly not arrogant and not hard-nosed. It is Chesterton who says it, which means it carries some weight. When Chesterton claims to be right, it is never a boast. It is always an act of humility. When he points out error, as he does in practically everything he writes, it is never to score points. It is always an act of compassion. And when he points to the truth, as he does in everything he writes, it is never to advance himself. It is always an act of love. Defending the faith must always be an act of love. Not only do we love who we are defending, but we love who is attacking it. Our goal is not to crush our enemies, but to convert them. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Please join us again for the Apostle of Common Sense.
Join us next week at this time for G.K. Chesterton, the Apostle of Common Sense, here on EWTN Global Catholic Radio. EWTN presents G.K. Chesterton, featuring Chuck Dahlberg as G.K. Chesterton and Dale Ahlquist, President of the American Chesterton Society.
Most modern poetry can be described as variations on a suicide note. It is one long cry of despair, dark and depressing and demoralizing. The poets are angry at lovers, angry at the world, angry at existence. They're angry at God for making this mess, or if they don't believe in Him, they're angry at God for not existing. Their poems are odes to destruction, decay, and death. In fact, the rarest of all poetry written in the last century would be a poem about not committing suicide.
The gallows in my garden, people say, is new and neat and adequately tall. I tie the noose on in a knowing way, as one that knots his necktie for a ball. But just as all the neighbors on the wall are drawing a long breath to shout hooray, the strangest whim has seized me after all. I think I will not hang myself today.
I think I will not hang myself today. Only G.K. Chesterton could write a line like that. The people who read Chesterton are usually drawn to him by his timely and quotable essays, his social and literary criticism, his eloquent defense of the Christian faith, or if none of that does the trick, his detective fiction. But Chesterton also published several volumes of poetry during his life. In fact, his first two books, both published in 1900, were books of poetry. And when he died in 1936, many of his obituaries predicted that G.K. Chesterton would be best remembered as a poet. So far, that prediction has been wrong. Part of the problem is that hardly anyone is remembered as a poet these days. Unfortunately, not much poetry gets read. And even more troubling, not much real poetry gets written either. What poets have passed off on us for the last 100 years does not much resemble poetry. Modern poets have freed themselves from form, and in the process freed themselves from the ability to say anything worth remembering, or at least worth memorizing. Modern poetry just doesn't dance. Good poetry, like good dancing, needs rhythm and repetition. Chesterton says that rhyming is one of our first pleasures, learned in the nursery, where all the important things are learned, and learned by heart. Rhyming is a skill anyone can learn, but must take the trouble to learn it, like playing the piano or throwing a ball or riding a bike. And only a few of us ever learn it very well. But those who do learn it well give the rest of us a pleasure that is both great and subtle, which is why poetry is enjoyed by children and even by some critics. There is in rhyme the sense of returning to the same place, like a homecoming. It must be exact because home is a specific place. Our ears want the rhyme just as we want completeness and balance and fulfillment.
We should all like to speak poetry at the moment when we truly live. And if we do not speak it, it is because we have an impediment in our speech. It is not song that is the narrow or artificial thing. It is conversation that is a broken and stammering attempt at song. When we see men in a spiritual extravaganza speaking in rhyme, it is not our language disguised or distorted, but our language rounded and made whole. Rhymes answer each other as the sexes in flowers and in humanity answer each other.
To Chesterton, there is nothing artistically revolutionary about free verse, because there's nothing creative about leaving rhyme behind and all the other poetic forms that have been left behind with it. The new artist, he says, does not invent anything, but only abolishes something. Chesterton argues that the modern poet's rejection of rhyme has been part of a rebellion led by snobs and aristocrats who have no love of common things or of the common man. Rhyme, along with rhythm and meter, have been frozen out of modern poetry. And Chesterton says this freezing process began after the Reformation, when artists began to search for finer yet freer forms, a search which has ended in formlessness. Ironically, it is now far more daring and original for a poet to defend traditional poetic forms than to defend what Chesterton calls a cartload of revolutions.
We talk of art as something artificial in comparison with life. But I sometimes fancy that the very highest art is more real than life itself. As passions become real, they become poetical. The lover is always trying to be the poet. All real energy is an attempt at harmony and a high swing of rhythm. And if we were only real enough, we should all talk in rhyme.
Chesterton says that he has always had a notion that a real poet would never talk prose. And he says that rhyme goes with reason, since the aim of both is to bring things to an end. But rhyming is hard work. One of the problems is that our language is fallen, just like the rest of the world is a fallen world. Chesterton says that we are struggling and entangled in this fallen language like men in the folds of a fallen tent. But despite the limits of language and our struggles with it, we know there are good things that need to be expressed, and we have a perpetual desire to try to express them. We are always trying to make the word into flesh. It's part of our nature. We are creators because we are made in the image of the Creator. And no creature has a truer sense of the divine task of making the word into flesh than the poet. And G.K. Chesterton rises to this divine task over and over again. We're going to take a look at some of Chesterton's poetry. And let's begin with his most famous poem, a poem every child should memorize, The Donkey.
When fishes flew and forests walked and figs grew upon thorn, some moment when the moon was blood, then surely I was born. With monstrous head and sickening cry, and ears like errant wings, the devil's walking parody of all four-footed things, the tattered outlaw of the earth, of ancient crooked will. Starve, scourge, deride me, I am dumb, I keep my secret still. Fools, for I also had my hour, one far fiercer and sweet. There was a shout about my ears, and palms before my feet.
The Donkey is a microcosm of Chesterton and his philosophy. It is one of his earliest poems, but it contains all the elements that would fill his writing for the rest of his life. Paradox, humor, humility, wonder, the defense of the poor and the simple, the rebuke of the rich and the worldly wise. The other recurrent theme, seen in everything from his Father Brown stories to his public debates, is the presentation of a character that we would at first dismiss, but who surprises us by being in direct contact with the very embodiment of truth. Be careful before you call someone an ass. He may be carrying Christ. The medium of poetry may be difficult to master, but Chesterton says the language of poetry is simpler than that of prose, and being simpler, it is also truer, and being truer, it is also fiercer. But his fierceness can be funny. In his Song of the Strange Ascetic, he muses on the irony of the joyless millionaires who think like pagans but who live like Puritans.
If I had been a heathen, I'd have praised the purple vine. My slaves should dig the vineyards, and I would drink the wine. But Higgins is a heathen, and his slaves grow lean and grey, that he may drink some tepid milk exactly twice a day. If I had been a heathen, I'd have crowned Naire's curls, and filled my life with love affairs, my house with dancing girls. But Higgins is a heathen, and the lecture rooms is forced, whereas aunts who are not married demand to be divorced. If I had been a heathen, I'd have sent my armies forth and dragged behind my chariots the chieftains of the north. But Higgins is a heathen, and he drives the dreary quill to lend the poor that funny cash that makes them poor still. If I had been a heathen, I'd have piled my pyre on high, and in a great red whirlwind gone roaring to the sky. But Higgins was a heathen, and yet a richer man than I, and they put him in an oven, just as if he were a pie.
The fierceness of Chesterton's poetry comes in Lepanto, his powerful poem about the battle where Christian forces ultimately turned back the Muslim advance into Europe in the 16th century. It was a time when Christendom was not only being attacked from the outside by Muslim warriors, but from the inside by Protestant rebels. All of Western civilization was threatened. Chesterton captured this idea in this poem, a poem which was shouted in the trenches in World War I. I wish I could read an excerpt from the poem, but I'd also like to hear an excerpt from it.
St. Michael's on his mountain in the sea roads of the north. Don John of Austria is girt and going forth, where the grey seas glitter, and the sharp tides shift, and the sea folk labour, and the red sails lift. He shakes his lance of iron, and he claps his wings of stone. The noise is gone through Normandy, the noise is gone alone. The north is full of tangled things, and texts, and aching eyes, and dead is all the innocence of anger and surprise. And Christian killeth Christian in a narrow dusty room, and Christian dreadeth Christ that hath a newer face of doom. And Christian hateth Mary that God kissed in Galilee. But Don John of Austria is riding to the sea, Don John calling through the blast and the eclipse, crying with the trumpet to his lips, trumpet that saith, Ha! Domino Gloria! Don John of Austria is shouting to the ships.
Sometimes the power of poetry is in the plainness of its words. Chesterton says, a plain word always covers an infinite mystery. But words can be misused by poets and drained of their power. Chesterton understands the power of words when he says quite simply, words are deeds. Poets must use their power responsibly. They have an obligation to speak the truth and to speak it beautifully, to point to the truth and to point artfully.
Pride and a little scratching pen have dried and split the hearts of men.
Those lines are from the opening dedication of one of Chesterton's greatest poems, and of one of the last great epic poems in the English language, a marvelous achievement that not only deserves to be appreciated, but studied in depth and discussed at length, the Ballad of the White Horse. Like Lepanto, the ballad is another poem about a battle. It's the story of the English king Alfred, who fought the Danes in the year 878. But it's also a story of Christianity battling against the destructive forces of nihilism and heathenism, which is the battle we're still fighting. At the beginning of the poem, the Blessed Virgin appears to King Alfred, and he asks her if he's going to win the upcoming battle. Her reply is not what he expects.
The men of the East may spell the stars, and times and triumphs mark, but the men signed of the cross of Christ go gaily in the dark. The wise men know what wicked things are written on the sky. They trim sad lamps, they touch sad strings, hearing the heavy purple wings, where the forgotten seraph kings still plot how God shall die. But you and all the kind of Christ are ignorant and brave, and you have wars you hardly win, and souls you hardly save. I tell you not for your comfort, yea, not for your desire, say that the sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher. Night shall be thrice night over you, and heaven an iron cope. Do you have joy without a cause, yea, faith without a hope?
The Church teaches that the two sins against hope are presumption and despair. We must not be either triumphalist or defeatist. We must not either be smug or suicidal. We do not know the outcome of the battle. We are not guaranteed victory even if we fight for what is right. The message of this poem is that it is still up to us to choose the right side, even if there's a risk that it might not be the winning side. It is enough to know what we are fighting for. That is the meaning of faith and hope. That is the meaning of going gaily in the dark. King Alfred gets no encouraging words from Mary, and yet, strangely enough, he's encouraged. He gets naught for his comfort and naught for his desire, yet he is comforted and emboldened in his desire to fight the foe. It's like the story of Job, who refuses to be satisfied until God answers his questions. But when God does appear to Job, he gives him none of the answers he had sought. Yet Job is satisfied. His trust in God is stronger than ever. King Alfred goes off to recruit an army and fight the Danes. He also goes undercover into the Danish camp, dressed as a wandering minstrel. He sits by the enemy fire with his harp and hears from their own lips their empty and dangerous philosophy, a truth that is cold to tell, that the soul is like a lost bird and the body a broken shell. When he returns to his own camp, still in disguise, he learns a much more important lesson about himself. He's stopped by an old woman who's roasting cakes over a fire. She tells him to watch the cakes while she goes about some other task. Alfred sits philosophizing about the menial role of this woman and naturally lets the cakes burn. The woman comes and strikes the king across the face, leaving a red scar. But Alfred is struck by something else, the idea of humility. He stands up and laughs and realizes that he who is struck for an ill servant should be a kind lord.
He that has been a servant knows more than priests and kings, but he that has been an ill servant, he knows all earthly things. Pride flings frail palaces at the sky, as a man flings up sand, but the firm feet of humility take hold of heavy land. Pride juggles with her toppling towers, they strike the sun and cease, but the firm feet of humility, they grip the ground like trees.
Having learned this crucial lesson about humility, Alfred is ready for battle. He vows to return the blow he's received, not of course at the old woman, but at the enemy. He and his army charge into combat and fight a fight that does not seem winnable. And yet they win. But after his great victory, Alfred, who calls himself a common king, prophesies that the heathen shall return.
They shall not come with warships. They shall not waste with brands. Let books be all their eating, and ink be on their hands. They shall come mild as monkish clerks, with many a scroll and pen, and backward shall ye turn and gaze, desiring one of Alfred's days, when pagans still were men. By this sign you shall know them, the breaking of the sword, and man no more a free knight that loves or hates his lord. Yea, this shall be the sign of them, the sign of the dying fire, and man made like a half-wit that knows not of his sire. What though they come with scroll and pen, and grave as a shaven clerk? By this sign you shall know them, that they ruin and make dark. By all men bond to nothing, being slaves without a lord. By one blind idiot, world obeyed, too blind to be abhorred. By terror and the cruel tales of curse in bone and kin, by weird and weakness winning, accursed from the beginning, by detail of the sinning, and denial of the sin.
Sin is a weed. It starts out small and subtle, but left unattended, it becomes an infestation and covers everything. Which brings us to the image of the white horse. High on a Berkshire hill, overlooking the valley where Alfred fought the Danes, is an ancient image of a white horse. The silhouette was formed long ago by removing the turf covering the underlying chalk and setting off a distinct white outline against the green background. Because the grass and weeds always strive to creep across the chalky ground again, the ancient form would be erased by the elements if people had not continually cleared the outline away century after century. Alfred's first act after defeating the Danes at Ethandune is to gather his people together and scour the white horse again, which the barbarians had left to be overgrown by weeds. It is because of this act of will and intelligence against the natural elements, an act repeated by people across the centuries, that we still see the silhouette of the horse as it was seen in King Alfred's time. Chesterton uses this mysterious image as a symbol of the traditions that preserve mankind. Our parents have taught us certain truths, certain commandments. We, in turn, teach them to our children. If we do not teach them, soon comes the detail of the sinning and the denial of the sin. The moral tradition of the human race is never secure. It is active, hard work. We can never take it for granted. As the Russian Chesterton scholar Ekaterina Volokonskaya says, if we do not clear the outline of the white horse with unwearying care, grass will very soon choke it, and we will lose it forever. It is not the moral tradition that keeps us. It is we who keep or do not keep it. Words are deeds. Sins are weeds. I'd like to thank Lord David Alton for reading excerpts from Lepanto and the Ballad of the White Horse. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Please join us again on the Apostle of Common Sense.
Join us next week at this time for G.K. Chesterton, the Apostle of Common Sense, here on EWTN Global Catholic Radio.
daily Mass, celebrated each day here on EWTN.
O God, I hope with complete trust that you will give me, through the merits of Jesus Christ, all the necessary grace in this world and everlasting life in the world to come. For this is what you have promised, and you always keep your promises. Amen.
Nation is there that has gods so close to it as the Lord our God is to us whenever we call upon Him?
I so easily forget, Lord, how near you are to me. Give me the grace to be more aware of your life-giving presence at every moment of my life.
EWTN presents G.K. Chesterton, featuring Chuck Dahlberg as G.K. Chesterton and Dale Ahlquist, President of the American Chesterton Society.
G.K. Chesterton is one of the most quotable and most quoted writers in the English language. His most famous quotation, however, is always misquoted, but misquoted very well. When a man stops believing in God, he doesn't believe in nothing, he believes in anything. It's a great line, and it's well worth repeating. And it's very much like something Chesterton would say, and he would no doubt entirely agree with it. It's just not what he said. What he said was, the first effect of not believing in God is that you lose your common sense. And by the way, he gave the line to Father Brown, who said it in a story called The Oracle of the Dog. The first effect of not believing in God is that you lose your common sense. That means that in order for us to recover our common sense, we have to recover our faith. That means we're talking about a religious renewal and reform. History shows that reform is a thing that is indeed needed from time to time, and usually botched up every time it is needed.
In the matter of reforming things, as distinct from deforming them, there is one plain and simple principle, a principle which will probably be called a paradox. Let us say, for the sake of simplicity, that there is a fence or gate erected across a road. The more modern type of reformer goes gaily up to it and says, I don't see the use of this. Let us clear it away. To which the more intelligent type of reformer will do well to answer, well, if you don't see the use of it, I certainly won't let you clear it away. Go away and think. Then, when you can come back and tell me that you do see the use of it, well, I may then allow you to destroy it. This paradox rests on the most elementary common sense. The gate or fence did not grow there. It was not set up by somnambulists who built it in their sleep. It is highly improbable that it was put there by escaped lunatics. Some person had some reason for thinking it would be a good thing for somebody, and until we know what the reason was, we really cannot judge whether the reason was reasonable. If something set up by human beings like ourselves seems to be entirely meaningless and mysterious, it is extremely probable that we have overlooked some whole aspect of the question. There are reformers who get over this difficulty by assuming that all their fathers were fools. But if that be so, we can only say that folly appears to be a hereditary disease. But the truth is that nobody has any business to destroy a social institution until he has really seen it as an historical institution. If he knows how it arose and what purposes it was supposed to serve, he may really be able to say that they were bad purposes, or that since they have become bad purposes, or that they are purposes which no longer served. But if he simply stares at the thing as a senseless monstrosity that has somehow sprung up in his path, it is he, and not the traditionalist, who is suffering from an illusion.
So the problem with reformers is that they always want to do away with things they don't understand. They apparently regard their lack of understanding as proof that the thing is not needed. It never occurs to them that the tradition they are trying to destroy may have been put into place for a very good reason. Chesterton says a tradition is generally a truth, and common sense often comes to us in the form of a tradition. The successful reforms in history have occurred when people reconnected with their roots, where they recovered their lost traditions. It is not the tradition that has gone wrong, it is we who have gone wrong. In order to have reform, says Chesterton, to return to the form, we must have repentance. The point of repentance is starting over, beginning fresh. The only fresh beginning is that which starts from first principles, which will always be fresh when all the novelties are stale. Chesterton, as we know by now, favors the common sense of the common man as the basis for democracy. And when it comes to the idea of reform, he reminds us famously of the democracy of the dead. True democracy means respecting tradition. It means giving a vote to the obscurest of all classes, our ancestors. It means not submitting to the oligarchy of those who merely happen to be walking about. To get at what we have in common, we have to go backward. Chesterton says it is ancient history that will unite us, while modern history has only divided us.
To say that new things like rapid transportation and communication have united nations is simply false. It is not new, but old things that unify mankind. It is at the back of history that we rediscover humanity. It is quite strictly in Genesis, or the beginnings, that we find the brotherhood of men, even if some controversy continues about Abel and Cain.
It is true that the first family had its problems and didn't exactly set a good precedent for the rest of us. But the fact remains that the basic unit of society is still the family. Strong families make for a strong society. If the family is weakened, the society is fundamentally weakened. But even if we try to break the basic unit of society into smaller pieces, those pieces still have to be held together by a very strong cement in order for the larger structure of society to hold up. And the smaller the pieces, the stronger the glue must be. Chesterton says the only glue strong enough to bind people together is religion. If people abandon religion, they abandon each other. Art and culture, sports and games, political causes and commercial ventures all have their place in a society, but a very secondary place. None of them are broad enough or deep enough to be a substitute for religion. And when we try to make them a substitute for religion, our society is in decline. Most people are aware that something is quite wrong with our society, but most of us are in a daze about it. We feel quite lost. Chesterton says man has always lost his way, but our problem is that we have not only lost our way, we've lost our address.
We have all read in scientific books and in romances the story of the man who has forgotten his name. This man walks about the streets and can see and appreciate everything, only he cannot remember who he is. Well, every man is that man in the story. Every man has forgotten who he is. The self is more distant than any star. We are all under the same mental calamity. We have all forgotten our names. We have all forgotten what we really are.
The reason we have forgotten who we are is because we've been cut off from our traditions. We've not only lost the common sense that connects us to others, we've lost our own sense of identity. And again, the thing that defines us as individuals and as a community is religion. That is the only thing that can give us an ultimate meaning and a sense of purpose. When the majority of people lose their religion and their common philosophy, they are easy prey for what Chesterton calls the thin and theoretic minorities. By simply having a philosophy, even if it's a fallacy or perversion, a small group can conquer the vast majority who've lost their philosophy. The abnormal gains advantage over the normal. And this is exactly what we've seen happen in our society. A few small minorities with some strong but wrong philosophies, such as those that favor abortion and homosexuality, have managed to spread their poisonous ideas to the rest of society, because the rest of society has no cohesive ideas, but only, as Chesterton says, a sort of broad bewilderment produced by the reading of newspapers. You could certainly add by the watching of television. Those thin and theoretic minorities do not represent the masses, yet because of the media they seem to be everywhere. And they've contrived to destroy the role of religion in our society. The result, says Chesterton, is that there is no mental machinery for common sense. In order to have common sense, a society must have what Chesterton calls spontaneous mental discipline. We've lost ours. How do we get it back? Well, first of all, we cannot deal with these problems superficially. Chesterton says we have to get down to fundamentals. We have to recognize that there is a battle between good and evil. And we have to recognize evil, which is very recognizable and very obvious, but we choose to ignore it.
Men do not differ much about what things they will call evils, but they differ enormously about what evils they will call excusable.
One of the most insidious philosophies of the modern world is the bland tolerance of every other philosophy. The idea that it doesn't matter what you do or what you believe. Evil rushes in through the door of indifference.
Right is right, even if nobody does it. Wrong is wrong, even if everybody is wrong about it.
In a confusing world, we have to speak clearly. People will sneer at our words, calling them catchwords, but Chesterton says the words used by ordinary, hard-working people have to be ordinary and rather hard-worked words. We do not have to apologize for using the common words of common sense.
commonness and the common mind are now generally spoken of as meaning, in some manner, inferiority, and the inferior mind, the mind of the mere mob. But the common mind means the mind of all the artists and heroes, or else it would not be common. Plato had the common mind. Dante had the common mind. You see, commonness means the quality common to the saint and the sinner, to the philosopher and to the fool. In everybody there is a certain thing that loves babies, that fears death, that likes sunlight.
Chesterton says the great men of history are great not because they make every other man feel small, but because they make every man feel great. They help us to regain our vision of what's important and to rise up and defend it and reclaim it. There's nothing plain about the plain truth, yet there is something uncommon about common sense. It has to be repeated over and over again because a million small distractions draw us away from the great truths. Chesterton is sometimes accused of repeating himself, but that is only because we need to be reminded of the simple, vital, basic things. Things like this. We must have a code of morals in a society. We have to teach this code of morals to our children. We have to believe our own beliefs enough to act on them in order to expect our children to believe us. Everything has its place and proportion and proper use, and it is rational to trust its use and to distrust its abuse.
I am ordinary in the correct sense of the term, which means the acceptance of an order, a creator and the creation, the common sense of gratitude for creation, life and love as gifts permanently good, marriage and chivalry as laws rightly controlling them, and the rest of the normal traditions of our race and religion.
According to Chesterton, Christianity is the religion that is most at one with common sense. It proclaims basic truths that can be relied on, that the world is real, that our actions have consequences, that truth itself is something solid and absolute, that we didn't just make it up. He says that all religious history shows that this common sense perishes except where there is Christianity to preserve it. Other religions and philosophies and heresies have tried to reduce Christianity to something less than itself, but they always make it too simple to be sane. The temptation of the philosophers is simplicity rather than subtlety. The commands of Christ, says Chesterton, may sound impossible, but they are not insane. They are the only sanity preached to a world of lunatics. When someone strikes you on one cheek, offer the other. When someone steals your shirt, give him your cloak as well. It really does make more sense to turn the other cheek in order to stop the insane cycle of revenge. It really does make more sense to give the thief more than he's stolen, because he may need it. And what he needs most of all is grace and charity. That will serve to save his soul. His soul is more important than our clothes. But the main point of both commands is that we should not take ourselves so seriously. Being able to laugh at ourselves is the key to humility and obedience. Chesterton says, if the world was suddenly struck with a sense of humor, it would find itself automatically fulfilling the Sermon on the Mount. The reason that Christianity is at one with common sense and why it is the best glue to hold a society together is because it is the religion of charity. Christianity teaches us to feed the hungry and clothe the naked and give shelter to the homeless. And Chesterton points out that this applies to spiritual poverty as well as physical poverty.
as we should be genuinely sorry for tramps and paupers who are materially homeless, so we should be sorry for those who are morally homeless, and who suffer a philosophical starvation as deadly as any physical starvation.
The Christian saints were famous for their great charity, and their charity was exactly what the world needed. They were mystics, but they were also very practical. The two go together. And that is why Chesterton says we will never recover common sense until we recover the mysticism of the saints. The saints are wild and perfect. They put their idealism in the right place and their realism in the right place. We have both things displaced. The saints put their dreams and sentiments into their aims, where they ought to be, and their practicality into their practice, where it ought to be. We have it backwards. Our dreams, we insist, are quite practical, but our practice is quite impractical. Our aims fall far short of heaven. Our practice falls short even of earth. And one of the main problems with our practice is that we don't do anything ourselves. We don't take responsibility. We leave it to the expert or to the public servant or to the private servant. We don't grow our own food. We don't build our own homes. We don't teach our own children. We don't even raise our own children. We leave everything up to someone else. We don't think for ourselves. We even let others tell us what our tastes are. And we don't even practice our own religion. It has become more convenient to leave that to others too.
Once men sang together around a table in chorus. Now one man sings alone, and for the absurd reason that he can sing better. If our civilization goes on like this, only one man will laugh, because he can laugh better than the rest.
Whenever we have some crisis in society, rather than solving the crisis ourselves, we immediately make demands of the government for a solution. But a solution from the government always means a new set of laws and regulations. Chesterton says, modern man is in favor of introducing order into everything except his own ideas. Excessive regulation and organization rests on a fallacy. It basically means turning men into machinery. And it's a mistake to think that machinery made out of men will be very efficient. The other problem with such schemes is that they must be enforced, which usually just means forced. The point is, it is up to us to solve the crisis. It cannot be done for us. That is the disadvantage as well as the advantage of having free will.
If men cannot save themselves by common sense, they cannot save each other by coercion. But what more can we have on our side than the common sense of everybody?
There is one more thing we can do to help recover the lost art of common sense. Read G.K. Chesterton. In the previous programs in this series, we've talked about the main ideas in Chesterton's writing. These are not mere literary themes, they're fundamental truths. And if we take the trouble to understand them, they would rejuvenate our lives, and they'd help us recover the lost art of common sense. Let's review them very briefly. First, our whole approach to life should be filled with wonder and gratitude. Thanks are the highest form of thought. Second, truth is paradoxical. That explains why it is dignified and tragic when a man suffers, and why it is undignified and funny when he sits on his hat. Third, we are created in the image of God, which means we are also creators. Art is the signature of man, but art has to connect to people. It must also be connected to the eternal. Fourth, we have a responsibility to pass truth on to our children. Therefore, education must be controlled by parents. Fifth, Temporary trends must never take precedence over permanent things. Fads and fashionable ideas always undermine the authority of the family and the faith. 6. Democracy operates on the principle of common sense. The idea that people really can rule themselves if they truly have the freedom and independence to do so. Democracy means that self-government is better than big government, and that self-employment is better than wage slavery. And 7th, 8th, and 9th, the world constantly tries to attack the Catholic Church or replace the Catholic Church or reduce and redo the Catholic Church. And in every case, the result is something less satisfying, less balanced, and less complete than the Catholic Church. Oh, and 10th, poems should rhyme. And now, lastly, read Chesterton. On our next program, we'll offer some suggestions on how to go about doing that. But let me take this opportunity to encourage you to subscribe to Gilbert magazine, which will not only help you learn more about Chesterton, but about the amazing relevancy of his ideas. We want to introduce as many people as possible to G.K. Chesterton, to get him back into our schools and libraries, into discussion groups, into editorials, and into the public square. Please help us do that. Help us distribute our books and our products. Invite Chuck Chalberg to give his one-man show at your school or church or your organizational meeting. He does even better when he doesn't have me interrupting him all the time. And there are other things you can do to help the cause. Start a local Chesterton Society. Leave old Gilbert magazines in your dentist's office. Put one of our bumper stickers on your car. If you need more suggestions, check out our webpage at www.chesterton.org. As president of the American Chesterton Society, I've had the privilege of helping lead the charge and trying to reintroduce Chesterton to the world. I enjoy watching the range of reactions that this writer causes when people encounter him, from amusement to awe, from frustration to astonishment. Chesterton almost always pleases and almost always provokes. He's one of the few writers who can really challenge you to the point of wanting to change your whole life. There's also the great companionship that Chesterton provides, not only with all the other people who've discovered him, but with Chesterton himself. When you find him, you find a friend. But one of the greatest thrills of what I do is finding again and again that Chesterton provides the perfect medicine for what ails the modern world. It's like being a medical researcher discovering one amazing cure after another. But it makes my task all the more urgent. If we don't get the medicine to the people who need it, it's not going to do them any good. Please, support the American Chesterton Society. Whatever you can do to help us, we'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Please join us again on the Apostle of Common Sense.
Join us next week at this time for G.K. Chesterton, the Apostle of Common Sense, here on EWTN Global Catholic Radio. Chesterton, featuring Chuck Dahlberg as G.K. Chesterton and Dale Ahlquist, President of the American Chesterton Society.
The question I most inconsistently answer is, which book of Chesterton's should I read first? There is really no best Chesterton book to read first. No matter which book you start with, it is always better to have read one of the other books before that one. The question I most dread is, if I were to read only one book by Chesterton, which should it be? It's like asking if I were to read only one book in the Bible, which should it be? I could answer the Gospel of John, but that would leave out the Sermon on the Mount, the Psalms, the riddle of Job, the common sense of James, not to mention other details like the creation of the world and the Nativity and the final judgment and the Ten Commandments. The point is, if you read only one book by Chesterton, you are ridiculously cheating yourself. So, here's my advice. You have to read at least 4 books by Chesterton. You can choose which 4, and I've put together a Chesterton reading plan to help you choose. I've limited myself to 4 categories, 4 books in each category, and only books that are currently in print. And only with great weeping and gnashing of teeth did I exclude certain books from this list. Books which deserve to be on it. Books which are even better than some of the books that are on it. So I wouldn't even trust this list if I were you. I don't trust it myself. But my hope is that once you've made Chesterton your friend, you'll want to spend much more time with him. And that is what will happen. Once you sit down at the table with G.K. Chesterton, the banquet begins. And incredibly, there's always more to feast on. Here's the list. The first category is elementary Chesterton. The 4 books there are What's Wrong with the World, Father Brown, Charles Dickens, and Heretics. The second category is indispensable Chesterton. The 4 books there are Orthodoxy, The Everlasting Man, St. Francis of Assisi, St. Thomas Aquinas. The third category, fundamental Chesterton. The 4 books there are The Man Who Was Thursday, The Ball and the Cross, On Lying in Bed and Other Essays, and the Illustrated London News Essays. And then the fourth category is necessary Chesterton. The Outline of Sanity, What I Saw in America, Platitudes Undone, and The Ballad of the White Horse. Here's how the reading plan works. Either read all 4 books on one list, or else read one book from each of the 4 lists. Either way, that's 4 books. The best thing, of course, is to read all 16 books, but all we're trying to do right now is answer the question, which book of Chesterton's should I read first? Or the more ridiculous question, if I were to read only one book of Chesterton's, which should it be? Now, let's take a quick look at each of the books. For the first category, elementary Chesterton. What's Wrong with the World? This is the book where Chesterton tells us that a thing worth doing is worth doing badly. The inspiration for amateurs everywhere. Certainly for me. This book is first on the list because it is a good one for many people to start reading Chesterton. But not everybody. Everybody, however, who reads it is amazed because What's Wrong with the World in 1910, when Chesterton wrote this book, is exactly the same as what's wrong today. A combination of big government, big business, compulsory education, and feminism have conspired against the family, the freedom of the individual, and common sense. What's wrong with the world is that we do not even consider what would be right. And what would be right is the Christian ideal. As Chesterton says, the Christian ideal has not been tried and found wanting. It has been found difficult and left untried. Next, the Father Brown stories. There are actually 5 books of Father Brown stories, and you could read any one of those 5 to satisfy the requirement. And then there's also this, the Complete Father Brown, which contains all 5 books. You can select any stories from these that would catch your fancy, like The Invisible Man or the oracle of the dog, the dagger with wings, the hammer of God, or what some consider to be the best Father Brown story, the chief mourner of Marne. Chesterton's greatest creation, Father Brown, influenced the whole course of detective fiction. The beloved little priest sleuth is more concerned with saving souls than solving crimes, but he always solves the crime, too. What mystery lovers got in addition to a good yarn was a good sermon. A mystery story is only successful if you feel like a fool when the solution is revealed. And the mystery story is the perfect genre for Chesterton because truth is always more delightful when it comes as a surprise. Still, the refreshing reminder is that truth is always within our grasp. And though it may come as a shock, it is never unreasonable. Reason is from God, says Father Brown, and when things are unreasonable, there is something the matter. Next, Charles Dickens. This is available in volume 15 of the Collected Works from Ignatius Press. Chesterton's book on Dickens has provided many readers with the most unlikely introduction, not to Dickens, but to Chesterton. He plays the role of Virgil to our Dante, and he guides us with a sure hand into the extraordinary world of Dickens. And he warns us at the beginning what we're in for. He points to a sign above the gate which reads, "Abandon all hopelessness, ye who enter here." And then he leads us into the best of all impossible worlds. This is an exploration of the virtue of hope, and the lessons that Chesterton teaches us are blissful and breathtaking. He reminds us that true religion has endless joys and endless jokes, but we've lost both.
We are too weak to desire that undying vigor. We believe that you can have too much of a good thing, a blasphemous belief, which at one blow wrecks all the heavens that men have hoped for.
The great literary critic Alexander Woollcott said that he felt qualified to describe Chesterton's book on Dickens as readable, since he himself had read it at least a dozen times. Next, heretics. A heresy is a fragment of the truth that is exaggerated at the expense of the whole truth. The modern world praises science and hygiene and progress. These are all very well and good. But they've been elevated at the expense of the larger truths, such as faith and freedom and permanent ideals. And one of the greatest modern heresies is something called tolerance, which sounds good until you take it to its logical conclusion. Chesterton says there is one thing that is infinitely more absurd and unpractical than burning a man for his philosophy, and this is the habit of saying that his philosophy does not matter. And this is what is done universally in our century. A man's opinion on Botticelli matters, his opinion on all things does not matter. There's something ironic about tolerance being an ideal associated with religious freedom. In reality, tolerance has done more to suppress religion than has any persecution. It's left us not only afraid to debate about our beliefs, it's made us afraid even to discuss them. Chesterton says we now talk about the weather and call it the complete liberty of creeds. This book overflows with some of Chesterton's most quotable gems, and it's less an attack on modern heretics than a defense of the ancient truths that they're attacking. Chesterton claims to have gained a deeper appreciation of the Christian faith through the simple exercise of defending it. He says he never realized the great philosophical common sense of Christianity until the anti-Christian writers pointed it out to him. The next category is indispensable Chesterton, and the first book on that list is Orthodoxy. This is the trunk of the tree from which all other branches of Chesterton grow. Everything Chesterton wrote somehow comes back to this book. It's a masterpiece of rhetoric. It's never been out of print since it was first published in 1908, and it's simply one of the best books written in the 20th century. But there are three main problems with this book. The first is that every sentence makes you stop and think. Angels fly because they take themselves lightly, which makes you lose the thread of the main argument. The second problem is that every sentence is followed by a sentence you do not expect. A madman is not the man who's lost his reason. The madman is the man who has lost everything except his reason, which makes you lose the thread of the main argument. And the third problem is that when you read the book a second time, as you should, completely different sentences will jump off the page at you, leading you to conclude that Chesterton has somehow managed to rewrite the book since the first time you read it, which makes you lose the thread of the main argument. The main argument is this: the most sane philosophy in the world is found in the Apostles' Creed. This is a book to be enjoyed and enthralled with over and over again. Next, The Everlasting Man, one of Chesterton's greatest and most important books. Written as a sort of rebuttal to H.G. Wells' Outline of History, this is Chesterton's view of history, presented in two parts, B.C. and A.D., on the creature called man and on the man called Christ. He argues that the central character in history is Christ, and that no explanation of historical events other than the Christian one makes as much sense. When the book was first published, the Times Literary Supplement wrote, "Mr. Chesterton has a quite unusual power of seeing the obvious. And it is quite true that many learned men seem to have lost that power. There are many modern theories whose origins we can understand only on the hypothesis that their authors spent their whole lives in one room." Chesterton proves with this book that he's one of the few authors who sees everything all at once. Next, St. Francis of Assisi. This is a very accessible book, yet filled with profound and deeply spiritual insights. Chesterton tells the story of St. Francis, and while relating the episodes of his life, he takes us inside the mystical saint. He explains that Francis cared chiefly for the best kind of giving, which is called thanksgiving. He understood the theory of thanks, and knew that its depths are a bottomless abyss, and knew that the praise of God stands on its strongest ground when it stands on nothing. We all depend in every detail upon God. The worst moment for the atheist is when he's really thankful and has nobody to thank. And the converse of this proposition is also true. All goods look better when they look like gifts. The next book is St. Thomas Aquinas, sometimes subtitled The Dumb Ox. Etienne Gilson, one of the world's most highly respected Thomist scholars, said of this book, "I consider it without possible exception as being the best book ever written on St. Thomas. Nothing short of genius can account for such an achievement. The few readers who have spent 20 or 30 years in studying St. Thomas cannot fail to perceive that the so-called wit of Chesterton has put their scholarship to shame. He has guessed everything we tried to demonstrate, and he said everything that we have more or less been clumsily attempting to express in academic formulas. Chesterton was one of the deepest thinkers who ever existed. He was deep because he was right. And he could not help being right. But he could also not help being modest and charitable. So he left it to those who could understand him to know that he was right and deep. To the others, he apologized for being right and made up for it by being witty. And that is all they can see of him. What else is there to say? The third category is fundamental Chesterton. And the first book on the list is The Man Who Was Thursday. It's available in a cheap edition, but I'd recommend the annotated Thursday from Ignatius Press. Very good. This is more than just a detective story. It's a mystery story that grows more and more mysterious as we discover the true identity not only of the man who was Thursday, but the man who is Sunday. It's nothing less than the mystery of creation itself. This is Chesterton's most famous novel. It's never been out of print since it was first published in 1908, just like Orthodoxy. Critics immediately hailed it as amazingly clever, a remarkable acrobatic performance, a scurrying, door-slamming farce that ends like a chapter in the apocalypse. One reviewer described how he'd read it in one sitting and put it down completely dazed. 30 years later, Orson Welles called it shamelessly beautiful prose, and he made a radio dramatization out of it right before the famous War of the Worlds broadcast. And now, once again, this timely story of anarchists and policemen reveals what a fragile thing civilization is, and shows that our world is under attack not by mere terrorists and their bombs, as they are in this story, but by ideas and philosophies that are even more destructive. The next book on the list is The Ball and the Cross. The two main characters in this novel, a Christian named MacIan and an atheist named Turnbull, have challenged each other to a physical duel, which keeps getting interrupted before they can carry it out. In the meantime, they fight a much more exciting duel of ideas, and the action of the novel revolves around their ongoing debate. The Ball and the Cross of the title refers to the very top of St. Paul's Cathedral, a cross sitting on top of a ball. And the ball represents the supposed perfection of rationalism, while the cross represents the self-contradiction of Christianity. However, you can't put the ball on top of the cross because it would fall down. When people attack the cross, they do not destroy the cross, but they end up destroying everything else. The next book is On Lying in Bed and Other Essays. Chesterton, the master essayist, understands the value of a great opening line, and here is one. Lying in bed would be an altogether perfect and supreme experience if only one had a colored pencil long enough to draw on the ceiling. Though it appears to be utter nonsense and has all the appeal of utter nonsense, we follow the laughter to a startling truth. He does not write merely to amuse, he amuses to make a point, and the point is never as light and airy as it first appears. In this case, he tells us that our simple pleasures should not be connected to a regimen or a scheme, or worst of all, to a habit. And they should not be denied for something overrated like excessive wealth or even excessive health. These are the secondary things, not the primary things. The primary things have been ignored, and the secondary things have been emphasized all out of proportion.
If there is one thing worse than the modern weakening of major morals, it is the modern strengthening of minor morals. Thus it is considered more withering to accuse a man of bad taste than of bad ethics. Cleanliness is not next to godliness nowadays, for cleanliness is made an essential, and godliness is regarded as an offense.
Chesterton conceived from a century ago that the world was headed to a time when smoking a cigar would be considered more offensive than performing an abortion. This excellent new book brings back into print over 90 of Chesterton's greatest essays, such as On Running After One's Hat, or The Advantages of Having One Leg, or If I Only Had One Sermon to Preach, and the incomparable explanation of Jury's The 12 Men. The next book on the list is the Illustrated London News Essays. Okay, this isn't one book, it's actually 9 books. There's 9 books in this collection of Illustrated London News Essays, and 2 more are planned from Ignatius Press to complete the collection, which would give us all 1,535 essays that Chesterton wrote for this London newspaper. So pick any one of those volumes to fulfill your requirement. When he was hired to write the weekly column, he was told that he could write about anything he wanted except religion and politics. He replied that there was nothing else worth writing about. He went on to write the column for 31 years and wrote about religion and politics. Religion is about our relationship with God, and politics is about our relationship with each other. And as Chesterton says in one column, the Bible tells us to love our neighbor and love our enemy, generally because they're the same person. Many of the essays were compiled into well-known collections such as All Things Considered and Generally Speaking, which are now out of print. So this collection is a treasure. The incredible variety of these essays demonstrate what a complete thinker Chesterton is and what an amazing reach he has. Most newspaper pieces are barely worth reading once, let alone 100 years later, yet these remain as fresh and timely as when they were first written. It's partly because Chesterton is not so utterly distracted by news or swept away by fashion, and that is why his words survive and why we would do well to listen to them again and again, these timeless truths.
We should always endeavor to wonder at the permanent thing, not at the mere exception. We should be startled by the sun, and not by the eclipse. We should wonder less at the earthquake, and wonder more at the earth.
The fourth category is necessary Chesterton. And the first book on the list is The Outline of Sanity, which is available in Volume 4 of the collected works of Chesterton from Ignatius. As I have often said, Chesterton is the most unjustly neglected writer of our time. But even many of the people who love to read Chesterton are still neglectful of his writings on social justice and economics. Chesterton argues for a system based on the widespread ownership of property, with the idea that small business is better than big business, and that craftsmanship is superior to mass production, and that local government is better than big government. This system goes by the awkward and misunderstood name distributism, which is based on the term distributive justice used by Pope Leo XIII in 1891. In this age of bulging bureaucracies and mega mergers, we need to consider Chesterton's ideas more than ever. The next book on the list is What I Saw in America. That's available in Volume 21 of the Ignatius Collected Works. Chesterton says that if you look at a thing 999 times, you're perfectly safe. But if you look at it the 1,000th time, you're in frightful danger of seeing it for the first time. He didn't write that in What I Saw in America. He wrote that in his excellent novel, The Napoleon of Notting Hill, which is one of the books that's not on the list. But the point is, by looking at our country through Chesterton's eyes, we are in frightful danger of seeing it for the first time. Written after his first visit to America in 1921, Chesterton's observations of America are amusing, insightful, and provocative. He calls it a nation with the soul of a church, because it is the only nation ever founded on a creed. I suppose you could also say we're in frightful danger of seeing it for the last time. The next book on the list is Platitudes Undone. Discovered only a few years ago, this is the facsimile of a book called Platitudes in the Making by Holbrook Jackson, written in 1911. The author gave this book to Chesterton, and Chesterton wrote his responses in a green pencil to each of Jackson's so-called platitudes. The result is a perfectly realized debate between modernist philosophy and orthodoxy, and it proves that Chesterton's spontaneous marginalia is better than most people's carefully prepared text. What's even better is that the whole thing comes in bite-sized nuggets. The last book on the list is The Ballad of the White Horse. The wise men know what wicked things are written on the sky. They trim sad lamps, they touch sad strings, hearing the heavy purple wings, where the forgotten seraph kings still plot how God shall die. This is one of the last great epic poems written in the English language. It describes King Alfred's defeat of the barbarian Danes in 878. It was a key turning point in European history. It meant the rise of Christianity in England. But beyond the historical event, there's the deeper meaning of the image of the ancient white horse etched in the Berkshire hillside. The horse remains visible because throughout the millennia people have kept the exposed chalk white by continually clearing away the encroaching turf that surrounds it and would naturally obliterate it. It represents the moral tradition that must be maintained by an active will against the destructive forces of neglect. With this one, I'd also recommend that you double your pleasure and cut your effort in half by getting both the book and the audio tape, and following along while the poem is read by the great Englishman and Chesterton authority, Aidan Mackey. Now, here's the final key to the Chesterton reading plan, and something that you've probably already figured out. Each of these books that we've described here will be more enjoyable, more beneficial, and more profound the second time you read them. And the third time is when they really start to bear fruit. Then you can start reading the ones that are not on this list. All of these books are available from the American Chesterton Society, and joining the Chesterton Society entitles you to a 20% discount on the book purchases. I'm Dale Ahlquist. Thank you very much for joining us on the Apostle of Common Sense.